maybe a little bit longer will be better.
4 minutes to post and a pick 5 to kick off this Saturday card. Let's head paddock side, check it with New York Racing Association handicapper Andy Serling and 4-time Major League All-Star Paul LaDuca. Hey, guys.
Hey, Greg. Nice to be here. Nice to be here on an opening Saturday. And this is sort of what Saratoga is supposed to be about, right? You have a 2-year-old race in the first race, and as our friend Harvey Pack used to say, the latest, fastest horse in the world. And what better name for the fastest horse in the world than Pirate, right?
Yeah, right before we came on air, Andy goes, I wonder if this horse is going to be wearing an eye patch or a blinker over one eye, being Pirate. But listen, the word is out on this horse. The only concern you would have, the reports in the morning by Mike Welsh, who's very, very good clocker, by the way, has been the horse not quick out of the gate. So maybe the 6-horse field will help this horse, but supposedly has a wicked late kick.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. He's got to get out of the gate, and if he doesn't, the 4 could be quick. But when these Todd Pletcher horses are bet like this up here, they rarely disappoint. Obviously, they got to run the race, and as you say, the concern is getting out of the gate, rail or no rail, but the rail is particularly not good for that. As far as special element, you were saying to me, Paulie, paid a lot of money for a horse, $250,000, the 2-year-old sale out of Copper Bullet, who actually won, I believe, our Saratoga Special. Well, this horse worked a very fast 10 flat at the Ocala 2-year-old sale.
Yeah, I know you liked it. I liked it as well. This horse might be the horse that pops out of the gate and might be the horse that cuts the tempo, at least early in the race.
Yep, taking a little money, the 5. I know Jonathan has something to say about this horse.
Yeah, Andy, look, I mean, this horse I think is interesting. A horse that I think if the one doesn't break away from the gate like I think they hope that they will, I think the 5 is an interesting horse. George Weaver always sneaky up here at Saratoga. I think he points for this meet. It's important to him. And look, I mean, he's had some 2-year-old success this year as well. He won a race over at Royal Ascot. So if he can win at Royal Ascot, he can probably win here as well.
Let's bring in Maggie Wolfendale for the first time on our Diana coverage as we get set for this pick 5. Maggie.
Hey, Greg, and we'll start with Pirate, the heavily backed firster for Todd Pletcher, and being that half-brother to this year's Preakness winner, National Treasure. He looks a lot like him. He's bigger, he's leggier. There's a lot to this young horse, so that's always good to see. You want to see that physical maturity, especially with a well-backed type. Also, love his sire, first-year sire, Omaha Beach. He woke up quite a bit once they put the tack on him, which I think is a great sign, and immediately was taken away from the pony by Rod Ortiz and given a really nice warm-up. As you guys said, that might be his one drawback, being on the rail and possibly breaking slow. So it feels like Arad is making sure that does not happen, or at least trying his best to make sure, as he's keeping him moving throughout. Now, number 4, Special Element, he got a serious warm-up too. Jose Lascano booted him away down the stretch here, really asked him to get in the bridle. You see him back in the chute now, doing figure 8s and circles. This horse, you guys talked about that 2-year-old work, very swift looking. You know, he's built just like a sprinter, and he has that really quick, swift action. And he comes in here looking incredibly fit for Bill Mott, which I like to see, because Bill Mott, it feels like when he fires with one first time out as a 2-year-old, it tends to be fillies, because the boys look as though they just need to run into fitness. Not this guy. He looks ready to go. I think he's intriguing. The number 5, Arteta, named for Mikel Arteta, the Arsenal coach, for soccer fans out there, Kerry Radcliffe owning this one. He looks really quick, and watching his phasic tipped-in timonium sail work, it was a slower 10-3, but he really runs into the ground, which is very indicative of a sprinting type, and he looks like a horse that should have quick gate speed. He's like a coiled spring out there. He's very sharp out on the racetrack. I think it's a good sign with him. Look for him to be getting out of the gate well. Jonathan brought up number 6, Sheriff Joe, having more of a distance pedigree. I could not agree more, tracing back to nice Phipps lineage. Really well muscled. He doesn't look like a out-and-out distance horse. He moves really, really well. Probably want to take the wait and see and approach. I'm excited to see what he does first time out, to see how he moves forward from this effort from Mike Maker, Greg.
Maggie, thank you. Pick 5 pull over $1 million on this first Saturday of the meet, and that one right there, a lot of talk about the talent, potential Pirate, a 1-5 favorite. Arad Ortiz Jr. leading the way already through the first 2 days of the meet here in the Jockey Colony. A lot of big mounts to come, including in Italian in the Diana.
Yeah, and he's riding two of the biggest favorites of the day, starting out right now at 4-5, and then, of course, in Natalia at 2-5 on the morning line. He's loaded today. Look for him to have an excellent day if the form holds up on all of these, and if this one horse can get away from the gate running, doesn't get shuffled back, something like that, he is supposed to be a freak.
You have a big mount like that, you're a Rat Ortiz Jr., which he has within Italian to come, and it's coming on early on the card. Are you thinking about that a little bit until you get there?
Not at this point right now, especially riding the colt that has the hype that he does. That's the great thing about when you're young and you can ride every race leading up to these big races on the day. It keeps your mind off of the big one. He already's done his homework for the big race. He's focusing on the horses that he's got leading up to it, the 3 races he's got leading up to it, and I'm sure he's well prepared.
Grade 1, Diana Saturday on our FS1 coverage, and some future stars potentially lining up here in this 2-year-old race. Let's go upstairs to the new voice of Saratoga to kick things off, Frank Miramati.
Thank you very much, Greg. We've got 2 more of the first-time starters to load. Arteta coming up in the pink silks. And Sheriff Joe will be the last one to load. Sheriff Joe walking up to the starting gate. All eyes on Pirate, 2-5 in the very late stages of wagering. Sheriff Joe being guided in by the assistant starting team. He's in. And they're in the gate. And they're off. And Pirate comes out running. So too Arteta. They hook up at once. And Just Steel hustled up, trying to keep pace a length back third. They're followed by Special Element, who's fourth in the early going, 4 lengths off the battle on the front end. Sheriff Joe is second to last. And another 3 to Saisir Le Jour. Around the far turn, Pirate pressed by Arteta. And they're on even terms. 2 lengths clear of Just Steel. The opening quarter zipped in 22 1/5 seconds. Special Element is 5 lengths off these leaders. Another 5 back to Sheriff Joe and Saisir Le Jour. They have a quarter of a mile to go. And it's Pirate trying to shake loose, and he's done just that. Pirate opens up at the top of the stretch. It's a 3-length lead. Just Steel, Special Element, second and third with a furlong left to go. Pirate in front. Just Steel trying hard, but he is second best. Smooth sailing through the Saratoga stretch for Pirate, who scores by 3. Just Steel was second. Then it's Special Element and Sheriff Joe.
Pirate lives up to the billing in the debut, pressured early from Arteta, and able to put this field away and win by 3 lengths.
Yeah, that's a great sign. With this pedigree that he's got, he's supposed to go on, run further, and he popped away from there. Breaking from the gate wasn't an issue for him today. He left there running. Irad hustled him to the lead, but he was under a lot of pressure. Like you said, he was under the gun well into the turn with that pressure from his outside. And when he widened when he was supposed to, big effort from Just Steel. For Wayne Lucas and Joel Rosario showed big improvement from his first race at Ellis Park.
Wolfie G, there's a lot of things that I love about Saratoga as a whole. The nightlife, the racing, it's all great. But there's nothing better than seeing a 2-year-old debut and win, and then you can just start dreaming about how good these horses can be. It's just fun. It's exciting to see. Pirate is going to go on to be a nice horse, it seems, and it's one of my favorite parts of this meet.
Gary mentioned the dam produced this year's Preakness winner, National Treasure, and off this debut, this horse might have some aspirations for next year's Triple Crown. So we go to Andy and Paul.
I'm sure he's got aspirations on the hopeful as well, if not a stake before it. And, you know, Paul, I think one of the most important things to note about this performance, first of all, he didn't tire that badly. He still went 6.69 seconds in the final 16. Think about the horse that he was dueling with. The number 5, Arteta, who was the second choice at 5-1. That horse is probably a runner for George Weaver, and that horse probably got beaten 20 to 25 lengths in this race. So it's not just that he was impressive in finishing and winning, but the horse that dueled him into the ground was way back.
Yeah, you make a great point there. Arteta was trying to keep up early and just sort of backed up, you're right, through the field and was way back. And, you know, they made a good point on the other set. you know, the 2-horse, you and I both said, did not
didn't like
run
it
a
all.
step first time out. He ran giant today and was kept on pursuing. So obviously the 1 was much the best here, but you got to give some props to the 2, and there is Todd Pletcher, your winning trainer. You got to give some props to the 2. I think the 2 ran a really courageous race.
This is the kind of race, Greg, where if Pirate had lost, I think we'd all be saying he lost, but he was the best horse in the race. Instead, he won by a few lengths.
And a great point those two bring up. The other horse had pressured him, finished nowhere in here, showing you just how strong Pirate may be. 1-5 favorite. Kicks off our Saturday action here on Saratoga Live, and potentially a very big future for that son of Omaha Beach. Well, all the talk about In Italian and the Grade 1 Diana about how about stablemate market segmentation for Chad Brown. She has won 3 in a row, including a Grade 1 the last time we saw her over at Belmont. She'll try and give her stablemate a run for her money ahead.
Grade 1 winner on both dirt and turf, War of Will became a classic winner with this victory in the Preakness Stakes. He added turf credentials to his resume with a determined victory in the Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile. Now his first weanlings are commanding attention in the sales ring.
Right here, 280,000.
191,000.
165,000.
160,000. Thank you.
A dual surface classic winning son of Warfront, War of Will, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Watch me do my thing. I said, watch me do my shake, shake. Woo! Watch me do my thing. I said, watch me do my shake, shake.
Back with you on our FS1 coverage of the opening Saturday of this Saratoga meeting. Silks of Winchell Thoroughbreds and that infield canoe traditionally painted in the colors of the winner of the Travers. It's going to be a wide open Travers this year, and Javier Castellano with some choices to make of who he's potentially going to ride in that race. He's got the Derby and the Belmont winner to potentially choose from. You can download free Aquabase Pass performances, follow along with all the stats on the trainers, jockeys, horses by visiting NYRA.com/TV schedule. Pirate, what a debut for this 2-year-old for Hall of Famer Todd Pletcher with a Rat Ortiz Jr. aboard. Let's go to Maggie.
Here with winning rider Rat Ortiz aboard Pirate as he was swifty through the stretch. I noticed you warming him up quite aggressively. Had you worked him in the morning, and was that something you thought about when having to get him out of the gate today?
Yes, I came up 2 weeks ago and worked him out of the gate. He worked so good, he just missed the break a little bit, so then he worked again from the gate, but I don't work him, so I don't know how he break out of there. I only have in mind the way I broke him, and I just want to make, he got the one hole, I just want to make the break. I warmed him up pretty aggressive, but he was doing everything with class. He was so classy horse before the in the post parade before the race, and I have confidence that he's gonna break. He's gonna break. Todd do a great job, and I was confident that he's gonna break, and he did. He did. After that, he do the rest.
And two, I mean, just pressured the whole way and kicked away from the field. He's a horse that indicates he wants to go longer. His pedigree would say so too.
He was pretty comfortable. I have a horse outside. I show some speed, but I was riding my horse. He relaxed. He don't mind the other horse beside him. So I say beautiful. So I buy my time, and when I go in after him the quarter pole, he respond really well. He win like a nice horse. So let's see.
I read you'll be aboard the heavy favorite in the Diana in Italian. A bit of a target on your back. How do you secure that early position? How do you think she'll handle the course, which is labeled as firm? But when you're the big favorite in a race like that, do you feel more pressure, and do you feel like you're the hunted one?
It's been a lot of times so far, so I think I get used to it. I mean, I love to ride those kind of horses in those big races, and they favorite because they are good. It's nothing about me. It's only about the horse. It's a good horse. She's a nice filly. She break out of there. She always does. So I hope a clear break, and after that she do the rest. She's easy to ride. She break quick out of there. I don't see anybody ahead of her, but you never know. This is racing. That's why we have to run the races, and hopefully everything came out good for us.
All right, a nice winner here. You're aboard a nice one coming out later. Best of luck and congrats.
Thank you very much.
All right, Irad, being more the passenger than the pilot with a couple today, guys.
And on that mount on an Italian, she secures her own position, and it's usually in front with everyone staring at her from behind. But we're going to talk about one of her stablemates coming up here in a moment as we get to that Grade 1 Diana. Let's set up the second, though, that starts this early pick 4. 6 furlongs on the dirt, 50,000 starter allowance. This one might be a little bit more wide open than what we saw in the opener in here. Looks like there is plenty of speed signed up here in race number 2.
It's loaded with speed.
Win for Gold, Tommy Gun, East Coast Girl, all look like they want to go. Talking Pharaoh, not slow either, as we get to our ABR race of the week. Grade 1 Diana, the 4th on this Saturday card. We know in Italian's going to be the heavy odds-on favorite. That's where Arad Ortiz Jr. will ride. 3 stablemates lining up against in Italian, including market segmentation. And Arad's brother, Jose Ortiz, will ride here. Gary, she's won 3 in a row and just won a Grade 1. We know pretty much she's not going to be able to get the kind of trip she got in this race on the front end.
No, she's not. She doesn't need this kind of trip, though, when she wins. She's won from everywhere. She's not going to be too awful far off the lead, I wouldn't think, but she's never run figures as fast as in Italian. She just, I mean, she's close, but still a ways away. Jonathan.
Yeah. I mean, look, she's gotten the lead or been forwardly placed in her last 2 races, and the paces of those races were slow. You know, in Italian, when she makes the lead, she actually earns it. She runs out there. She doesn't just kind of walk the dog. I don't see a situation where market segmentation is in front of her, and I don't see a situation in which market segmentation runs past her. She's a very nice horse, but in Italian is just better, and she plays the same game that she plays, forwardly placed. I don't see how it works out for her in this situation.
Rare to see someone who's this fast early and this fast late.
Yeah, I mean, she reminds me a lot of Rushing Fall, actually, in Italian does. Another winner of the Diana you'll see up here on the board. Rushing Fall was a forward horse that finished like a Chad Brown horse. I think Rushing Fall was special, and I think in Italian special as well.
7 wins for Chad Brown in this race. You look at that list and how important the Diana is to championships. Rushing Fall, Sister Charlie, Lady Eli, all champions. And those championship seasons began here at Saratoga with wins in the Diana as we send it over to Paul and Andy on the paddock set.
And I think a point with market segmentation is she had a very favorable trip last time, but she might be better with a little less distance. But all of these horses, Paul, have to hope that the good in Italian doesn't show up, because if she shows up, she's too good for these. Maybe the one who has the most upside is White Beam on the outside.
Yeah, you can argue maybe she has the most upside. You know, she's 4 for 8 lifetime, but, you know, you're drawing straws here. You have a horse that's 4 for 8 lifetime, and market segmentation is 5 for 7 lifetime. but this was her win in the Gallarette at Pimlico. She was 4-5 that day. The horse that ran second and third have both come back to win, Andy, and she was impressive this day.
She was. She got a very good trip, but she won quite easily in here. Now, the horse that came back to win, they didn't flatter the race as much as sort of confirm it.
Yeah.
They ran very similar figs. She's okay, but the problem is, from a figure standpoint, she's just way behind these horses. But you know what? Maybe she's a lightly raced horse that could improve. It wouldn't be the first time we've seen it, certainly from this barn.
No, it's crazy that these two horses are 11 for 15 lifetime. And you have In Italian's going to be 2-5. That's actually crazy when you think about it. And one of them's a Grade 1 winner.
In Italian is really a monstrous talent in this division. The Breeders' Cup could be problematic, but that's not a problem here on the first Saturday in Saratoga.
We can't wait to see her in action, guys. Again, that's race 4, our first Grade 1 of the meet to come. We're on late tonight. We got coverage later tonight as well. From Meadowlands Pace coverage. That'll be seen on FS1 with Acacia Clement, Paul Verderosa, and Jiggy Jog. Part of that coverage will be tackling boys and the Hamiltonian maturity. She has been special to start off this 4-year-old campaign. Perfect 4 for 4, just a dominant performance back on July 8th. Cross country pick 5. The Kelso, the Sanford from Saratoga, and then 3 races from the Meadowlands comprising that cross country sequence that begins at 5:45 p.m. Eastern time. We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. We'll get into the second to start off the pick 4 on our Saturday coverage when we return. Jose and his older brother Arad off to a tremendous start here in this 2023 summer meet.
Good Magic's gonna win his first race, and he's gonna do it in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. Here's Mage coming strongly down the outside. Angel of Empire is putting in his run, and there's 1 furlong to run. 2 Bills on the inside. Right a hold of Mage. Mage has taken the lead here as they come into the final 16, and it is going to be Mage to win the Kentucky Derby.
The classic sire.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
They say breed the best of the best and hope for the best.
Macoma broke well on the outside.
But you don't expect to get speed like this.
Is Macoma the one to catch? Macoma has a 5-length lead in this Grade 1 corner. Inside Macoma continues to battle on down at the rail. It is Macoma who's going to win the Met Mile.
Reach for the unreachable. Race to new horizons. The artisan's quest for beauty burns in the heart of Japan, forging strength like no other, with love and honed to perfection. Noble, authentic, and only here. The legacy of strength.
Back with you on our FS1 coverage. First Saturday of the Saratoga meeting. It's brought to you in part by legendary Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. Race 2, we're going to be on the main track here, sprinting 6 furlongs in a 50,000 starter allowance. We touched on a ton of speed lined up in this race and potentially could set up great for Sugar Gray Leonard, the 2, who's the current favorite as a result. Let's head to Maggie.
Yeah, Greg, it feels like there's two horses in here that could potentially capitalize on the presence of a pastel materializing. That does include your current favorite, Can't Fool the Public, with number 2, Sugar Gray Leonard. And he's a horse that I think has run well on the turf because A, he does have a turn of foot, and B, I don't think he's a horse that necessarily loves kickback, loves, you know, the dirt being kicked in his face, because you watch his last dirt race, albeit it was a sloppy racetrack, and he breaks well, and as soon as he gets anything kicked in his face, he just drops way out of it. And so Jose Ortiz swung him out very, very wide that day, and that's when we saw the close, albeit behind a quick pace. Now, he is sharp here, as he typically is. He was really bad to get the tack on in his last start, and today they were prepared for that. They have him in here with a pony. He was saddled on the walk, as you can see. For a horse that is a closing sprinter, he's definitely the sharpest here in the paddock, but all things good for Sugar Gray Leonard, just orchestrating a trip with Luis Saez to hopefully get him in the clear when it's time to run. Moving on to the possible other closer in here. Now, he's definitely acting like a closer, and that's number 6, Isitude. He is really laid back. I don't know this horse. Obviously, he's been running the majority of his career in Kentucky. He's one that he doesn't even have the typical chain, the covered chain that horses wear over the lips, just to give the groom a little bit more control. Nope, he just has a normal shank over his nose, and he's just walking around here almost listless. I wish that he had a little bit more energy, to be perfectly honest. But last time, he was chasing the second flight, 2 to 3 wide on that Ellis Park main track that just seems to be favoring forwardly inside placed horses. So a little bit against the track that day. Otherwise, looks healthy, fit, ready to go. I think he's a decent alternative if you're not in love with the favorite, Greg.
Another one who's going to benefit from a hot pace up front. Ryan Ortiz Jr. will ride Isitude the 6. Look at what these Ortiz brothers have done. Still not yet even in their prime. And yet so much success. Their first Saratoga wins for Arad back in 2011. Jose 2013. They've added quite a few victories since that time. Those are the wins just here at Saratoga. Those are the riding titles for the two brothers. They've won 7 of the last 8 riding titles here at the Spa. Career earnings combined closing in on $100 million between the two. And we've run this season 21 races to this point so far. Those two brothers, Jose on the left, have won 8 of the 21 races to this point.
They are Puerto Rican brothers, though, because Manny's from Puerto Rico as well. So you weren't too far off with that shot.
Yeah, it's amazing what these two brothers have accomplished. Not just up here in Saratoga, but overall. They don't win races just in New York. When they travel, they win as well. When they go to Kentucky, when they go to California, it doesn't matter where they go. They're just very, very good riders, and they have so much business. And they'll ride the lower class horses. You find that a lot of times rider starts getting a little bit older, or an agent wants to protect their rider a little bit before big races, so they're not riding you know, in every single race. These guys want to be leading riders. They want to win races, and they're very, very competitive.
There's Arad just added his 5th of the meet.
The other thing I wanted to add is you know, they're young, successful guys. You won't see them out at night. They're not out running around carrying on. They're at home with their families. They are up in the morning at the track. I was at the track this morning. I saw both of those guys running around, working horses. They're dedicated to their craft, and that's why they have the success they do.
Let's head paddock side to Paul and Andy.
This is a race, Paul, that has a ton of speed on paper. And even around here, between the 1, the 3, particularly the 4, and the 5, it's hard not to see a pace develop, and that's one of the main reasons that Sugar Gray Leonard, for Rick Dutrow, who's recently got back in the game, this horse is the one to beat, getting back to the dirt.
Yeah, he's the one to beat. You know, the issue you have with Sugar Gray Leonard, which might be okay, is he launches from way far back. And the issue that he's had even lately, the last 3 starts, Andy, he's outbroke one horse in his last 3 starts. He needs to get out of the gate, even with the speed field, but maybe breaking last might help.
It doesn't matter as much. I'd be more concerned with the fact that We saw a dead rail possibly on opening day. We saw a track turn to a big gold rail yesterday. Now, one day, one race doesn't make a bias, but I think it's something to keep in mind. And if he's going to be making a big run from the back, could he be hindered by the racetrack? He's the one to beat. And I'll tell you something else about his last race on the turf. Not Jose Ortiz's best ride of the meet. It's probably one he'd like to have back. Who are the other closers? Is it the 6, Isitude, another horse who's a closer? I thought Talkin' Pharaoh of the speeds was the most vulnerable, and I think it's being overbet because of Linda Rice and Jose Ortiz. This horse needs the lead, the 5 Talkin' Pharaoh, to be effective. I thought Isitude could maybe take advantage of the pace.
Yeah, Isitude is another horse in here that can come from off the pace. I'll take the other approach with the 5. With taking the blinkers off, you know, he won so easy that maybe with the blinkers coming off that they were thinking, okay, maybe we can rate this horse, but just got the lead by himself that day and just went on with it. And the comment was, as the rider, please, I get it was against weaker competition, but maybe this horse can rate.
I don't think he can. I could be wrong, but I think this is a horse that might not be comfortable if he's not in the front end. And it's just so hard to see it happening. Though around here, Greg, you almost get used to it happening when you don't expect it.
And we'll find out. I mean, several speeds in this one. Who is the quickest of the quicks? Maybe it's this 4-horse East Coast Girl. Put up some very hot fractions last time out.
In situations like this, G, I'm a big believer in the speed of the speed sometimes can get the job done, because you guys as a riders look in the room, you're looking at the past performances as well. No one wants to get into a speed duel. And sometimes when that happens, guys take back, someone gets loose on the front end.
Post-parade coming up for a race that's going to kick off this early pick 4. And we'll start with Win for Gold, one of the many speeds in here, Kendrick Carmouche from the inside.
This guy has to be going from the inside. You know Kendrick will. The problem is he has things his own way, and he still doesn't seal the deal, and it feels like it's not going to be his own way, but the rail could help.
Sugar Gray Leonard, he'd love a hot pace up front. Luis Saez aboard.
Yeah, I think Louis being aboard, maybe this horse will be a little bit more forward today, but needs to break out of the gate. Can't get completely left. Needs to be somewhat attached with the field.
More potential speed with Tommy Gun. Manny Franco rides.
He was actually the one of the speed types I wanted to use here because he did rate a little bit last time, and I thought maybe if he tucked into the pocket, he might be the one to take advantage of the trip of the speeds.
East Coast Girl, really quick fractions last time out against a horse who came back and ran a 102 Buyer in another win.
Yeah, and this is Carlos David and Junior Alvarado. Carlos takes over the training. I'm with you, Greg. I think this horse is going to blast out of there and see how far he can go.
Talkin' Pharaoh, and this is the 3-year-old we showed you in that win, taking the blinkers off last start.
If you feel he can rate and win, then maybe you want to bet on him. In my opinion, he probably can't, but he does draw the outside post among the 4 main speeds.
Arad Ortiz Jr., he's showing up on Isitude, who can benefit from a hot pace.
Here's a horse 3 starts ago was 80-1 at Keeneland, then got the job done on the drop at Churchill, then came right back and ran a really nice race behind Hocus last time out.
And Charlie 5-0 coming out of a pretty tough $25,000 claiming race last start.
I agree, and he was claimed by Rudy off a trainer that doesn't win a high percentage, and this is a trainer that people have had success claiming from. I think he's a bit of a wild card in here.
Big price on the outside as we're 3 minutes to post here in this second race coming up. Win for Gold, JK, taking a look at Kendrick, and we know what his plans are here with this one horse.
Absolutely, you know Kendrick's going to send away from there, and look, it's not so much that it's like that's Kendrick's only move. Kendrick can do a lot of different things, but when you have a speed horse and you're drawn on the rail, you kind of only have one option, right? Send away from there. You don't want to take this horse back, take away that weapon, and sit in behind horses. I think you want to try to send them away from there, hope they let you go, hope that you can clear and you are the speed of the speed. The inside wasn't a bad place to be yesterday, and this horse is drawn down on the inside, and according to the first race, the way that Pirate ran, I think you could argue the rail isn't a bad place to be here today as well.
Gary, when you're riding, you see a race like this, and it looks like there's all these speeds. How would you approach it?
Well, you're licking your chops is what you're doing. You're hoping that somebody doesn't clear. Jonathan just talked about Win for Gold. He's fast. So is East Coast Girl. They're both very fast. So if I'm on Sugar Gray Leonard, I'm going to let him fall away from there. You know, he laid close last time out, but he was going 7/8 of a mile, and it took until all the way at the end of the race for him to get into contention and runs fourth, get speed of length. It wasn't that hot a pace that day. So you're looking for a 22 flat, I don't know if they'll go 22 flat, but you're hoping that 4 of them hook up, the 4 speed horses. But I think it's going to be 2 sets of horses. I think it's going to be Win for Gold. You're going to an East Coast Girl. Then there's going to be 2 more, and he'll probably be laying 5th. Hopefully he's not too far away at the 3/8 pole. I want to get my horse running at the 3/8 pole.
Let's go trackside to Maggie.
We'll check in with some other horses who really want to be forward. I don't know if they're quite fast enough to secure that early leading spot from the 1 horse in here, Win for Gold. But they're 2 horses that just look a lot different from when the last time I saw them, and that includes number 3 in here, Tommy Gunn, a New York bred for Mike Maker. Look, he won off the bench in that maiden 30 because he was just better than those horses. I really don't think he looked that fit that day. Then he comes back in a decent A other than for New York breds. I am concerned wholeheartedly that he needs the lead for his best, but he looks so much more fit than what he did 2 starts ago that I think there is that forward improvement with him where he could be faster, he could run a better race, and he's warmed up really well, moving very well beneath Manny Franco. Now, East Coast Girl, he'll make a trainer change to Carlos David. He was always one that carried a lot of weight, just a very burly type of horse. Well, he is so lean now. I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing. Not that he looks bad, he just looks really different. Now, he is a very fast horse, too. I think he's probably the fastest along with Win for Gold. But we do have a late scratch as number 6, Isitude. I thought that was probably a good call. The way he was acting just wasn't quite right either in the paddock. So Isitude will be a late scratch upon advice of the attending veterinarian. So take out number 6, Isitude. But East Coast Girl, dynamically, totally up against it. We'll see. I don't know how to take the fact that he's so much more lean than what he was in his previous efforts. And then you have the Rudy Rodriguez claim, Charlie 5-0. Traditionally, when you claim off of lower profile connections, sometimes they kind of are what they are. There isn't that forward an improvement that you can get from a horse that a lot of times you anticipate doing because you're claiming from a lower profile, lower percentage barn to a higher percentage barn. But as Andy said, people have had success claiming off these connections, and Charlie 5-0 is moving better behind. In his last few efforts, I just noticed he was really kind of stiff and took him a while to warm up, and he jogged off really nicely, very evenly, good push from behind, which I hadn't seen in his previous efforts, as Rudy will apply a very short-cut cheater blinker to him today, first off this claim. Greg?
And for those of you who may have played this pick 5 and unsure on what happens here with a scratch of a horse later on in the sequence with the 6 Isitude, if you had the 6, you will now receive the favorite as a result of that scratch.
Also the pick 4 as well, even though it's the first leg, you also move the post-time favorite in the pick 4.
The Constellation Double as well.
Constellation Double. It's hard not to see his pace developing. I think one of the things about this race will be interesting, Paul, and everybody, is how does the rail affect this race? Do we have the same track like we saw for the second half, if not all the card yesterday, where the rail was an advantage? Is the pace going to mitigate that? It's kind of interesting to see, and maybe the 1 plays a role. I still like the favorite, but I worry his trip could hurt him a little bit about the rail.
No, I'm with you. And I think the 1 is the dangerous horse in here. I get it. There's some speed of the speed, but Kendricks can read a situation. But this horse has got some gate speed, and I think is the one that can lead him to the top of the lane. Jonathan makes a really good point. Sometimes the speed of the speed is what you want. Now the 6 is out of here. You got 1 horse that can really pass horses.
And look, we talk about the rail being good. It's the best way I try to explain it to new players is think about a beach. And when the sand gets a little bit wet, it's easier to walk on that than a dry part. It's not that pronounced on this racetrack, but it's the idea that the inside might be an easier place for these horses to be. Kendrick is a very, very aware rider when it comes to any biases developing. He's always been really good about that.
Yeah, and the other thing is, it's not just being on the beach, running on the beach. It's the fastest way around the racetrack. If it's even all the way across the racetrack, you save ground, you're supposed to benefit from it.
And Kendrick on that inside post already to begin with on Win for Gold, one of several speeds in the race. Who will be the quickest of the quick in a race loaded with speed? It's time for race 2. Let's go upstairs to Frank Miramati.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Talkin' Pharaoh gets the first call. East Coast Girl is flashing sharp speed. Win for Gold comes through along the inside. And now it's Win for Gold and East Coast Girl. 1-2 to the half-mile pole. 3 lengths back, Sugar Gray Leonard moves up inside Talkin' Pharaoh. They're followed by Tommy Gunn with 7 to make up. And the trailer is Charlie 5-0. 21-3. They are moving right along on the front end. It's Win for Gold at the rail and East Coast Girl. No breathers here. Then it's Sugar Gray Leonard and Talking Pharaoh, third and fourth. Talking Pharaoh takes third on the outside, trying to make some headway. A big gap to Tommy Gunn and Charlie 5-0. Win for Gold shrugs off East Coast Girl at the top of the stretch, leads it by 3 lengths. Sugar Gray Leonard and Talkin' Pharaoh. Talkin' Pharaoh continues a stellar rally and is up to take the lead inside the 8th pole. Win for Gold softened up, followed by Sugar Gray Leonard on the outside. It's going to be Talkin' Pharaoh. Talkin' Pharaoh wins it by about 3 lengths. Photo for second got very close between Win for Gold and Sugar Gray Leonard. Tommy Gunn a distant fourth.
Win for Gold, East Coast Girl. They were throwing down some serious heat early on in this race. Talkin' Pharaoh comes and gets them. Back-to-back wins now for this Linda Rice runner.
Yeah, and Jose made sure that he didn't get any part of that. Rode a smart race. He was just cruising on the outside of Sugar Gray Leonard around the turn, just bided his time. He knew the race was going to fall apart. Listen, you can sense when they're rolling out in front of you and going, I guarantee you he knew that they went sub 22, and he probably went 22 flat, 22 and 1, and he was loaded when he came into the stretch.
Yeah, look, one of those races where the pace developed. They hooked up on the front end. And look, the 1 Win for Gold rate extremely well considering the fractions, but the 5 Talkin' Pharaoh with Jose Ortiz just worked out a better trip.
Well, we got a hot pace, guys, with these top 2. In the end, it's Talkin' Pharaoh who does show he can come from off the pace to win.
No, that's the key, Greg. He showed he could rate in this race and ran a terrific race in getting it done. But I got to tell you something. He didn't win the race, but he won he ran some race, Win for Gold, surviving that pace.
Yeah. I think the disappointment was Sugar Gray Leonard, who got the same setup. But you go back and you look at the form, and sometimes you look. Talkin' Pharaoh took the blinkers off last time, showed speed, and the blinkers off again, was just able to rate and, you know, was the widest of all and kind of just outfooted Sugar Gray Leonard, who was on the grind. And you're right, Andy. The 2 never got the 1. Win for Gold was really game here for second.
No, and I agree with you about Sugar Gray Leonard, and we both picked him. He did not run well at all in this race, and he could not have gotten a better ride and trip under Luis Saez.
Jose Ortiz, the victory for Cloud9 Stable. Linda Rice, coming off her 4th consecutive win on the NYRA circuit with a training title, continuing to produce victories here in upstate New York. Steve Asmussen as maybe the most impressive 2-year-old we've seen this year to this point, who's going to line up in the Sanford later on this afternoon. Gold sweep off a dominant win in the Tremont will be a heavy favorite to come.
Welcome to the Adelphi Racing Club experience. Take ownership of stakes-winning thoroughbreds like Funny How, racing at the highest level circuits.
Funny How is in front. It's Funny How who's up by 3 lengths, approaching the 16th pole. It's all Funny How. Funny How, Katie Davis more than amused. Funny How wins the Broadway.
Contact us online to get a taste of the Adelphi difference and come hang with us this Saratoga meet.
Just because your day at the races has ended, that does not mean your night is over. In the city of Saratoga Springs, there's no shortage of quaint cafes, beautiful restaurants, amazing parks, and nightlife that goes on and on and on. This city captivates visitors year after year with its charming and picturesque aesthetic that comes alive in the summer months. Strolling through the streets, you'll encounter intricately detailed historical homes surrounding a vibrant and bustling downtown area. Here you'll find some of the best restaurants in town, unique boutiques, art galleries, and inviting outdoor cafes. Lastly, you gotta check out a show at the Saratoga Performing Arts Center. Better known as SPAC, it's an incredible outdoor music venue, and there are great shows all summer, including Zac Brown Band, Guns N' Roses, The Chicks, Eric Church, and more. For everything you need to know about planning your summer getaway to the races, visit americasbestracing.net.
Now, the racing's the thing here in Saratoga, but so many other great things all around this incredible town here in upstate New York. Our program brought to you in part by America's Best Racing as we take you down Broadway in downtown. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Race 2 in the books. Jose Ortiz on Talkin' Faro for Linda Rice, who just wrapped up that Belmont Spring Summer meeting. And this one she claimed a start ago, and since the claim, back-to-back wins for this barn.
Yeah, and he showed a new dimension today, showed that he could rate. It was the perfect setup for him to see if he would rate. He actually enjoyed it, finished up strong. And the thing is, your favorite, he was head-and-head with this horse going around the turn with the winner. And that was kind of taking him out of his game. So he did well to finish third. You know, he didn't get a chance to run his type of race today, but the winner, that was a great performance by him.
Yeah, the pace developed, and a lot of times that doesn't happen. It did today. We talked about it. Win for Gold ran extremely well. The 2 Sugar Gray Littered, in my opinion, didn't run that well, and the backside was down on the inside. And if you think the inside is good, he was supposed to run better off of that show.
22 races run at the meet now, and 9 of them won by the Ortiz brothers. Race 3 on the turf at 1.16 maiden special weight in what looks like a wide open race coming up. And the story coming in today, we had some heavy storms, brief but heavy, a couple of nights ago, and could have left this turf course in soft condition, which would have been big for the Diana. With more on that, let's go to Maggie.
Yeah, and we are labeled as firm as I am standing on the Mellon course right now, Greg, where the Grade 1 Diana will take place. Now, the third race, it will be on the inside turf course. Now, the rain that we had the previous night, it came down hard and fast. And I feel like when that happens, we don't see the turf courses affected as much. You know, the rain doesn't really soak into them. It'll tend to more run off. And of course they took races off yesterday because they wanted to keep these courses as pristine as possible, especially for a Grade 1 and a Grade 2 today. So, and 2, it's early in the meet. We don't want them beat up. We have to do, 38 more days of racing on these courses. So if you want to look here, I am sacrificing my iPad pencil and just you go in maybe just the tip of my pencil here. So there's really not that much cut in the ground. Now, of course, I'm not a 1,000-pound horse where they're going to get in a little bit more, but I really think this is on the true side of firm today, and that bodes well for the favorite in Italian coming up in the Grade 1 Diana, Greg.
Maggie, great report there. It certainly does, because Chad Brown had said, I'm not sure she's as effective with too much give in the ground. Feels she could handle a little bit of weather, but if it's that firm, that's good news for an Italian.
Yeah, and if that pin only went in that far, it's real good news for her. That's about perfect kind of cut and ground.
Should we assume she's going to be able to do her thing on the front end?
Well, you can never assume anything in horse racing, but you can look for, I would say the chances are very good that you're going to see her do her thing from the front end.
Yeah, I mean, I love seeing that from Maggie. Yes, we've had some rain, but keep in mind, they water this turf course every day. So when it rains, they just skip the watering, and it's basically the same thing. Now, we will have some heavy rain possibly tonight, and that could change things for tomorrow, but I think the grass is going to be just fine.
Yeah, and, you know, I had a lot of people when I was walking out last night that were upset. They said, why did they take all those races off the turf course? They're running on a brand new turf course. Well, that's exactly why they did take them off yesterday. We've got pristine turf course, 2 turf courses that are pristine right now. I had all year to rest and get good for the season. 40-day meet, we were only into the second day yesterday. It's when it is soft that the horses get into it, chew it up, big divots come flying out, and we don't have this kind of turf course that we do today. And we've got to make this turf course last throughout the meet because of the number of turf races we do run.
And even though that storm was brief, you had said over 1.5 inches of rain when it did come down.
Yes.
Well, we're going to be on the turf in this third race coming up, but later today we're going to see some star 2-year-olds and maybe the most impressive 2-year-old we have seen to this point. You're not, Jonathan, supposed to be able to run as fast as Gold Sweep did this early in your career in the Tremont.
No, not at all. But here's the thing. Steve Asmussen, when he gets a good one, he can keep them good, and he can keep them progressing. I thought Gold Sweep was a knockout in this race, and I'm very excited to watch him run here today.
Got to see what he did coming into the stretch. He's just absolutely galloping right now. He gets shaken up a little bit, and he comes with the right answer right now. And watch his ears the last little bit of this race. He just starts butterflying them back and forth, and that tells you that he's got a lot of ammo left in the gun right now. Ears straight forward as he gallops through the finish line, wins by 9 lengths.
And as you see, I mean, nothing really even asked. The majority of this stretch here, he did it so easily as well, which leads you to believe there's even more in the tank for Gold Sweep. Steve Asmussen, his Hall of Fame trainer, says he has trained forwardly since that performance, which is a scary proposition, guys, for the rest of this field in the Sanford.
Yeah, if somebody said one of an Italian and Gold Sweep was going to lose today, I personally think it would be an Italian because I think that horse is a very, very impressive horse. The Kelso's an interesting race today, and much like the second race, and hey, it developed, there's a lot of speed. Now, that's not going to help Big Everest, who's been one of the most opportunistic horses I've ever seen. But whatever happens, Annapolis won't get compromised. He is a horse, though, that manages to get a lot of perfect trips.
He does. And he had the one bad trip he had was in the Breeders' Cup Mile, but at that time he had won 2 in a row, 3 of his last 4. You know, he won the Saratoga Derby Invitational. He's done some good work on the racetrack, and he's a 4-year-old colt that has run well here at Saratoga, Andy, and that's the key.
Well, the one thing, a little bit of a concern, he was supposed to run the poker back in Belmont on Belmont Stakes weekend. He, I guess, had a fever and he missed the race. But the fact he's coming back this quickly suggests it really was just something very, very minor. The thing about it is, the pace does look like it has to be quick. Midday Image has to go, and Florent Drew does great speed horses. That compromises Big Everest. Filo di Ariana has a lot of speed as well. But Annapolis has a good inside post, and he has enough speed that if it isn't quite as fast, he won't be compromised, and that's a potential problem for his chief rival, the second choice in the morning line, Casa Creed. His talent is of no doubt. He's a better horse going shorter around one turn with his closing kick, but he won our Grade 1 4-star Dave here last summer.
Yeah, I would argue that he's maybe a better closing spinner, but he can get the mile here at Saratoga. He loves this racetrack. 2 wins and 2/3. I thought his effort in the Jaipur was very, very good, especially coming off that layoff. This is him winning the 4-star Dave last year. Listen, he is a talented kind of horse that always brings his game. And if Annapolis gets in a little trouble, he'll come rolling late. You know, in his last race, too, in the Jaipur, he was a tiny bit washed out. He lost to Caravel and Big Invasion, both who were very good.
Super, though.
He ran giant.
He
So
was wide. He had to move early. He's no
today.
pace.
Yeah.
I still think he had such a great trip in the 4-star Dave. Worries me a little bit a mile. I think it's between those 2 horses, guys. There are some other players, though. Perhaps there'll be an upset.
Meanwhile, this third race coming up, that is our current favorite, Vanished. The pilot, the only man not named Ortiz to win a riding title here in the last 8 years. That will be Luis Saez, won this riding title back in 2021, and he challenged Ramon Dominguez's meet record of 68 wins that season. We'll be back.
Independence Hall is hands down one of the most impressive horses I've ever seen physically.
Independence Hall is pouring it on here in the Nashua Stakes. Won by maybe a dozen lengths.
Independence Hall wins the Hagyard Fayette.
Race Lens is the most in-depth product in horse racing with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. Race Lens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
The Cross Country Pick 5 combines the best racing from New York with top races from around the country in one bet. Find it in your track menu and play this weekend. Races and free PPs posted at NYRA.com/crosscountry.
On the Park's 50-cent Win Early Pick 5 is one of the country's earliest Pick 5s, making it the perfect way to get your wagering day started. With a 12:40 post on weekends and 2 p.m. start on Fridays, the Win Early Pick 5 is home to six-figure pools and a low 15% takeout. Start your day winning early. Play Monmouth Park's Win Early Pick 5. Win early, win often.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back with you on Saratoga Live, and a tradition here in Saratoga Springs. Downtown window decorating contest, welcoming all the fans to the race meet season. And most of these shops get involved. Some of them go all out, getting you in the spirit of the race season. As we continue to kick off our opening weekend coverage, it is first and foremost about the horses up here in this special racetrack, but there's so much more else to do up here. Really special place to visit and spend your summer as we get set for this third here at Saratoga, mile and 16th on the inner turf in this maiden special weight. Let's go to Paul and Andy.
Well, there's a double whammy going on in the paddock right now as Paulie and I are both against the current favorite, the number 5 Vanished.
Yeah, and the only reason why is I was actually at Churchill Downs, and I get it.
We knew you were there. We had a camera following.
Yeah, she got beat first time out, and like this, when Todd Pletcher and these elite trainers like this get 3 clear in the stretch and they don't finish the job, it worries me a little bit. Now, you make a good point, Andy. The filly that beat her is a nice filly, and they were well clear of some of the other ones, but again, Todd's horses usually close the deal. Now they go back on the dirt at Ellis Park and kind of ran another even race as the favorite. So now you got 10 other horses running against her. I just think there's a lot of other options.
There's a lot going on in this race, and that's the point. He may be the speed in this race, or she may be, and maybe that'll help her. The one Isola ran back at a smaller French track, Fontainebleau, first time out. If you become a member of NYRA Bets, you can watch any of these foreign races, and I watched the race. This horse ran very well, and the horse that beat Brevet, is a Juddmonte, daughter of Frankel, that went on and has done a couple of good things at much tougher racetracks in her next couple of starts. And this horse apparently has been working with a horse that can run a little bit, and I got a feeling that Isola may be a very dangerous horse coming here and getting Lasix.
Well, I do love that the horse has been up here for a little while. Like you said, has gotten 4 works in, and Jack Sisterson's the kind of guy that when he pops them, they're ready to run, and they're getting bet. And this one is getting bet here at the window at 7-2.
Yeah, I thought this one was interesting. You also have a first-time star, Taciturn, for trainer Chad Brown. He's got a couple of runners in here, but Taciturn, to me, could be dangerous, a first-time starter with some real pedigree.
Yeah, I thought the 6 could be dangerous for Chad. Got some really good pedigree. And I also think the 9, because Chad is so good at horses coming off this long of a layoff, plus 180 days of making a kind of adjustment. And this horse is going to get Lasix for the first time, filly by Kitten's Joy. And Flavian Pratt joins aboard, obviously, at 11-1 with Flavian aboard. And sometimes you want to take the steeper Chad Brown. I think this horse could be live in a wide open race.
They improve a lot from their 2-year-old form. I think the 2 King's Secret, who had a big trip first time out, and maybe something went wrong last time in a live field. Greg, as Paulie was saying, there's a lot of options in this race.
Yeah, there really is. Yeah, going back to the 2 King's Secret, talk about a loaded race, as Andy said. Winner of that race won the Grade 3 Soaring Softly. runner-up, has won 2 straight, was 3rd in a stakes race for Todd Pletcher. You had Highland Graces come back and won 2 more races. Utilization rate, 2nd beat a neck, then came back and won. That was a loaded group.
Yeah, look, I think that's a great indicator. It's called, the key race idea, where when these horses that are running well out of races, it makes you feel a little bit more comfortable on a performance that you saw, and I think that's very important when you're here.
9 minutes to post here in this 3rd coming up. JK, we're going to put you on the hook here with a play.
Yeah, I like being on the hook a little bit here. I'm going to play a double. Dollar double. It's a $3 ticket. You can hit this repeat button as many times as you want. I'm going to use the 157 here into the 2 in Italian. I think the 1 makes a lot of sense. The 5 Vanish, I'm not totally against. I like tactical horses on the turf. I think when they can find that position forward, it can really kind of help them out. And the 7 Heavenly Appointed, another one that I thought was interesting. And then speaking of tactical turf horses, I'm going to single the 2 in Italian in the Diana in race 4.
Good luck to everyone playing that double. And that's, a lot of times what we do, and horse players try and create value in races. When you have a horse like an Italian, you think you can, there's never a lock in this sport, but you can key in on, try and create a little better price with the horse.
Yeah, I mean, it's a hard situation to make a lot of money on her in the win pool, right? I mean, she's going to be 2 to 5, if not shorter than that. I would imagine possibly shorter. But if you can kind of mix that opinion with another opinion, which I'm trying to do here in race 3, I think you can try to find a way to make some equity make a little sense.
Let's go to Maggie.
Let's talk about Isola here, who comes in from France. As Andy said, she ran very well. I liked the effort. She broke alertly that day and was quickly into hand while settling nicely just off the pace, kicked on well. She comes in here for Jack Sisterson and looks the part. She looks fit. She's dappled head to toe. I like the stretch out for her to the mile and a 16th. I think she's a legit player in this field. As we'll check in with number 2, King's Secret. I know there's some reasons to like this horse. Look, she took money in that second start in a loaded field where several of the horses have come back to win and run very well. She didn't know running that day. She stopped, hence the 4-month layoff. I can't recommend her here. She's 9-1 for very, very live connections, but she's not carrying her weight well. Her coat looks dull, indicates to me that she might struggle with bleeding or just may not be doing as well as she could, but obviously she has shown talent in the morning. Let's talk about number 7, Heavenly Appointed, who comes in from Delaware. She was out the back and wired that day by a gate-to-wire winner in Lusty. She kind of got bumped turning or mid-stretch and kind of knocked off stride a bit. She makes a great impression here for Grand Motion, who I feel like a lot of times his horses benefit and move forward from a start. She's engaged and eager here in the paddock. Look for her to get more forward position possibly from the onslaught with John Velasquez aboard, and then Taciturn for Chad Brown. As Andy mentioned, nice pedigree, fits really well with the conditions, is aggressive in the paddock. It's like the light bulb's already on for her and not acting like a bewildered first-time starter. So she looks ready to rock and roll, Greg.
All right, Maggie, thank you. Coming down Champions Way, getting set for our post-parade coming up. And what looks like early on the most wide-open race of the afternoon so far, with the Grade 1 Diana to come next early on. The first Grade 1 of the meet on this Saturday card. Murat Ortiz Jr. and those Claravit Stable Silks just moving through your screen. And we'll kick things off with Isola, whose debut came in France.
Extremely live on the board. Another thing I like about this horse, been working on the turf last 4 starts here at Saratoga.
King's Secret, the filly coming out of that loaded race in which she was favored for Brendan Walsh.
Yeah, daughter Kingman here. I think actually she might push from the gate here with Tyler Gaffney. She's had 2 beginnings that have not been very good out of the gate.
James Bonbarn with a first-time starter with Manny Franco.
Yeah, another one who worked on the turf last time, has been entered 3 times, finally going to get to run.
Start number 2 in the turf debut for this Kenny McPeak filly, Paris Style.
Like most Kenny McPeak horses, they kind of just run around the racetrack first time out. He usually gives them a start. This horse has some decent works over the Saratoga turf track.
Vanish showed speed on the lawn in her debut. Expect that again today.
A tactical runner for an awesome trainer in Todd Pletcher. I expect this horse to be forward, and I expect this horse to run well.
Chad Brown, first-time starter, daughter of Tappet, Taciturn.
Yeah, you would think this horse is actually dead on the board, especially when you have Irad Ortiz and Chad Brown teaming up at 6-1, or now 7-1.
There's heavenly appointed Graham Motion, one of the 3 JK used in the double.
Yeah, look, I think this horse ran extremely well last time at Delaware, and I look for this horse to take another step forward. I'd like to see him break a little bit cleaner, be a little bit more forward.
No Delhi, second time for Bill Mott. Did start to run late in that debut.
Yeah, you're right, Greg, and was really way behind after the start. Just sort of dropped and just laid way back and just made a run. I think it was an education first time out. This horse might improve.
Another Chad Brown filly who faced some tough customers last time out.
Yeah, this horse just doesn't have very fast numbers. It's a little bit of a concern, and any Chad Brown runner is always going to be a little bit overbet. I think the horse should be a bigger price than 11-1.
Epic Miss Justice, Kelly Breen trains, Joel Rosario rides.
Yeah, this one for Epic Racing, and a horse that did run a nice little race at Monmouth. We'll see how it transfers to Saratoga today.
And best performer to the outside has faced some tough company as well.
Yeah, another one that seems a little bit live on paper, but is drawn in the 11, is going to come from off of it, and is likely to lose a significant amount of ground.
Back to Maggie.
Here with trainer Jack Sisterson, who will send out Isola for her stateside debut, Jack. And she's one that ran very well in France first time out, albeit over heavy ground. What has she shown you in her training, and what do you expect from her today?
Very professional, Maggie. The day she came, she was very forward in her training, and that sort of it made our job very easy. We didn't have to, retrain sort of the American style. And like you said, she ran heavy ground, and she sort of showed a quick turn of foot just to be only ran down a very, very good Frankel colt. And it was actually Stephen Hillen that recommended the filly, and she came here, and she's small, but she's beautiful, very athletic, and she put on a little bit of weight, and she's really transitioned well to America.
And how do you think, is there an adjustment period? She's coming off, a 4-month layoff or so. Is there often a longer adjustment period for these international horses, or is that just, for her because she has been so forward and pliable in her training?
In this particular filly, Maggie, she was bought for Saratoga, so, the ownership group, and thanks for them, we're standing here, give her the time to, transition in, and like I said, very professional, great attitude, and there is times you want to run them quick off the plane, and then this time situation we want to wait for Saratoga.
Well, Jack, wishing you the best of luck. Thank you so much for your insight.
Thank you, Maggie.
All right, Jack Sisterson sending out Isola here, Greg. She looks like one that could adjust to American racing very well, as she's been pointed to this spot.
Jack Sisterson spent a lot of time under Doug O'Neill, won a couple of Kentucky Derbies, and a very successful trainer now in his own right.
Yeah, he does a good job, and such a good guy. Fun to hang around with, great sense of humor, dry sense of humor, and a good horse trainer.
Had one of the bigger upsets we've seen here at Saratoga the last few years when he had a filly beat Midnight Bisou.
I forgot about that. He sure did. Yeah, no, I think Jack does a great job. Look, I'm not crazy about the price I'm getting on this horse. I thought we might be able to sneak in a little bit. It seems like the word is kind of out. I think this horse will end up working out a great trip, though, on the inside. If they can just get clear, should be able to save some ground.
So start number 2 for this import for the Jack Sisterson barn. As we move to Heavenly Appointed, that 7 horse for Graham Motion, was trying to run down. The filly was on the front end, went gate to wire in that race, and actually did get slammed, Heavenly Appointed, by the filly to her inside late in the race.
Yeah, but take a look. She's leaning in. Jock's got his stick in his left hand and actually sits, and yeah, the inside horse comes out, but she's lugging in. She kind of created her own problem. She continues to want to lean in. Matter of fact, in the trouble line, that's what it doesn't state that, but it just says bumped late, but just keep that in mind. It looked like she was wanting to lean in a little bit to me, but I like the race for a first-time starter, and she should improve off of it.
Paul, Andy, I mean, these are the kind of races we love here at Saratoga, wide open with a lot of opportunities.
Yeah, I want to talk a little bit more, and I agree about the 2 in this race, King's Secret. The horse would have, in all likelihood, won first time out had she not been completely sawed off in the stretch. Now, how good that field was remains to be seen, but she still should have won first time out, which you don't see often from Brendan Walsh. The next time she ran an extremely good field, extremely good, with a slow pace, but she was bad. She's happy on utilization rate, ran 4th or 5th, and has come back and won subsequently. That was a Chad Brown firster. But maybe something went wrong, Paulie. We haven't seen the horse now for over 4 months. And she ran well in her first start. She could run well fresh. And she's a horse who's a price in here. And I think she, along with the 6 Taciturn, might be your potential value plays in here.
I agree with you. I do think the 2 is live in here. And you know, in her last race, she did veer out, take out half the field. And I think Tyler sort of said, you know what, let's just ease up on her a little bit. But I just love the drill at Turfway Park. That's a fast drill out of the gate, 47. And Brendan Walsh is not shipping up here to Saratoga for fun. The guy flat out can train and is a great turf trainer, and you're getting a very good turf rider. So, and I agree, this is the 6, a little chilly on the board. You don't really see Chad chilly on the board, 6 and the 9.
There's so many horses to bet. I mean,
Yeah.
you can only bet so many of them. And with the 1 taking as much money as she is, and I like Isola, but I got to be honest with you, I'm not betting her at 5-2. I think 5-2 is way overboard. I feel like I'm one of many. And in horse racing, when you're betting, you want to be one of the few, not one of the many.
And no secrets usually here at this racetrack. Word gets out, and word must be out that Isola has big ability for the state's debut coming up. That was on a heavy, a turf course labeled heavy for that debut as well.
Yeah, and for one to quicken up like she did, she should really like the firm ground. And I got a feeling that's one of the reasons that they purchased her, that she can run on firm and the heavy.
Europeans come over here usually for a couple of reasons. One or the other. One, they want firm ground, which she's going to get here compared to what she had last time, or they might need LASIK. She's getting both of those things today.
And she's the 5-2 favorite as we get set for this 3rd here from Saratoga. There's Y Waste Words stepping in for the James Bond barn, Manny Franco, and Vanish the 5, no longer the favorite. Todd Pletcher and the always aggressive Luis Saez in the irons, showed speed in that debut on the grass, and there she is, first time out. We expect to see that again here. Let's go upstairs. Frank Miramati, the call.
Thank you, Greg. Last couple left to load into the gate. And now we're just waiting on best performer to the outside. Going in. They're in the gate. And they're off. Vanished comes out very smoothly, as does King Secret along the inside. Heavenly Appointed is up and on the pace, so is Taciturn, along with Ola Gata. So they move into the first turn, and it's Vanished, taken in hand, but now some pressure coming from Best Performer on the outside with those white blinkers, and No Delhi is just behind them in 3rd. They're followed by Heavenly Appointed, who's racing in between horses in 4th as they round the first turn. Ola Gata is on the outside, about 5 lengths off the lead. The opening quarter went in 24 and 2/5 seconds. Why Waste Words in the blue colors is next, 2 clear of the gray, who is Paris Sile as they swing on to the backstretch. Taciturn, who broke well, is now toward the back of the field with Isola. So they run down the backstretch, and it is Best Performer on the outside and Vanished 1-2. No Delhi is just behind them in 3rd. Ola Gata on the outside. King Secret is at the rail. The half went in 50 seconds flat as they move toward the far turn. Heavenly Appointed is next, racing on the inside of Epic Miss Justice, and just behind them comes Why Waste Words, who's 5 lengths off the lead. Paris Style is next. Taciturn about 8 lengths off the lead. Isola has trailed throughout. Best Performer takes the lead, rounding the far turn. 3/4 went in 1 minute 15 and 2/5 seconds as the field turns for home. Best Performer is just in front, Vanished along the inside. In the center of the course, Epic Miss Justice is finishing with some interest now, trying to get to this front-running Best Performer in the final 16th. In between them, No Delhi is fighting on very gamely too. No Delhi in between horses. At the rail, Best Performer digging in. On the outside of them comes Epic Miss Justice, and a late run from Why Waste Words. Photo finish! Epic Miss Justice held off a flying Why Waste Words. King Secret was in the mix late too.
Epic Miss Justice, Joel Rosario trying to hold off a first-time starter at a monster price for the James Bond barn. Why Waste Words?
Yeah, and what a finish that was right there. And Joel Rosario doing his typical thing, saving the best for the last. And 3 horses banging down at the wire. He's in the middle right now. Actually on the outside, and then the 3-horse comes up on his outer. But looks like he gets his head down just before the wire. Yeah.
By maybe half a nostril. 23-1 on Epic Miss Justice. 45-1 on the first-time starter. Why Waste Words?
Yeah, look, I mean, I hope someone out there's birthday is October 3rd. or March 10th and you boxed it. I mean, look, the 10, when you look down on paper, you will realize that there was 3 horses out of that race at Monmouth Park that have came back and won. The 4th place finisher came back and won, the 5th place finisher came back and won, and the 6th place finisher came back and won in their next start. That's a key race.
Yeah, they won, but they won maiden claiming races at short prices. Listen, I don't think this horse should be 23 to 1. I didn't like him at all, and congratulations if you had him, and tough beat if you had the 3. But didn't the 11 best performer run huge here? They were moving up front, and let me tell you something. They can list the course firm. It is not firm. It is clearly good. Those kind of times are reflective of a good to yielding course, not a firm course. And boy, the 11, who ends up being 4th, he ran incredibly well, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. You know, it looked like a race down the stretch that nobody wanted to win. And I try to tell everybody, even at 45 to 1, you just cannot throw James Bond horses out here. His horses run so well here. But Epic Miss Justice was just on the grind. I looked at you, is the 10 going to get there? Then the 3, the 2 King Secret with Tyler Gafflin was looking for room. He could not find any room because Best Performer just kept on moving forward, but take nothing away from Epic Miss Justice. Got there just in time. Why waste words, Greg? Almost got her at the wire. Here's one more look, Andy, in. You know, at this point right here, you're thinking, okay, the 11's going to hold. Then the 10 starts to grind. And then all of a sudden, I don't know if they're stopping or the 3's moving the best. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think it's a combination thereof. You're right about the 2. The 2 was also relatively close to the pace. Never got that clean run, but I'm not that excited about going forward. The other thing I would say about this race, for future reference, when 5 horses hit the wire together, it's usually an indication that it wasn't that strong a race because in all likelihood, 5 horses didn't run incredibly well.
One of the better exactas you may see this entire year in our sport. 23 to 1 over 45 to 1. It is the 10 Epic Miss Justice for Kelly Brain, Joel Rosario.
If you hit the trifecta, you hit the superfecta. You go have a nice dinner.
Go buy a nice property at Saratoga Springs. Here she is in Italian. 4-time Grade 1 winner. She's going to be a heavy odds-on favorite to repeat in the first Grade 1 of the meet. The Diana coming up next on Saratoga Live.
Grade 1 winner and track record setter Lee. Like their sire, his runners have excelled on both dirt and turf, including these standout performers.
Poppy Flowers putting in a late burst here. They come for the finish. Here is Nagarok, who takes off. Nagarok will roll. Nagarok.
Out of a Galileo mare, this dual surface star has sired juvenile stakes winners on both dirt and turf. Lee, standing at Claiborne Farm.
How do you become the gold standard in racing partnerships? One horse, one partner, one victory at a time. Congratulations to all our partners who have made West Point the gold standard for the last 3 decades.
Back on Saratoga Live at the premier meet in the country. Opening weekend coverage continues here on FS1. It's brought to you in part by NauerBets, where you can play all the action. Go to NauerBets.com and bet any track, anywhere, anytime, including with us at Saratoga all summer long and beyond. Fans taking in a tremendous opening weekend and a great card. Some stars coming out here on Saturday. Terrific weather for this Saturday card, and we just got some early fireworks here in race number 3 with a 23-1 shot. Epic Miss Justice giving Joel Rosario his first winner of the meet.
Yeah, and I knew it wasn't going to take long for him to get it. We're 3 days into it. Strong finish, strong left hand right there, and patented Joel Rosario finishing up to just hold off the big long shot at 45-1.
I mean, and the favorites just didn't run at all. If you look towards the back of the field there, the 1, the 5, they're all back there.
The one horse, I was watching her on the head-on down the backside from the cable shot. She was leaning in, and she was leaning in all the way through the stretch. He was trying to pull her out coming into the turn. She was having nothing to do with it. She was just wanting to lay right on the wood.
Epic racing and an epic finish. $826 exacta for that 10-3 combination. Our ABR race of the week is next. It is the first grade one of the meets. One of the most coveted prizes for fillies and mares on the grass all year long. The grade 1 Diana, mile and 1/8 on the turf, $500,000 purse. And the brilliant In Italian opens up as a 1-5 favorite. She has won outside of the Breeders' Cup, where she ran terrific, by the way. Runner-up finish, beat a length. Take away that race, she's won 4 consecutive grade 1s.
Yeah, and it was a tough beat for her, but she's a great filly, and the filly that beat her in the Breeders' Cup, a very, very good filly as well.
She is overwhelmingly the one to beat. 3 stablemates will line up against her. Acacia Clement, she does more than we ever knew. She does everything, including help create the flower blanket for the Diana. It's a tweet she sent out the other day. What a terrific experience. Thanking Susan Spouts for joining in and being part of it. And there it is. Look at the finished product. Everybody wants it, but for 6 of the last 7 years, it has belonged to Chad Brown.
Something tells me that it's likely going to be at his barn in a few hours.
4 of the 5 entrants from Chad Brown's barn, including the 1-5 favorite. But we should talk about that. The only one showing up to try and beat him, Mark Cassidy with Fev Rover. Quick comeback for that mare. He's been good with quick comebacks. Got stormy, came back in a week's time, beat the boys actually, the 4-star Dave a few years ago. We'll talk more about it when we come back. Grade 1 Diana, our ABR race of the week, is coming up when we return on our Saturday coverage from here at Saratoga on FS1 right after this.
Introducing Giftbox, winner of the Grade 1 Santa Anita Handicap. He's a 3-time graded stakes-winning millionaire with 4 triple-digit buyers and a 4 Ragazin to his name. He proved himself early as a graded stakes place 2-year-old, and now his career as a stallion is just getting started. From the first crop of the leading sire Twirling Candy out of a multiple graded stakes producing mare. Giftbox, only at Lane's End.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with NauerBets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with NauerBets.
Speightstown. Munning. Echo Town.
It's Echo Town for Joe Talamo, and Echo Town raced away, and Echo Town is drawing away in the stretch. Echo Town wins the Allen Jerkin Stakes.
A sire line so prolific, it repeats itself. Echo Town.
$1,000 in the back. Thank you.
Oh, what a Preakness! It's National Treasure who gets the lead late.
$1 million in the back. Thank you.
Flight line, then full flight. Flight line, 20 lengths.
Flight line and a jaw-dropping, awe-inspiring Breeders' Cup Classic win.
The 102nd Saratoga Sale, August 7th and 8th in Saratoga Springs, New York. Where will you be?
Welcome back to Saratoga Live as horses are making their way into the paddock for the Grade 1 Diana. And I'm joined by the trainer who has won 7 of them in the past, including last year's with the favorite that he sends out here in Italian, Chad. An 80% chance of winning the Diana yet again. Now, it's the only sport where you're actually in a race, in competition against yourself. What are the feelings like for you, / how do you manage your human counterparts, the jockeys and the owners?
Yeah, it's a little tricky. You're first grateful and you have all these horses to run on this race. But I love giving them the opportunity to run. My clients know that. I don't like to deal with what ifs. If I was allowed to run and we didn't separate them, I could have won. I like them to settle it out on the track. 4 great jockeys, 4 really, really top horses. And I'm a little anxious to see what happens. And look, there's another horse in the race that's in good form. And at Saratoga, we know anything can happen.
That is the truth. As an Italian, she was the longest shot of your 4 last year. Now she's going to be a heavy favorite. Talk about the progression and how well she's done. She has a speed, but she also has gears.
She sure does. And she's a difficult horse to beat when she's in good form like she is right now, because she's got good early speed. She can make her own trips on the front, and she can kick home fast.
Chad, did the fractions of the last race, albeit on a different course, concern you at all for her, because you said that she would prefer it very firm?
Yeah, there's always a chance if it's a little too soft for her. Maybe it's not her best race. I think that she can handle it to some degree, but we'll have to see what happens.
Chad, wishing you the best of luck. Get to saddling.
Thank you. Got a lot of work to do.
He does have a lot of work to do. Saddling 4 here in this Grade 1 Diana, Greg.
He's going to be busy before this race even begins, and then probably very nervous to see what happens as it plays out, even with 4 of the 5 in the race. When you have one this good, I would expect there's never moments where you can sit back and relax. But In Italian has been special for him. Of course, Peter Brandt owns In Italian. He's had great success in this race over the last few years, and that success in this race began back in 1980 for Peter Brandt with Just a Game, who would go on to be named champion turf female of that 1980 season.
She's even got a race named after her.
The Diana, the Flower Bowl, Matchmaker, Orchid, the New York, Suwannee River, part of that incredible season that included this victory here. And now Peter Brandt, of course, has gone on to add a few more. Sister Charlie, back-to-back, 2018 and 19. In Italian last year, and a chance to repeat again. Not an easy thing to do in this race.
Yeah, it's a very important race for Peter Brandt. It's also a very important race for Chad Brown. So it works out well that they've had so much success in it, and they're looking to have a little bit more today.
7 for 11 in her career, first or second in 10 of her 11 career starts. And we'll go back to last year, not just a devastating performance, winning at 1 1/8, showing she can carry that speed 1 1/8. She set a course record doing it.
Yeah, Joelle Rosario was on her this day. She went the half mile in 45 and 4, the 3/4 in 109 and 2, and then kicks on, finishes up in the track record 145. It's an amazing race.
You know, she's one of those horses, you'll see from time to time that the faster she goes, I think it's better. Like if she goes out here and goes 49 to the half, I think that's not her best situation. I think the faster the better. Make the other ones chase you, use your weapon, and move quicker early.
And she has shown she has the ability to do just that. Let's look at the Diana by the numbers in this incredible race, named after the mythological goddess Diana, who many felt had the ability to talk to and communicate with horses. Some would say Chad Brown has that ability, what he's accomplished in this race. In Italian, looking to repeat off that course record in this one last year. The great Forever Together put together back-to-back wins in this race. One of 6 to do so. Of course, Chad Brown, 7 victories overall, I should say. 6 of the last 7 years he has won it. Most wins by an owner. Great Rokeby stable. Johnny V, the Hall of Famer. 1995 to 2019 spanning his victories. And the importance of this race to go on to championships, you saw right there. Diana Winners crowned champions, Rushing Falls back in 2020. For Chad Brown, what a race, what an important race in this division. Let's go to Maggie.
We'll start with in Italian as she looks to defend her title in this grade 1, Greg, and she is such the typical Dubawi physical. You know, they're very round types. They carry their weight and conditioning particularly well, and that's exactly what I'm seeing from her here today. And she has just that look of eagles that we often talk about with these horses, where she just is looking forward. She's looking through everyone and just is ready to get out there to do her thing. And she has developed. She's gotten bigger and stronger now as a 5-year-old. When horses typically do reach their peak physical and are fully developed from that physical standpoint. So I have nothing to say about her other than I will say, you know, the course, if there is a bit more give in it than I felt out there under my own weight, she is a heavier type. And so Chad Brown has every right to be a little bit concerned about that give because she's a heavier bodied individual. So, but all things looking good for her today. As number 3 is market segmentation. She did get to waltz on the front end, the grade 1 New York last time. She's not going to get to do that here, but she's obviously shown she can win from really kind of anywhere. She is prominent in her races, but she also has a gear. She just looks excellent. She looks like the other horse that's heading into this race in really, really good condition. She's the one that kind of immediately grabbed my attention and caught my eye here for Chad Brown. But let's take a look at one that doesn't have Chad Brown associated with their names, and that's number 1, Fev Rover. It was funny watching her last race in that grade 2 Nassau up at Woodbine. Patrick Husbands broke well, and then kind of rode her like he was galloping her, like just buried his hands in her neck, kind of sat up over her withers, as if she's one that can get aggressive. He wanted to keep her calm. She's been kicking the saddling stalls here in the paddock, otherwise has held it together nicely. Certainly one that's going to appreciate the give in the ground, though, and we'll see what she does. She can definitely kick home. Her last effort was a very good one, albeit at a mile. As we head over, guys, can anybody named other than Chad Brown win this race? Is there any interest in Fev Rover?
That horse, Maggie, and I think it's important to discuss her as well. So market segmentation based on doubles could be the biggest price of the Chad Brown. Okay, we'll look at the one, Fev Rover. Listen, I just give a lot of credit to Mark Casse for having the courage to run in here. Chad Brown ran 4 horses for 4 different owners in this race. It's the others that kept it from being a bigger field, but Mark Casse is never afraid to show up.
No, and I think this is a quality mare. Now, is she good enough to beat the other horses? I thought this was a very good effort. She stride away. It was over a yielding course. The time before that, she got in a lot of trouble. But so if you look at her form since she's come over here to North America and at Woodbine, she's run every race right there at the wire. It's just whether she can compete with these type of horses.
And she handled the yielding course last time, and make no mistake, this course, now it's a different one than the last one, so maybe it's firmer, but that course is good to yielding, the one we saw before. The number 3 market segmentation could end up being the biggest price of the Chad Brown runners based on doubles. Now, you don't know if it works out that way. And I think some are discounting. Listen, she had an absolute perfect setup last time. She was on the gold rail. She set a slow pace. But I think she's better going shorter. And isn't she going to be the one that's in closest attendance to Natalia? And do you really feel like if you beat her, you're going to be beating her from way behind? I think you're going to be beating her from a more forward position.
Yes, 100%. I think this is the horse that lays right behind in Italian. And I think, obviously, like Maggie said, got to walk on the front end and, you know, was able to finish. And you can see that this horse does finish and has shown that, you know, she can rate, too, at multiple racetracks. She's won at Gulfstream a couple times, Belmont. She's won at Aqueduct. She ran a bang-up race in the Endeavor, too, as well, when she kind of got in that speed duel that day. That was a weird kind of ride, but I think she needs a target in front of her. So even if in Italian's better than her, I think the trip will be right for her.
Fluffy Socks is one that'll be coming from the back. I mean, she does not have any early speed. She got a sensational ride from Irad Ortiz last time when she won the Distaff Turf Mile. And she's run some good races. She was second to technical analysis here last year. And you see Irad getting really excited. He bursts through horse and wins. Well, it's because he beat Tyler Gaffalione, who had kept him locked in the prior race with Goodnight Olive.
Yeah.
This was like the racing, right? You got me last time, I got you today.
Yeah, they start talking to each other right here at the line because Tyler locked him in on Goodnight Olive. You'll see him looking back at our Irad. You never see Irad get that excited, but yeah, he gave that horse an unbelievable ride. And this is a horse that can carry her racetrack. You know, she's 13 out of 17 in the trifecta. She's usually right there.
I hear you have a daily double play for us, Paul.
Yeah, I'm giving you nothing special here. I think it's just a cold double. I think an Italian's the horse to beat. But I'm going to take a shot with the 8 in the next race, Mariachi. I just think that Kendrick Carmouche, in his last race, kind of tried to rate the horse instead of just pushing towards the front. And I think with the outside draw, I think this horse can clear the field from the outside, not giving you much. The double's not paying that much. So maybe you want to punch this a couple times, Greg.
All right, good luck to everybody going after it. Post parade coming up shortly. 3 minutes away from the first grade 1 of the meet. And Javier Castellano right there, the only rider not riding for Chad Brown in this race. You can play all the action all summer long and beyond by getting signed up with NYRA Spot 200. That code to use for new members at sign up. The Ortiz brothers in your screen. Arad Ortiz in those forest and light green silks of Peter Brandt. And behind him, his brother in the Claravet stable silks for market segmentation. As we take a look at our lineup for our Fox Saturday schedule, we'll be on Big Fox 6 Saturdays during the meet. First of those coming up in the Coaching Club American Oaks on July 22nd. We hope to see you then. We begin our Diana Post Parade with Fev Rover, Mark Casse trains, Javier Castellano rides.
You got to have a lot of respect for Mark Casse showing with the horse. She's obviously going to have to improve to win it, but she's here taking on the four-headed monster.
In Italian, the defending champ of this race and a 4-time Grade 1 winner.
Yeah, you just said it. 4-time Grade 1 winner, the mare to beat in here and the mare to catch.
Her stablemate coming off a Grade 1 win, market segmentation.
She figures to be stalking the favorite, and the favorite does not run her race. She's the likeliest one to beat her.
2 more Chad Brown fillies and mares will round out the field. Those Fluffy Socks, multiple Group 2 winner.
Yeah, been off since May 6th, which was actually the almost Derby weekend, and is fresh for this race.
And a Juddmonte filly for Chad Brown, who's coming off a win in the Gallarat at Pimlico.
She's far and away the least accomplished horse in this race, but you could also say she's the one that has the most upside. She'll need it.
And Chad Brown has said of Whitebeam, she's always trained super, but coming into this training exceptionally well. 9-1 on the board as you look at the hardware awaiting the winner of this race. So let's go back to Whitebeam. There she is, Flavien Prat. One of the top riders in the sport will be aboard today, and here's a look at that Gallarat win.
Yeah, down on the inside that day with Irad Ortiz, and gets her a perfect hole right there, perfect opportunity, a little brush right in here, but she goes on about her business, accelerates very nice the last 1/8 of a mile or so. But look, she's going to have to move forward, you know, quite a bit to be able to win today. Not saying that she can't. She does have a lot of upside. She's only 4 years old, so only her 3rd race here in the United States after coming from France. So she's a nice filly, but she's up against it today.
She ran extremely well in there, and look, she arguably could be undefeated in the U.S. She got stuck in behind Evie Jets down at Belmont. At Aqueduct, where, you know, Evie Jets got loose that day. So the problem is she's about 10 to 15 points slower than in Italian. So even if she does take another step forward, it's going to have to be a massive step to catch an Italian.
Now, Paul Duque, you saw in the analyst selections. That was incorrect. Everyone going with an Italian in this spot. The odds-on favorite across the board. You know,
I do want to make another point about the one, Fev Rover. This horse in Canada has been running on Lasix. Lasix, a diuretic. Google it. I'm not getting into it. But it's a diuretic that these horses use. They don't use it here in this race. Mark Casse, and bringing a horse back quick in 8 to 30 days, switching off of Lasix, 1 for 43, 2%.
Something to consider. Let's go to Maggie.
Thanks. Greg, if anybody's beating in Italian, based upon appearances, I do think it's market segmentation, but White Beam is very intriguing. I mean, she easily handled that field last time out in the Gallerette, and it's not like she necessarily beat a weak field in that the second place finisher came back to win a grade 3. Maybe not the toughest one, but still did so, and the third place finisher came back to win as well in bipartisanship. But White Beam, she was underwhelming in the paddock, but she came to life out on the racetrack. She's an excellent mover, and now that she's third off that layoff, maybe she is just fittest, maybe she is just strongest as well. So I think she will improve as the distances get longer, despite this being the furthest that she's traveled so far in her career. I know she is by Caravaggio, who is more of a sprinting type of sire, but I do like what I see from White Beam today. I gotta say, I'm standing out here with the Diana blanket, and it is gorgeous. So the florist who makes our blankets here for the Naira grade 1s is just so talented, Andy. I would love to see you wearing this one day, Andy.
If you would steal it, you steal it, I'll wear it. How's that? I won't wear it out at night, but I'll wear it here.
I'm pulling a runner.
I'm looking forward to this race. The Diana has been one of my favorite races ever since I first started going to the track. And we were talking about it yesterday with all the winners and the great horses that have won it, great trainers and such. Glowing Tribute won this race. Her daughter, Glowing Honor, won the race. Her daughter, Wild Applause, won the race. It has so much history here. And the idea that Peter Brand has a chance to win back-to-back Dianas 2 times in the last few years is remarkable.
Yeah, and it's going to be very interesting how this plays out, Greg. And I just cannot picture Andy dropping down like James Brown and getting the Diana blanket draped over him.
Stranger things have happened. 1-5 favorite in Italian, trying to win a 5th grade 1 in the last 6 outings. Chad Brown has won 6 of the last 7 runnings of this race. He'll sound out 4 of the 5 runners. First grade 1 of the meet, the Diana. Frank Miramati, the call.
Rider is off, Fev Rover. Just working on number 1, Fev Rover, who's about to be backed out of the gate. Back to you, Greg.
So they'll back out Fev Rover. Thank you, Frank. Javier Castellano, you saw stepping off. He's going to let the gate crew do their work here.
Yeah, she was very, very upset in the starting gate and let her reset out here. And I'm sure they're not going to wait long once they get her into the starting gate. Hopefully she behaves, stands up, and they can get this race on its way.
She's back in, back to Frank.
Fev Rover's in, and they're off in the Diana. In Italian, as usual, breaks smoothly and takes command at once. White Beam taken in hand second. Fev Rover a little headstrong in third. Fluffy Socks already 6 lengths off the lead, and Market Segmentation is at the back. In Italian racing a bit off the rail as they move into the first turn, doing it very easily in the opening furlong. And it is In Italian, in control. Fev Rover on the inside second. And then a snugly held White Beam third. The opening quarter in 23 and 4/5 seconds. A gap of 6 to Market Segmentation and 4 more back to Fluffy Socks. They swing on to the backstretch. And it's Irad Ortiz Jr. on heavily favored In Italian. Cruising along. Has it by 2 lengths. Fev Rover has been a handful and is trying to get after this front-running favorite. White Beam third, still a gap of 5. Market Segmentation yet to do her best running. Has about 7 to make up and 2 in front of Fluffy Socks. 48 seconds flat for the half mile. In Italian, bounding along with Fev Rover and White Beam. Those two have been right together, second and third throughout. Market Segmentation starting to gather some momentum now within 4 of the lead. As In Italian now has to fend off White Beam, 1:11 and 4 for 6 furlongs. There at the top of the stretch. White Beam firing a big shot on the outside of In Italian. In Italian a length. White Beam on the outside. Market Segmentation trying to get by Fev Rover for third. Coming to the 16th pole. In Italian set down. White Beam trying to get her. In Italian ahead. White Beam. Big effort from Fev Rover in Italian. White Beam a final try. White Beaming in Italian in a photo finish in the Diana. Fev Rover a solid third. Chad Brown wins the Diana for the 8th time.
Not the way we expected it to happen, however. Wow. White Beam looked like she may have got in Italian here.
Wow is right. I mean, I don't know who got there. Chad Brown did win it, but we don't know who won it, John.
It's close. I mean, I know it looked like White Beam, but I think it's close.
I think White Beam might have got the nod there.
7-1 or 1-5. We know it's Chad Brown. We don't know with which filly, and it is White Beam, put up as the winner in a huge upset. The Graveyard strikes early here at the meet.
And that's the reason he put her in there. She deserved the chance, and he capitalized on it. She improved. She took that step forward, a big step forward. Tracking a great ride by Flavian Pratt. Just tracked the other mare, and wow is right.
Guys, just about everybody expected Chad Brown to win this race again. Few expected him to do it with White Beam.
And let's give a little credit to Mark Cassie's Fev Rover, who ran very well to be a close third. It was a race where nobody made up any ground, so the only way you had a chance to beat the heavy favorite was to sit close to us. Now, market segmentation figured sit second, broke a step slow, the 4 kind of bumped her, took her out of her game, but give credit to Flavian Pratt. He did what he does so well around here. He rode aggressively, he got position, and he put White Beam in that position, Paul, where if she was good enough, she could win the race.
Yeah, it's a tremendous ride by Flavian Pratt. And, you know, we give so many props to Irad Ortiz Jr. I think Jonathan hit the nail on the head. I get this. This might be a soft turf course. But when you have a horse like an Italian that's gone 109, 110, you got to flaunt your speed. You can't have somebody keep on hounding you. And, again, he did this yesterday with another horse. He had this horse in the center of the racetrack, and everybody keeps on thinking maybe the rail is dead. I get it on the turf course. I don't know why. But White Beam just beat him on the square, beat her on the square. You got to give Flavian credit. You got to give White Beam credit. And this is a giant upset. This can play huge in the early pick 5.
Yeah, this will absolutely blow it up after the last winner. Good luck if you're alive.
5-2, 1-3, 7-1 on White Beam. That's probably going to play a lot bigger than that with a 1-5 favorite.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. This pick 5 is just gotten really interesting. I'd imagine a ton of tickets singled in Italian.
Cheers to the breeder. Bred by Juddmonte Farms, homebred for Juddmonte. White Beam with a grade 1 win. Cheers to the breeder, brought to you by 3 Chimneys Farm.
Of the 4 Chad Brown entries, she was the only one that hadn't won a grade 1. So all 4 of them have now. What an achievement.
And it's just like last year. The biggest price, who was an Italian of his 4, winds up winning the race. Repeat here this year.
Yeah, look, we knew this horse was talented. Showed a lot of promise. Hadn't really run fast enough numbers to suggest that this was a possibility, but took a definite step forward. And Chad, as always, has a couple of good ones.
That man aboard, Flavian Pratt. I don't know if he could even move up more in the eyes of that man there, Chad Brown, but he probably does with this ride. He can do it all tremendously well. Stays close to the favorite and able to outduel that 4-time grade 1 winner to the wire to get a grade 1 victory. As Chad Brown now discussing things with Jose Ortiz, who was on market segmentation.
The thing I noticed the most, his biggest gift, Flavian I'm talking about, is he can be aggressive leaving there, but he can switch a horse off. He gets him where he wants him, and then he can put him to sleep and keep him in that contentious spot and then finish up again.
White Beam, stablemate of the odds-on favorite, outdueling the special filly who had a massive pace advantage. It's White Beam with the first grade 1 of her career with that man, Flavian Pratt, aboard for the win.
perfect day. There is no finer place in all of sports.
Nerves, excitement, and anticipation.
Than beautiful, truly stunning. For the Breeders' Cup World Championships.
Back with you on Saratoga Live. And one of the biggest upsets we may see all meet long. This was a big one, even though it was from the same barn. White Beam beating the brilliant in Italian in the Grade 1 Diana. Winner Circle lead-in brought to you by the 102nd Phasing Tipton Saratoga sale of selected yearlings on August 7th and 8th. Where will you be? Chad Brown actually said coming into this race, I want to avoid the what-if scenarios. And that's why he chose to run four horses in here. I'd rather run them, let it be decided on the track, not speculate what could have been, and it pays off here.
Yeah. Look, and if you have a grass horse, it's a Grade 2, Grade 1 bordering type of horse, you probably should have entered. You can't let one horse deter you.
Welcome to those just joining us on Bally SoCal San Diego, those already with us on our FS1 coverage. You're watching opening weekend coverage here on Saratoga Live, our first Grade 1 of the meet in the books, and a big upset in the Diana. Greg Wolf, Hall of Fame rider Gary Stevens, Jonathan Kinchin, the rest of the crew with us as well. And we're still trying to digest what just happened here in this Diana with a huge favorite with a huge pace advantage defeated in the Diana.
Yeah, when they hung the results of the photo up with White Beam, the winner, there was this big roar, and I think it was more of shock. I was in shock when they came into the stretch at this point right now, and I thought that In Italian was going to be able to hold her off, and then she starts, the winner starts surging again here, and what a magnificent effort.
Gary, I know it was a split decision when you're out there on these horses on their backs, but I think that there's a possibility that Irad didn't use the weapon that he had in Italian, going maybe a little bit faster. He kind of invited White Beam into the race, and she was able to kind of sit a comfortable trip right off of her. And when you lose by an inch, I guess you don't want to be overly critical, but I do wonder if maybe faster would have been better for her.
Yeah, I mean, I think he may have taken her best weapon away by going as slow as he did early on. It was sort of a merry-go-round out there. If you weren't in position, and she didn't kick on like she normally does today. I don't think horses can accelerate on this turf course today because of possibly the rain that we had. but for whatever reason, but I do agree with you.
$17.60 on White Beam. Maggie, moments ago, caught up with a winning rider.
Here with winning rider Flavien Prat aboard White Beam. And Flavien, it felt like you had a plan when you broke from the gate. Despite never riding her before, you used her forward position to turn the tables in Italian.
Well, she broke well and kind of naturally put me in that position. I didn't want to take anything away from the break and end up turning in our favor.
Be honest, did you think you were going to run down in Italian?
To be honest, turning form, I thought I had a chance. Then by the 8 ball, I said, well, I'll try to run second, and no, she digged in and get the job done, so it's great.
Perseverance by you and the horse. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
All right, pulling off the upset, Flavien Prat, as he does with White Beam today in the Grade 1 Diana, Greg.
Tremendous rider, and one of the reasons he came from the West Coast to the East Coast was because he'd be getting mounts riding for Chad Brown and be in that conversation at the end of the year for an Eclipse Award. Just such a talented rider.
He really is, and he also wanted to challenge. He wanted to come to what is considered the best riding colony in the United States as a whole, and improve upon himself. And the only way you improve, just like any other athlete, if you practice with good athletes, you're gonna better yourself. Well, he's working with the best that there is around. He's learning from them, and he's using a lot of his schoolwork that he's learned to his benefit.
We're going to head to Maggie now with two guys who are going to get to know each other a lot better very soon. Conference foes. Let's go to Maggie.
That's right. I don't know if they'll be friends after next year. Here with Chip Kelly and Ryan Day, coach of Ohio State, coach of UCLA. You guys are going to be playing each other next year as UCLA joins the Big Ten. How you feeling about that?
We're good. This is the last trip we'll take together. It's over after this one. We've been here every year for the last couple of years, but...
Well, you're no stranger to horse racing, Chip. You own horses. In fact, you boasted to me you're the owner of Wilson Q, who beat Gold Sweep, who's the heavy favorite in today's Sanford.
Yeah, Gold Sweep's a heck of a horse, and it was just ironic that that Wilson Q in his debut race on the same day with Gold Sweep beat him by a nose. But they're both really good horses, and I have nothing to do. I'm a part owner at all. Mick Cronin is the brains behind the whole operation.
Well, you did hit the exacta. Did you have it too here in this Diana, right?
I did not.
Why didn't you listen to Chip?
Well, I don't know. I should have. I made a mistake on that one, but that's all right. A lot of racing left to go.
Hey, how are you going to beat him when you guys play? Because Ohio State has been one of the best teams in the last 5 years in Big Ten.
So they're kind of like an Italian, and we're like Light Beam. So.
Boom!
No one will think we have anything to do with it, and we may sneak up on them.
Guys, the trash talking began here at Saratoga. Guys, thank you so much for presenting the trophy today.
You got it.
All right, back to you, Greg.
Two tremendous leaders there, two tremendous coaches, and there's going to be some fun battles we see coming up as UCLA switches conferences.
Those guys that love racing. I saw Ryan Day this morning at the racetrack. He was hanging around Chad Brown's barn, checking out that. I think he was here for about 4 hours, taking in the racing this morning at Saratoga.
Race 5, it's a middle pick 4 that starts here, sprinting on the dirt 6 furlongs. New York bred first allowance condition coming up. And Mariachi, lightly raced 3-year-old, is going to face older company in this spot. Could be primed for another win coming up.
It's a domineering display by the ultra-talented McKenzie. McKenzie in a dominant performance.
300 Wanda, 300,000. 275 medium, 275,000. 75 to get 75, 275,000. 250 Ralph now, 250,000. Here we get $200,000.
When it comes to horse racing, you can never have too much information. With Twin Spires, you can place your bets with confidence. Whether you use handicapping insights, like our Brisnet speed ratings, prime power and past performances, the guidance of our experts' top picks, or just choose a name that catches your eye. Yes! No matter how you pick your horse, bet with Twin Spires. Start earning your $200 sign-up bonus when you sign up with offer code GET200.
Precocity.
strategic speed. Some speed at 2, but can carry it on through their later careers.
Improbable, full of run. Improbable, now a Grade 1 winner.
It is a complete runaway, an authoritative run.
It's improbable to win the Whitney.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Visit NairaBets.com or download the Naira Bets app to get started. Paula Duke and Andy Serling here in the paddock, looking for this race. I know you like Mariachi quite a bit, the 8 on the outside, and he is the horse to beat.
Yeah.
And the obvious feeling is that he needed his first race off a layoff.
Yeah, he probably needed his race off the first layoff. You're right. And when you look at the numbers of John Kimmel, he's 43% 2 off over. And, you know, which means second race off the layoff. He's 5 for 7 so far this year. You know, this horse showed some talent in his second career start, Andy. Then last time, he might have got a little tired, but I just thought that Kendrick thought, let's try to rate him and see if he can rate as a 3-year-old. I think today they try to push towards the front end.
Yeah, I do too. I think he's the horse to beat. I have no problem with that. But I'm betting a little bit on G. Munning in here, who's making a switch to Chad Brown's barn. And this is a horse that started his debut out. Now, we're going to go back to November of 2021. And the obvious question is this G. Munning still a horse that can run in the racetrack? Because he looked like a future star, breaking his maiden with a 79 Beyer Fig, was an odds-on favorite at stake in his next start, and he has failed to deliver over and over and over again. He came back, changed barns to Saffie Joseph, ran creditably before disappearing again. He comes here as a new gelding. He's in Chad Brown's barn. He's a big price, and I think if anybody beats Mariachi, it's likely to be him.
I don't disagree with you because, you know, when you look at the 5, Agility, now Agility has beaten the 7 a couple times, but Agility has 14 starts, 6 seconds. He likes to finish second. I think G. Munning has more of an upside, definitely, than the 5 does. And then the 2 in here for Rob Costeras is the other horse in here, just because the horse is in good form right now.
He's in good form. He's got speed. He's got to deal with Mariachi. But having the rail, Greg, might not be a bad thing. You know, a little while ago, about an hour and a half ago, we were running on the dirt.
It's been a little while, hasn't it? And Paul might have touched on the key word in here, upside. Mariachi seems to have that. Agility, though, the 5 who you're looking at. Very consistent runner, but the second place finishes are starting to add up on the resume. We'll be back with the post parade next.
Cody's Wish is making a big move on the outside, but it's Cody's Wish, and this beautiful racing story continues with this terrific racehorse. He has now won 6 in a row. Cody's Wish, winner of the Grade 1 Metline.
Curly, the classic sire.
Nominate.
Nominate now.
Nominate now. Nominate now.
Have you nominated yet?
Nominate now.
Don't miss out. Nominate today.
Nomina hoy para los premios de la industria.
Nominate now.
Nominate your employees today.
Who are your unsung heroes?
Have you nominated?
Visit TIEA.org and nominate a deserving candidate today.
What are you waiting for? Why haven't you nominated yet?
Back with you on our opening weekend coverage from Saratoga. Coming up tonight, beginning at 10 p.m. Eastern Time on FS1, Meadowlands Pace. $668,000 on the line in that Pace in race 11. William Houghton Memorial as well. And the Stanley Dancer Memorial. Acacia Clement, Paul Verderosa will be on hand with live coverage this evening. As we get back to the Saturday card from Saratoga, and a middle pick 4 sequence begins here. 6 furlongs on the main track in this New York bred entry-level allowance. And there is the upside runner that Paula Duca talked about. That is Mariachi, 3-year-old, who right off the bat showed a lot of talent. Beat by a good one named Don't Lose Cruz, and had every excuse to lose that last start coming off a long layoff.
Yeah, look, I mean, I like this horse in here. I mean, I thought that the outside draw with tactical speed should really kind of play into their hands. And it really has kind of always shown up and run well. Hasn't won all the races, but has run well from a figure standpoint. And I do think that last time, possibly, that pace was a little bit slow. And I think that doesn't kind of play into Mariachi's hands.
I'm in agreement. I like him also for all the reasons you just said. The outside draw, I think Kendrick will let him roll today. Won't be as conservative with him. Second race off the layoff should be fitter today.
Here's the remaining half of the entry to kick off our post parade. Z-Bear is going to get post 2. Linda Rice, Jose Lezcano.
Yeah, drawn towards the inside. Not a lot of early speed from this one.
Always Charming, Arad Ortiz Jr. will have the rail for Bob Caceres.
I would say the gelding that's in the best form right now here in 2023. So 7-2, not a bad price.
And he was last away last time out, and he nearly won that race. On the hill, going to make his 4-year-old debut.
The last time this horse won, it was here at Saratoga.
For the James Bond barn that nearly got a win at 45-1 in a turf race. 19 Oysters showed big ability in the debut.
Yeah, a horse that's gelded for the first time for Chad Summers and Tyler Gaffell, and reported been working okay in the morning.
Agility. Dylan Davis will ride, a horse who's been consistent, but 6 seconds from 14 starts.
Does have a lot of tactical speed, ran well last time. I wish this horse was drawn outside.
Big price. In fact, the biggest on the board here, Red DGP.
Yeah, a horse that did win at a lower level by a lot of lengths and then came back and just ran an average race, is one of the outsiders in here.
Chad Brown taking over the training duties of G. Munning, who is a new gelding.
This horse ran extremely well first time out back in 2021. Let's see if they can find that form again moving to Chad's barn.
And the 2-1 favorite outside, Mariachi, second start back of his 3-year-old season.
The only worry that I have is maybe we should call this horse Mariachi's because all of us are picking the horse.
9-5 favorite, and he battled even though he got beat. That was 7 furlongs as well. He's only got to go 6 furlongs today in his second back off the bench. Get signed up, started. Take advantage of that $200 deposit match sign-up bonus. New members put in spot 200 at sign-up at NYRABets.com. Play with us all summer long here at Saratoga. So 2 minutes to post. Here in the 5th coming up. And here's a look at Agility. JK, what'd you like about him?
Yeah, Agility doesn't often make the lead, but if you look at the pace figures, okay, the higher the better, like a quarterback rating in football. If you look at his pace figures, very, very, very fast early. It just doesn't happen to make the lead. I like that about this horse. I think that although the horse has only won once, I think has run a lot better than that 1-for-14 record suggests. I think the horse is very interesting at 4-1. I do wish we're drawn outside of Mariachi, but I do think that the price is fair on this horse at 4-1.
It consistently runs his race as well. Let's go to Maggie.
We'll start with your heavy favorite here, Greg, number 8, Mariachi. Now, I hadn't seen him in that comeback race as a 3-year-old, so I don't know what he looked like, but he ran like a horse who needed that race coming out of the Oceans Reserve effort. Looking at him in the paddock, look, he is cut out to be a nice horse. There's no doubt about it. He's so beautifully put together. He's just everything that you want to see in a thoroughbred. Now, he was walking a little girthy, and that's when a horse, when you tighten the overgirth and the regular girth, they're just a little bit stiff. And then it kind of went over onto the racetrack. He's just taking a while to warm up. And it's not something I love to see with a horse that's a heavy favorite. I get it, he can run, he's a talented runner, but I just thought there was just that slight gray area that I felt as though I didn't want to take him. And I know Andy's interested in number 7, as we'll get to them in a second, G Munning. This is the best this horse has looked, because not only he was starting to fill out and physically mature towards the tail end of last year, but he was always just kind of listless. Like, his head wasn't in the game. So I love the fact that they put on the blinkers. And so when Chad entered him with blinkers off, I was like, oh, is that a good option? He is sharp today. This is the most awake and aggressive I've seen this horse back in the paddock and out here in the racetrack. He looks ready to roll, and I've always had high hopes for this horse. I think today we might see it. As we'll take a look at number 2 as your second choice, Always Charming. I haven't seen him much lately, but this horse is transformed as a 4-year-old here for Bob Clesteris. He has filled out tenfold, really warming up nicely with a Rod Ortiz Jr. aboard. Just thought I'd give him a mention as the second choice here on the board. But Andy, did you end up going Mariachi, or are you sticking with G Money?
No, I'm betting G Money in this race. I bet on him, and I think he's a terrific bet in here. He's always been a horse that could have a lot of talent. He just hasn't really shown it since that debut. But going to Chad Brown Barn, a new gelding, a price, I can't resist him.
I know. Listen, I see where you're going. Listen, I like the 8 in here, and at 9-5, it's a risky proposition. I don't know if I would take that. I understand 7-1 is a great price. If I was going to play another price horse in here, I don't understand why the 1 Z-Bar is 12-1. 3 back, this horse ran a nice race. Now, I get it. In his race before, last race, he got in a little bit of trouble. And in his race before that, he broke on top, and for some reason, Eric Cancel grabbed a hold of him and took him back. I think Lascano will be more forward with the 1. So at 12-1, I think he's an okay price.
I mean, he needs a lot of pace to get it done.
Yes.
But it's Linda Rice, and the way her barn's been firing, I can't blame anybody for using the horse at a big price. I threw the horse in as well to cover, but I'm all about G Munning in this race. I have some 8-7, to protect myself, and I do agree Mariachi is the horse to beat, but I like G Munning.
G Munning, 4-year-old debut coming up. He's a new gelding, and the blinkers will come off. Moving to the Chad Brown Barn at 7-1, but Mariachi, yes, is the one to beat. From that outside post, Kendrick Carmouche on a horse who can be forward, doesn't have to have the lead, and should benefit from that comeback race at 7/8 back on June 17th. Only has to last 6 furlongs today. He battled down the stretch in that comeback effort as well. We're set for the 5th. Let's go upstairs. Frank Miramati, take it away.
Mariachi, the last one to load. Little fractious. And they're off. And Z-Bear flies out of the gate with sharp early speed. Mariachi up to challenge while in hand through the opening furlong second. They're followed by On the Hill, Always Charming on the fence. And outside of that pair is G Munning close up 2. As they head toward the half-mile pole. And it is Z-Bear and Mariachi going at it. They are a length and a half in front of G Munning in the 3-path coming after them now. Then comes On the Hill racing in 4th. Down at the rail, Always Charming is 5th. The opening quarter went in 22 and 4/5 seconds. Another couple of lengths back to Agility, who has 6 lengths to make up. 3 back to Red DGP. Mariachi getting the upper hand on Z-Bear with a 1/4 mile to go. G Munning is all out in 3rd. It's Mariachi on the outside. At the rails, Z-Bear doesn't want to go away, and Always Charming is rallying behind them, looking for a seam with a furlong left to go. Mariachi keeps on going under Kendrick Carmouche and pulls away late. It's going to be Mariachi, a clear-cut win by 3.5 lengths. Second went to Z-Bear, then came G Munning in 3rd, and Always Charming 4th in 1:10.23 seconds.
Talented horse here, New York bred, who wins for the 2nd time in 4 career starts. John Kimmel, Kendrick Carmouche.
Yeah, he ran huge, and Kendrick gave him a good ride, let him do his thing early on. Surprising, a little bit surprising that Z-Bear showed speed leaving there. Final time was fast. Kendrick's loaded coming into the stretch, and second race off the layoff, got the job done. 3 wins for Kendrick in 2 days.
And the world's a better place when Kendrick's winning. I got 3 thoughts here. I think that the inside is not a bad place the way that Z-Bear ran. I wasn't crazy about that horse. I think when you don't like a horse and they run well in a certain part of the racetrack, you got to start asking yourself, did they get enhanced by the racetrack and the inside? And I got to be honest, as a guy from Texas, with this horse winning, it's really got me thinking about fajitas.
Sounds good right now. Yeah, I made my first ever trip to Austin. I love your hometown.
It's a good place.
A lot of good food trucks. 9-5 on Mariachi. And a horse who tipped his hand that he had some talent the first time he ever ran. And shortening up from 7-6, second off the layoff. He was much the best against this group today. And yeah, Kendrick Carmouche all of a sudden starting to heat up a little bit.
Yes, he is.
3 wins for Kendrick.
He lit the match yesterday, and now he's on fire.
Gee, I got to imagine at a meet like this, getting a start like that has to mean the world. To kind of get, just ride a little looser now. He's got 3 wins already.
Well, he knows that people are watching. All eyeballs. When you start a big meet like Saratoga or Del Mar, boutique meeting, all eyes are on you the first week of the meet. They want to see who starts out doing well. You watch his business pick up after this the start to this week so far.
Yeah, phone's going to start ringing a little bit more, and it sets you up for the entire meet. Good for Kendrick. Always great to see him do well. He's won a few riding titles on this New York circuit. A man who we talked about paid his dues at Parks with several riding titles. And he has made a big impression here on this New York circuit with the best. 8-1, 7-2, Mariachi with the victory to start off a middle pick 4. We still have a couple of very big stakes to come on the card later this afternoon, including another one on the turf in the Grade 3. Kelso, race 9 on this Saturday card at a mile on the grass, where Annapolis will line up for Todd Pletcher, who has won 3 of his last 4.
Yeah, and he's a 4-year-old. He's he's got age going for him. Matured out of that 3-year-old year, and he's a flat-out runner. Here he is winning the opening verse last time out at, I believe this is the opening verse, Churchill Downs. And man, he ran huge. He was coming off of the layoff, hadn't run since November. This race was in May, and he showed his maturity here. It was the first time this year racing against older horses, obviously. So big for him. Got
JK,
go ahead.
Pletcher's got some depth with his turf runners, doesn't he? Farbridge, up to the mark. This horse.
Absolutely, and I'll say this about Annapolis too. His 2 best performances of his life have come on this inner turf course here at Saratoga.
Well, this guy just keeps on doing it. The 7-year-old Casa Creed for our friend Lee Einseidler. Hall of Famer Bill Mott still producing monster races. And of course, last summer he put together back-to-back Grade 1 wins at 6 furlongs and in the mile, the 4-star Dave here.
Yeah, he's an old pro. The thing that worries me about him, he always seems to have to work out a trip, whether he's sprinting or going long. Won the 4-star All-Star last year. There it is. And if this track is like it was, like we suspect it is, a merry-go-round, he's going to have to worry about closing into that.
They better not invite him into the race. He is a better sprinter, I think. But if they go slow and it turns into a sprint for home, then the sprinter's probably going to win, and that's what happened last year in the 4-star Dave.
Cross country pick 5. The Kelso will begin at 5:45 Eastern time. Sanford, and then 3 races from the Meadowlands. As we get back to the winner's circle, 3rd visit this meet early on for Kendrick Carmouche on Mariachi here for trainer John Kimmel. $5.60 for the win. Z-Bear completing a $24 exacta, and G Money completing that trifecta. As Mariachi wins for the 2nd time in 4 starts already. And we're early on in this meet. It's opening weekend. First Grade 1 of the meet, and already a huge upset in the Diana.
Yeah, I was surprised. I think this whole grandstand was surprised at the effort. Good job by Flavian Pratt, and great job by White Beam.
White Beam now one to keep our eyes on going forward?
Look, yeah, I mean, I think she was always one to keep your eyes on moving forward. Do I think she's better than an Italian? No. Am I going to be cutting in line to bet against an Italian in the Breeders' Cup filly and mare turf? No. But today in the Diana, that's why they run the race. White Beam got the job done.
Coverage continues on FS2. Coming up next on FS1, MLB preview of the Cleveland Guardians and Texas Rangers. White Beam Springing the upset on our odds-on favorite stablemate in Italian in the Grade 1, Diana. We'll see you on FS2 next.
Maximum Security proves he's the real deal with a gate-to-wire win in the Florida Derby.
Champion 3-year-old.
Maximum Security has won the TVG.com Haskell Invitational.
11 triple-digit buyers.
Maximum Security, he smoked them in the Cigar Mile.
Grade 1 winning 4-year-old.
Maximum Security takes them all the way in the TVG Pacific Classic.
Maximum Security.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
History remembers moments of extraordinary strength, skill, and determination. True greatness is forged by those who fulfill their destiny.
Breeders' Cup Juvenile. And Trice wins fully over Bluegrass. And they're off at Saratoga.
Saratoga Racecourse in Saratoga Springs, New York. First Saturday of the meet. This is going to be good. Coming up, the Kelso, named after the legendary 5-time Horse of the Year. The horse to beat is Annapolis, 8-5 morning line favorite, already a Grade 1 winner, trained by one of the best, Todd Pletcher, 14-time Saratoga champion trainer, and later, potential stars of the future in the Sanford. Gold Sweep might be something special. Should we believe the hype? Or will he be upset, like many others before him? Legends, in fact, in this historic race. Great to have you with us on Fox Sports 2. This is Saratoga Live, as always, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Opening weekend at the Spa. Great crowd on hand. The party in the backyard. Start of an 8-week celebration, a tradition dating back to the 1860s. Just outside the paddock, welcome everyone. I'm Lafitte Pinkai. There is something special about Saturdays at Saratoga. Every day is significant, but these are the days where we see the best horses, the best events, the biggest races for Saturdays, and this one no different. As we take a look at today's schedule, today's race is brought to you by Claiborne Farm. Diana has been contested. We'll recap. You'll see races 6 through 11. Race 9, the Kelso. Race 10, Stanford 2-year-olds. Main track is fast. Turf course is firm. Temperature around 83 degrees. As I welcome in my co-host, the champion jockey Richie Migliori, the man who has saddled more than 4,000 winners, Tom Amos. Tom, let's start with the 2-year-olds in the Sanford. You won this race back in 2009 with Back Talk. How significant is it for a trainer to win with a 2-year-old on this stage?
Well, I mean, my personal significance was that, you know, I'd made the transition out of Louisiana into Kentucky, and now I was trying as a stable for us to see whether we could be competitive here at Saratoga. I wasn't even stable at Saratoga yet. I had no presence here whatsoever. I actually put the back bandages on Back Talk, got him ready in the barn before coming over. That was a big win for us, and it really got us on our way up here at Saratoga. You win early at Saratoga, specifically a big 2-year-old race. It brings a lot of attention to your stable, and it can help you quite a bit.
And Richie, you know, the Kentucky Derby isn't for 10 months, all right? So it sounds premature having that conversation, but why isn't it too early to get excited about these young, promising prospects?
Well, anytime you see a horse with ability, you know, whether it's just because they're precocious or not, you got to start thinking forward. Our game is about the future. We're always planning on the next big thing, right? And to me, it would be a lot like seeing a young kid playing sandlot ball or Little League baseball, and you know you're seeing something special. Now, there's a long way between them and maybe them making it to the major leagues, but having spotted that talent early is always very exciting.
In this race last year, a colt named Forte finished off the board. He ran 4th. All he did was win the Breeders' Cup Juvenile, eventually crowned 2-year-old champion, multiple Grade 1 winner, would have been the favorite the morning of the Kentucky Derby. He defected, but he would have been the favorite for the Derby. Sure. This is the race he ran in, and he finished off the board. So we look ahead to seeing these 2-year-olds a little bit later on this evening. Couple of stakes races. There's the field and morning line. Scratch number 5, Factor You and Factor Me In. 107th running, 3/4 of a mile sprint. Number 9, Gold Sweep, odds on 3-5 morning line favorite. And this was the race, Tom, that got the hype machine going. The Tremont, Belmont, July 11th, Gold Sweep, running away and hiding.
Yeah, he's got brilliant tactical speed. I say that, Richie, because in the Schuylerville just the other day, speed collapsed so much in these races because all these horses are coming off of wins for the most part, and they're all meeting up for the first time. There's going to be a big speed duel up front. This horse has the ability to lay off that speed duel, but look at this finish here.
I mean, just the fact that he is that versatile and he can sit just off the pace. He's well posted. He's not, you know, buried down inside. And Tom, his stride never deteriorated. He ran through the wire with his legs up underneath him.
No, couldn't agree more. Very, very impressive performance by what will be our big favorite in the Sanford Gold Sweep.
A 91 Beyer speed figure in a 2-year-old second career start, Tom. Can you lend perspective to just how fast and rare that is?
No, it's very rare. You know, you mentioned Forte last year. This race was his only defeat going into the Kentucky Derby and going into the Belmont, actually. So there's brilliant talent in this race. How the race sets up, how it's going to go. This horse reminds me a lot of Steve's horse last year, Gulfport. Very, very good. Very, very good early, and a horse to be reckoned with. Gold Sweep, very deserving heavy favorite.
The only race Man O' War ever lost, the Sanford, and that gets you to thinking to how productive the Sanford has been over the years. The last Sanford runner, not winner, runner, to win the hopeful Vineyard Haven 2008. The Champagne, Firenze Fire 2017, Breeders' Cup Juvenile and 2-year-old champ Forte last year, and the last Sanford runner to win the Kentucky Derby, affirmed in 1978. So how productive will this year's Sanford be? Only time will tell. As we say hello to Maggie Wolfendale. Maggie, how impressed have you been by what you've seen from Gold Sweep thus far?
Really, really impressed, Lafitte. You know, it's interesting what Tom said, that he is reminding him of Gulfport. He doesn't remind me of Gulfport at all, because Gulfport came here and disappointed. And Gulfport was a small, just precocious, speedy-looking type. This is a big boy that's going to get better when the distances get longer. He is so physically mature relative to many of his classmates in this 2-year-old crop. I think he is really the goods here, and I don't think he's facing that strong of a field either. So it's going to be fun to watch him throughout this Saratoga meet and see if he could dominate. Looking forward to his performance today in the Sanford. Lafitte?
All eyes on Gold Sweep, the standout in the Sanford a little bit later on. But like we said, no such thing as a sure thing. We just saw an Italian lose in her title defense of the Diana. So let's just say it's not Gold Sweep's day for whatever afternoon. Maybe he ran too fast and he regresses in the Sanford. Which of these 2-year-olds has the most upside to pull off the upset?
Well, to me, I think we have a couple horses in here that did break their maidens on their initial debuts or their second starts, and they did it on a different type of surface, what we refer to as the artificial. And will their form translate to the dirt? If you look at their family, which we often do in handicapping, their first family, their brothers, their sisters, their moms, you'll see that both those horses, the 6, Ramming Speed, and the 7, Triple Tray, are horses that can run on the dirt based on their family. those have the best chances to move up, Richie. The others have a lot of running to do to catch up to our big favorite.
I like the combination of our graded stakes races today, the 2-year-old prospects in the Sanford and the Kelso, Richie, on grass for a mile. This is a prep for the Grade 1 4-star Dave. Why is there a race at Saratoga named the Kelso?
Well, Kelso was one of the greatest horses of my lifetime. I was born by the time he was running. It's a horse that ran on dirt, ran on turf, became a fox hunter when his racing career was over, earned over $2 million. Five-time horse of the year.
Five-time horse of the year. Kelso, that's later on this evening with the 2 graded stakes races, while the favorite, Richie, is Annapolis. Let's start with Casa Creed. Last year's 4-star Dave winner, Casa Creed, that sweeping move, gathering momentum, angling to the outside. Everybody said, no, he's just a sprinter. He winds up winning at the mile distance at the highest level.
Yeah, and I think as he's gotten older, a mile suits him better than even those sharp turf sprints. You know, we all slow down maybe just a touch, but I think going a mile gives him an opportunity, Tom, get his legs under him and finish the way he did in the 4-star Dave last year.
This is what he wants to do, Casa Creed. He wants a mile, 2 turns at Saratoga, and he wants speed to set up his big kick at the end. He's going to get that today. These horses, Annapolis, Casa Creed, both in today's race, they're very, very close in talent. But I think it comes down to Casa Creed being a horse that really, really loves this racetrack and loves this turf course. Richie, you can speak to that, how horses are like that.
Well, you know, especially the configuration of the inner turf. It's much tighter. The first turn comes at you really quick. You want a horse that's handy, a horse that's going to be nimble, get around those turns, not kind of the centrifugal force carrying them wide. Now, we lost some speed in the race with the scratch of Midday Image, but I still think there's ample speed signed on.
That's the Kelso coming up a little bit later on. And again, all that discussion, Casa Creed, he's not the favorite. Annapolis, 8-5 on the morning line for trainer Todd Pletcher. Just getting started at Saratoga. It's only day 3. We invite you to join us. Get signed up at Naira Bets. And when you do so, use that promo code SPA200 and earn up to a $200 deposit match after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now at NairaBets.com to earn your $200 deposit match. Just getting started on Saratoga Live. When we come back, James Bond, a locally based trainer who really embraces the 007 thing. Saratoga is a home game for him and his team. Bond looking for a first win of the meet with Kasuke in the upcoming 6th race at Saratoga.
Catholic Boy, a Grade 1 winner on both dirt and turf, including this romp in the Run Happy Travers Stakes.
He's so impressive today, the others didn't even have a prayer.
This 6-time graded stakes winner was the fastest 3-year-old of his crop over 10 furlongs. At the sales, his first crop yearling sold up to $300,000. Dual Surface Grade 1 winner Catholic Boy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Summertime in New York. It's easy. Easy to plan. Easy to please everyone. Easy to get excited. Easy to get away. It's easy to love New York. Plan your summer getaway at iloveny.com.
A gorgeous shot of both turf courses here at Saratoga. Welcome back, everyone. Coverage on Saratoga Live, as always, brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years doing the usual, unusually well. Time for the 6th start of the Pick 6. Good allowance race. New York bred fillies and mares. A mile, same distance as the Kelso. A little bit later on, as you look at From Hello. Current favorite towards the outside, number 10 at 5-2 is Silver Skillet. We check in with Maggie, and Maggie, starting with number 2, Solib. Couple of things here. A, how does she look? And B, she needs to get out of the blocks cleaner today.
Exactly, Lafitte. That is what I've been hoping for with her. This is a filly who used to have a ton of speed. Where has it gone? Now, she's stretching out from the 7 to the mile, which could aid in that. She is drawn towards the inside. She has to stand in the gate a little bit longer. She's a little bit more relaxed. Last time she was a little bit more edgy, a little bit more nervous. I'm hoping that we can see that early speed from her. It will do her a world of favors if she can get out of the gate cleanly, because going a mile on this inner turf course and having speed is just so dangerous. As we'll move on to the outside runner in number 10, Silver Skillet. She switched to the turf. I mean, she is out of a stakes winning turf mare, so a logical progression. But the last time I saw her was 2 back when she came off the bench. She was a hot mess. She reared up, hit her head on the beautiful white pine that we have back at Belmont. She was uber nervous throughout and really did no running that day. Now they have her with the pony, and she's a completely different animal. Even with the crowd and the energy here at Saratoga, they must have schooled her. Knowing Christoph, I know he schooled her multiple times after that effort. And I thought, you know, going back to her last effort on the turf, it was a good one. She was rated between horses. She handled that well. Joel was blocked for most of the stretch. He went down to the rail, and she kicked on nicely. I think she's going to be very formidable in this spot, Lafitte.
Nice and relaxed. Silver Skillet, Maggie, 5-2, the favorite. In the Reeves Thoroughbred colors is Joel Rosario. Feet out of the stirrups. What's the logic behind that again, Mig?
Trying to keep them calm, relaxed. Horse feels your legs around them. They have a tendency to settle a bit more. Jockeys ride with shorter stirrups to be aerodynamic and make it easier for the horse to carry the weight. But when the horses feel those legs up on their withers, it's go time.
Right, absolutely.
These images, Tom, just so great to see this type of enthusiasm, and the fans, 29,000 plus opening day on the Saturday. That energy just ratcheted up the atmosphere. It's electric.
Oh, it's standing room only, and it's standing room only by the paddock. This crowd, they understand horse racing. There's so many fans out here examining the horses and deciding whether their play looks as good physically as it does on paper.
The horses make their way front side post parade shortly. The Pick 6 starts here. It just thrilled Richie. We woke up today and it didn't rain too much overnight, and we have grass racing this afternoon.
No, absolutely. It just detracts so much from the card when we have to take them off the grass. And, you know, we've got to protect this turf course. It's a 40-day meeting now. It's not like it used to be 24 days. This course is going to take a lot of use, Tom, and we need to protect it a little bit.
No question about it. But I think it's in good shape today, despite what we saw earlier in the day and whether the course came into play in a big upset earlier in the Diana within Italian. I think the turf course looks good. They're not kicking up anything off of it.
No, it looks like it's in good shape.
White Beam earlier today, Grade 1 Diana, first of 17 Grade 1 flat races. Who's that acting up back there? That was the 13 Saratoga Chrome who drew in. You will see her in the post parade. We start with From Hello, 6-5 in her last start and wound up so far back.
So far back in a race that really carried no pace. She's been a victim of a number of races that don't have any pace, and she needs pace to finish.
Solib, she needs to break today. Number 3, Kasuke, the 3-year-old filly, lacks experience facing her elders.
Yeah, this is a horse that only has a couple of starts, but looks like a developing type.
Galley Head, she was good at Tampa this winter. This is tougher.
Well, this is where the speed's going to come from. The 5-horse Galley Head, they're going to try to take a gate to wire as they stretch out to 2 turns.
Sal's Dream Girl cut back to a mile is key.
Yeah, and getting Luis Saez back in the tack. We talk about Louis. He's a guy who will pedal. He gets run out of his horses.
Lady Jasmine, John Velasquez has won 10,000 races here at Saratoga. Lady of Thornton, 23-1 in Katie Davis.
Yeah, deep closer, a filly that needs to come wide. She blew the break last time. Time before, got a good trip and finished strongly.
Snowy Evening, 2nd of 2 for David Donk.
2nd of 2 for David Donk, and a horse that's coming out of state-bred type races to run in this spot against spade breds.
The nice and relaxed Silver Skillet.
Yeah, and Silver Skillet ran extremely well last time. I think she was a bit unlucky. If she had gotten clearance to the stretch, might have gotten there.
Waterville, Diana winning jockey Flavian Pratt.
Yeah, 1 of 2 for Chris Clement in this race, Waterville, and a horse with a real opportunity to step up and win in here.
Got to hit the brakes on this post parade, man. Sweetest Princess will break from Randy Hill's box.
Very tough post position for her. She's going to have to work out a trip.
Saratoga Chrome draws in. We saw her acting up earlier. Seems to be all right now.
Change of trainers over to Jeff Hiles. We saw him win yesterday in a very nice fashion. He'll be his second start at Saratoga of his career.
So that is a quick look at the field. These New York breds, very competitive mile event on the inner turf course. And there's a look at Solib. Now, this is what we're talking about. Her latest, June 10th, Belmont, 7 furlongs. Solib, Richie, just left right from the start.
Yeah, and to give away that much at the break, going 7 furlongs on the turf, it's nearly an insurmountable disadvantage to overcome, and Solib ran really well. And it wasn't an extreme amount of pace on for a 7 furlong turf race at Belmont. 46-1 is slow.
Yeah, and a dangerous trainer in Mike Maker on the turf. He's so good with these horses. This will be the 3rd start with Mike, and we've already got a first earlier right before this start here where the break cost her everything.
Did you see just inside over there, Silver Skillet dive into the inside and kind of found her stride. She just wasn't comfortable in behind horses, but I think it's a very strong race they're both coming out of, and they're both major players.
And you saw her throwing her head up in the air.
Yeah,
you saw it at the start of the race. You saw and see her. Irad Ortiz trying to get her settled down. She just looks like a handful, whether it's pre-race or during the race.
Yeah, and she looks to me like a mare that has, a filly, excuse me, that has a light mouth. And when we talk about light mouths, it's how much tension you could put on the reins before you reach that breaking point where a horse will throw their head up in your face. And obviously she did it at the break last time. She's doing it in the warm-up.
That's not good.
She looks difficult.
Solib and Irad Ortiz adjust to her outside. All right, give me the sales pitch, Richie. You like Kasuke and are surprised that she's hanging up there at 7-1.
I think that's way too big a price for Kasuke. She was the one that was closest to that pace last time and hung around. Everybody else kind of wilted around her. Collaboration got disqualified today, came right back to win. Just kidding, a nice filly from the John Kimmel barn. And I just think this filly is well placed here at 7-1. I think she's a major player.
Yeah, and her trainer, James Bond, he comes to Saratoga with intent. We've seen 2 big long shots of his almost get the job done, paid big mutuals in the middle there. It's just a matter of time before he breaks through, but his horses always perform well here.
Currently 7-1, Kasuke. We check in with Maggie.
And guys, picking up where you left off with number 3 in here, Kasuke. That is the way you say it. I checked with Jimmy Bond. He did say to me he really, really likes her today and thinks she should be tough. As she is a lightly raced type, there obviously is some talent. Now, we just saw her acting up out on the racetrack. I think she was trying to go to the gap that we have at the quarter pole here on the main track, and just because that's what they typically do in the mornings in their training. Yes, she has come to hand quite quickly. I respect her, but I just thought I didn't love the way she was reacting to the crowds, to the energy here at Saratoga. It's a lot to ask of a lightly raced horse, but again, positive message from her trainer. Lafitte?
Kasuke here, the 3-year-old fillies facing older. Maggie, thanks so much. Circling back to the favorite at 5-2. Silver Skillet. I have a stat for you, gentlemen. We're on the inner turf course, 2 turns. Last year, inner turf course, 2-turn races, mile or farther, post positions 9, 10, 11, 12. 9 through 12, a combined 3 for 103.
Why
3 for 103.
That's my pick. Why you got to bum me out with that stat? Look, statistics are important in horse racing, particularly a statistic when it comes to post positions. And that historical stat is certainly a thorn in Silver Skillet's side, the 10 horse. But this transition to 2 turns for Silver Skillet, I believe this is a horse that's going to be really close up early. And so hopefully that post position from the 10 post, well, actually the 9 with the scratch, I guess. Hopefully the 10 horse, Silver Skillet, can get a good trip from outside by establishing good early position. And I'm sure the stat has a lot to do with how wide a lot of those outside posts are going into the first turn, how much ground you're giving up.
How tough to win from out there, Richie, as a rider?
It's difficult, you know, to try to find your position and find room in between flights of horses. Find that gap where you can draft in and save some ground. This first turn comes at you very quick. It's very sharp, and the riding can be very rough. Although I've noticed the first 3 days of the meet, Lafitte, guys have really been taking care of each other into that first turn. It's nice to see. It's a departure of what's normal.
Normally a mad scramble like a rodeo for horses and jockeys trying to establish position. That turn comes up on you really very quickly. Looking at a big outsider there in Galley Head. The owner of Kasuki and Berkshire Stud, Richie.
Berkshire Stud, Dr. Doug Cook, veterinarian, opened his farm up there. The limestone content, the mineral content of the land there is the closest to Lexington, Kentucky bluegrass, and any place else in the world. It's right here in New York State. He's been raising good horses there for many years. Kasuke means rising sun in Japanese. Bai Karakante, which means flying sun in Japanese.
Yesterday it was the red blood cells. Today it's the limestone. I am enlightened.
Kasuke is in. We're watching Solib, post 2. How does she break today? Number 10, the favorite, Silver Skillet. How much ground does she lose going into the first turn? Frank Miramati with the call. Time for the Saturday Pick 6, the 6th from Saratoga.
Thank you very much, Lafitte. Couple more to go in. Saratoga Chrome to the outside. They're in the gate. And they're off. Very even start. Kasuke is going out to the lead. Even start with the exception of Lady of Thoroton, who is 12 lengths behind the second to last horse. It will be Kasuke to set the early tempo. Moving into the first turn, Kasuke opens up a 2.5 length edge in the first few jumps. Moving into second is Silver Skillet, and they're followed by Galley Head in third. Sweetest Princess runs along in fourth, about 4 lengths off the lead. It's another 2 back to Lady Jasmine, followed by From Hello, who is now 8 off the leader. Solib is next in the turquoise colors. The other turquoise belongs to Sal's Dream Girl, who is just behind that rival. Waterville is next. Orange Cap and about a dozen lengths off the lead. Then comes Saratoga Chrome on the outside of Snowy Evening, and Lady of Thornton has been last from the moment the gate opened. 48 flat for the half mile as they move into the far turn. And it's Kasuke showing the way. Has it by 2 lengths. Silver Skillet has been tracking intently from second while comfortably in hand, closing the gap a little bit now. Sweetest Princess third on the outside. At the rail comes Galley Head in fourth there at the top of the stretch. And Silver Skillet is cut loose on the outside of Kasuke. A late bid from Solib in the center of the course trying to get a piece of it. The same for Waterville. Coming to the 16th pole. And Silver Skillet nursed to the lead and opens up. A beautiful trip throughout for Silver Skillet. And a Christophe Clement exacta as Waterville rallies into second. Kasuke finished third, and fourth went to Lady of Thornton, who was a very good effort from her. She was so far back.
So much for the outside post being a concern. Joel Rosario got her over. Perfect trip. The favorite strikes in the 6th to kick off the Pick 6.
Did a really good job getting position, going forward in the first turn, was too wide into the first turn. From that post, that's you can't ask for anything more than that. And she really finished, got a clean, unencumbered trip today. And then Waterville, from a post outside of her, rallies on to complete your exacta for Christophe. Kasuki, no excuses, made a nice lead, third best.
Yeah, we're now 4 for 100 and whatever instead of 3.
The outside post positions were due. Tom had the winner on top, Richie, right from the start. As you see, Dean Reeves making his way to the winner's circle. A lot of success here over the years at Saratoga. But the start of the race, Richie, we talked about how rough it can be going into that first turn. What did you see?
Yeah, you're going to see the 2-horse Salib. You see her there throwing her head about. And she's just not an easy filly to ride because you put any tension on those reins, her head's coming up in your face, you lose your brakes and your steering. That's what your reins are, essentially. And then you're out of control a bit going to that turn, and you're just not going to corner well.
Yeah, big fields, tight turns. I mean, the first turn always has some drama in these kinds of races.
No drama for Silver Skillet. Saw Dean Reeves, Joel Rosario. 2 wins on the afternoon. The outside post positions, right? 1, 2, 10, 11, 3, 8. And Rosario and Tom, who had her, I had to be thrilled with what he saw in terms of where she was situated when they hit the first turn. She was right where she needed to be.
Lafitte, the stat is valid, very valid. But if you can have good tactical speed from that outside position and you're able to negotiate a trip without losing a lot of ground, you know, it can make all the difference in the world. Silver Skillet has that tactical speed that put her in a very good spot to do just that.
Perfect trip, best horse. How about the run from Lady of Thornton, who basically dwelt at the break for her to get up for 4th, and she's this close to not leaving the gate.
She spotted the field about 6 lengths. Perhaps we can look back at the start and her run to finish 4th. 10, 11, 3, 8 results when we come back. And about an hour or so ago, 88th running, 85th running of the Diana, a brown out going in and a white beam at the wire. The recap, the Diana, next.
Society building a 3-length lead, set down for the drive. She just went past Rafaros, but she's still 5 lengths behind Society, who rolls off the turn, now in front by 6. Society down to the final furlong, now by 7. Drafaros in a good battle for second with Matt Torreya. Nobody catching Society. Streaking through the stretch to score by 9 lengths on the wire.
When it comes to horse racing, you can never have too much information. With Twin Spires, you can place your bets with confidence. Whether you use handicapping insights, like our Brisnet speed ratings, prime power and past performances, the guidance of our experts' top picks, or just choose a name that catches your eye. Yes! No matter how you pick your horse, bet with Twin Spires. Start earning your $200 sign-up bonus when you sign up with offer code GET200.
Respect the law. He's earned it. A Grade 1 winning juvenile.
'Tis the law, pops the cork in the champagne.
A classic winning 3-year-old.
'Tis the law is gonna win the first leg of the Triple Crown.
5 triple-digit buyers.
Respect the law, 'tis the law.
The best son of Red Hot Sire Constitution.
He's left the others behind. He's gonna win the Run Happy Travers.
'Tis the law.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Great to have you with us on Fox Sports 2. Coverage as always, Saratoga Live, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Visit NairaBets.com or download the Naira Bets app to get started. Silver Skillet. Tell me to keep my stats to myself, Tom Amos, next time.
No, those stats are valid, absolutely valid. It's just a question of having the ability to have a top rider in Joel Rosario and getting over for that first turn and saving ground so you're not hung out to dry.
Set a record for most graded stakes wins at the meet last summer. Joel Rosario here, Richie, and that strong, powerful finish by one of the best in the game.
He is such a strong finisher, and I think he's just such a blend of 2 of the greatest riders I was ever privileged to witness. He's got the strength of Lafitte Pincay, and he's got the style of George Velasquez, and he blends the 2. And I love the way he builds a horse into a finish. It's like a crescendo. He never goes all in at once. It's all the way to the wire.
Down to Maggie, standing by in the winner's circle.
Here with co-owners of Silver Skillet, Stephen Rocco and Dean Reeves. Guys, Stephen, I talked to you earlier, and you said, I have 3 in today. I think my best chance is in the 3rd. Turns out Silver Skillet was the best chance, probably.
Yeah, she's just, you know, a different horse on the turf. It's so nice to win at Saratoga, because we know it's not easy. But I couldn't be more excited for me, my partners Dean and Mark, and my family's here, which is great, because that always doesn't happen that way, as we know, with young kids. But
Exactly, your son was in the picture. How excited was he?
He's very excited. He's very excited. Hot, but excited.
Dude, I feel you. I'm sweating like crazy. Dean, you always look cool, though, it must be said. Talk a little bit about Silver Skillet and the ultimate decision to move her to the turf. It's paid off.
Well, that really came about with Christoph and Miguel, and you know, they're such wonderful trainers and do such a good job knowing their horses, understanding their horses, and just did a great job. And Joel gave us a spectacular ride. So we couldn't be happier. I've got my family here too, and some of the grandkids, it's their first time getting to the winner's circle and walking a horse in. So it's really special.
Oh, guys, enjoy it, but you're not done yet. No. You got Big Everest coming up in the Kelso. I know it's a tough race. You going to the lead?
I would say so. We're going to, if the other horses want to, you know, try to get in front of us, you know, there is some speed in the race, but this horse goes to the lead. So, you know, I like our chances. He's really training well and running well, and that's what you want here in Saratoga.
Well, wishing you guys the best of luck. Congratulations here, though.
Thanks, Maggie.
All right, Stephen Rocco and Dean Reeves teaming up with Silver Skillet. She's taken to the turf quite nicely, guys.
They're going to enjoy that win, Maggie, but that Kelso and Big Everest, several wins, 4 in a row. He's had things his own way. He's been able to dictate and control. He likes to be in front by himself. He's not likely to be in front by himself this afternoon in the Kelso.
Right, I agree. I mean, when Dean is talking about his horse, there's other horses besides the 5, Big Everest, whose style is to be up front and be close. Right next door, the 6 horse is a speed horse for sure. And right to his other side, either side of the gate, the 4 and the 6 are both horses that want to show speed. It really plays to the 2 big favorites in that race. Annapolis, who wants some pace up front, the 2 horse, and of course, our other horse in Casa Creed, the 8.
Yeah.
Those 2 horses get a lot of pace up front. It plays to them more than it plays to the pace setters.
How that Kelso starts is going to play a big role in terms of how it finishes. Exciting grass racing this afternoon. The Kelso, a grade 3. You have 2 grade 1 winners, and then you had the grade 1 Diana about an hour ago, and a title defense in the form of In Italian, while trainer Chad Brown, represented by 4 of the 5 fillies and mares in the race. Richie, top of the stretch. In Italian has had things her own way. White Beam starting to cut into that lead, turning for home.
Yeah, and you know, listen, it's hard to knock, and I'm not knocking the ride on with Irad Ortiz in Italian. I just think he'd be better served going a little bit faster than a little bit slower and allowing horses like White Beam to stay in the race without using themselves. Your strength, your weapon is your speed. And I think once you've established an advantage, use that advantage. Play your trump card. Go on and take the closers off the bridle and make them work with you. It's, in essence, Tom, stretch out their run. He allowed White Beam to hang around too long, and I just think that she'd be better off bowling along a little freer.
You know, maybe In Italian didn't run her race today.
Fair.
You know, out the gate, White Beam could have been right alongside of her, but chose to sit a little bit off of her. White Beam always looked like she was in great position to attack In Italian. In Italian is such a good horse, and she fought her as best she could down the stretch. And just at the very end, White Beam got the best of her. But I just don't think it was In Italian's best race today.
Richie, you pointed something out to me that last year, you see Chad Brown there, the dominance continues in the Diana, Smiling Flavian Pratt, that last year of the 4 Brown runners, In Italian was the longest price of his Diana runners. She paid $18. White Beam, the longest price at post time of the Brown runners today.
Good to have bench strength, right? If your favorite doesn't run their A race, you got someone else to pick up the slack. I think the hardest part about Chad Brown's job today was keeping everybody happy, right? You know, you just won a grade 1 by a nose and was second in a grade 1. You got owners you got to talk to. Tom, it can't be easy.
He does it better than anybody because they stay in the barn. And talk about bench strength, he had 80% of the field. That's bench strength.
That's cornering the market. The names on that list: Sister Charlie twice, Rushing Fall, Lady Eli, a darling in racing, a fan favorite for Chad Brown at 7 of 8 and 8 overall in the grade 1 prestigious Diana. Is incredible.
He's the man. I mean, what can you say? His stable is so powerful, and he's so good on the grass. You know, his horses, even horses you look at on paper that look like, well, the breeding's not quite there.
Yep.
They seem to adapt with no problem.
But you know what? Mark Cassidy, who wasn't afraid to take on the quartet, Fev Rover was right there and looked like she had a shot with about a 1/16 of a mile.
She ran well, and she ran better. She really found her stride when she got outside those two Chad Brown runners.
I agree.
That was a grade 1. Diana, still have 2 graded stakes races coming your way. The Sanford 2-year-olds a little bit later on, and the Kelso keep prep for the grade 1 4-star Dave. And when we return, Christophe Clement just won the last race, got some live runners the rest of the way with Breeze Easy coming up in the 7th, and then Big Everest in the Kelso. And right there with him, son Miguel, assistant trainer. That story's next.
The momentum continues for War Dancer as Ms. Big Bucks goes wire to wire to win the New York Stallion Stakes.
Ms. Big Bucks, who got the job done today.
Ruse also wire to wire.
Ruse, rough draft, one last try. Ruse holds on.
And Long Shot War Museum delivers at Monmouth.
War Museum is now in front. War Museum at 41-1.
Shouldn't you have a War Dancer? War Dancer, proud to stand in New York.
Adelphi Racing Club, offering a truly personal thoroughbred ownership experience.
You'll have a lot of fun and excitement, and you'll meet some great people. All the folks I've met so far at Adelphi have just been super, and I've picked up some new friendships along the way.
We're not just a syndicate, and our members aren't just investors, we are partners. Contact us online to get a taste of the Adelphi difference.
Saratoga for me has always been Christmas in July and in August, and it's the attraction, the feel that you get, the town, the horses, the atmosphere, just the best place to be by far.
There's nothing like Saratoga. It's historic. Racing is great. Great horses, good people.
You know, there's so much history and tradition here. This is where you got to be.
It's electrifying. I mean, you know, especially if you're lucky enough to be able to race a horse here, win or lose, you know, win is the icing on the cake for us.
It's a lot more peaceful than a lot of other racetracks. It's very picturesque, obviously, as well.
The families and the kids are running around, and you see that they really show the love for horses.
Welcome back to Saratoga.
Welcome back.
Welcome back, Saratoga. It's our time of the year.
Welcome back to Saratoga is right. Gorgeous Saturday, the first Saturday of the meet here in upstate New York, and welcome back to Saratoga Live. Gearing up for the Saturday late pick 5, and if you're playing, chances are you're using Breeze Easy, the 9 to 5 morning line favorite, currently 5 to 2. She is trained by one of the best in Christophe Clement. His son is his assistant trainer, Miguel. It's a team effort, father and son. As much as they have in common, they also have their differences, and making this piece all the more intriguing is that one of them is being interviewed by his wife, the other his daughter-in-law.
¿De cuánto we go in, okay?
What is it like working with your son on a daily basis?
Complete nightmare. Funny. No, it's a lot of fun because we get on very well. It's challenging sometimes, but in a good way. And no, for a father, if you share a passion with your son, it's always a great thing.
Unfortunately, probably for the household, bad days become twice as bad because you deal with two individuals that experience the bad news and the bad results, and then your good days become great days. No, I love it.
Was it exciting for you when your son said that he wanted to come and work in the same stable?
No, very much so, because I'm a lucky man. I've got a great team. So Miguel just, has added to already a really good team, and he makes it great. And it's also fun because by traveling, Miguel saw things that sometimes we didn't see. And so he can just bring something to the table, which I think is important.
Explain to me your kind of divide and conquer, how you make things work between the two of you with the stable.
It's very simple. I'm always right. That's rule number one. And if in doubt, just refer to rule number one.
No, he's very much the boss, so that's correct.
It's not true, by the way. I do believe that, we do share. I share a lot of things with Miguel. I give him a lot of freedom on a lot of things where I think sometimes it's easier for him to make a decision than me.
Who is the one that's grouchier in the morning?
Who is grouchier in the morning? It's got to be Miguel.
I strongly disagree, but rule number one is the boss is never wrong.
Who is more fun in the stables in the mornings during training?
It's got to be him. I don't think I'm fun, but maybe none of us. I don't know.
Who takes a defeat harder?
Oof. No doubt, he does.
Now, Miguel, you are in charge of the Saratoga division. Your dad does Belmont, and then here in the summer, you're both here in Saratoga. What's that division like?
It's actually a bit easier on me, to be completely honest, because the stable's very much informed, and now that I come here during the Saratoga meets, you just keep continuing.
Okay, last question, because there's kind of a stereotype, if you will, that Clement Stable is a turf stable. Tell me a little bit about what that means to you, because you've had a Belmont Stakes winner as well.
Correct. I was lucky enough to win the Belmont, the Jockey Club Gold Cup, the CCA Oaks. Had very good dirt danseuses.
They used to label him the mile-and-a-half turf trainer, and then horses like Pure Sensation and Disco partner. Then they started labeling him the turf sprinter trainer, and now with Tyrrell, they call him a Tyrrell trainer. And I don't know I wonder what the next label is going to be.
That doesn't matter. As long as we are labeled as something, I'm okay.
Christophe Clement, Miguel Clement, Acacia Clement, great stuff. Guys, yeah, it cracks me up. The horsemen, jockeys, trainers, how they get these odd stereotypes.
Well, it just seems like people love to label, right? And, if a rider wins a few races on the lead, oh, he's a speed rider. Guy wins a few, he's a closing rider. Trainer has grass horses, he trains grass horses. Tom had an opportunity to be noted as a top 2-year-old trainer up here with Back Talk, and then he put some old, washed-up, broke-down jockey on him in the hopeful, and I blew that on him.
You got a good memory.
Yeah, no, I didn't give him a very
I wish
good
I
ride
could blame
that
you
day.
for that race.
Nah, I didn't give
really
him a good ride.
Sanford with 2-year-olds a little bit later on here. But, yeah, for Christophe Clement and Breeze Easy, coming up in this upcoming 7th race, the start of the late pick 5 was the 9-5 morning line favorite, is currently 5-2. And for his success over the years, this is not surprising. With the strength of the stable and the stars that he has trained, those recent wins, Tom, highlighted by Gufo last year, just before the Travers in the Grade 1 Sword Dancer.
Looks to me like he's a great turf trainer, this guy.
Don't see
he can do it all.
Yeah, we don't see the Belmont Stakes win with Tonalist up there. Here at Saratoga, the success over the years in the 7th race coming up shortly. $62,500 allowance optional claiming turf sprint. And you're looking at Playlist 2-1. Now the current favorite. And that's where we're going to start with Playlist. Maggie standing by with this race 7 paddock report. Maggie.
And Playlist able to get the job done off the layoff for Wesley Ward at Ellis Park, going the 5.5, same distance as today. Lafitte, he's one that I saw last year at Saratoga as my youngest daughter's playing with my sandals, tickling my toes. But he hasn't changed that much, but as I always say, that's okay when you're dealing with turf sprinters. He comes in here sharp. I like the fact that he's pairing races up back-to-back, and he's actually looking for his 3rd win in a row. So all things looking good here in the paddock for your current 2-1 favorite. Now, is apparent that the David Jacobson barn hasn't gotten off to the best foot here at Saratoga, with some short price favorites going down in defeat, so on and so forth. But Bowl of Cherries, I think, is a little bit intriguing. Getting back to the turf, this horse has a massive turf hoof to him. He has very slack pasterns. He looks great too, which is something, you know, David Jacobson's horses, they tend to run to how they look. He has good energy here in the paddock. He's striding out well. I just thought he was a little bit intriguing, getting back to a surface where he does own 2 wins over it. And furthermore, he's just a horse that kind of runs his same race no matter what surface he's on, Lafitte.
Bowl of Cherries. Maggie with the red Ortiz, 4-1 currently, circling back to Playlist. The 2-1 favorite, Riders Up. Playlist, let's take a look at her most recent. This was mid-June, Ellis Park. She is 19-1, Richie. And we're going to see Playlist right there, stalking, pouncing, and really pouring it on late.
Hey, this is just a race that she had never been able to run before. Can she repeat it? That's
I mean, this is a different race than what Playlist had run off the layoff from February to June. And I mean, this, I know she's dominating a group here, and this is a much tougher group. But, I mean, the way she's kicking home here, you don't win like this on the grass. So I know Maggie's saying that she looks the same. And there's no doubt she does. I mean, I would never question that. But in terms of her performances, off the layoff from February to June, this was a different kind of race for Playlist, the one horse.
19-1. You have 19-1 shots that win, and it's fluky, and maybe there's 7 horses at the wire, and you get a lucky. She looked more 1-9 than 19-1.
I don't know that I've ever seen a Wesley Ward horse at that kind of price in a turf sprint.
Yeah, look, I'm with you on that.
Doesn't happen. And for Wesley Ward, recent success, Richie, at Saratoga, the stakes wins over the last couple of years up here. And last summer, this caught me off guard. His first grade 1 at Saratoga, Chi-Town Lady, that upset in the mud in the test.
Yeah, that's kind of surprising to me as well. Chi-Town Lady got paced that day, came with the last run, caught a off racetrack, and finished the deal with Joel Rosario. But listen, Playlist is absolutely a player. I like Tom's idea with the 4 Breeze Easy. She had a very rough trip last time. And Lady Milagro is so fast. They're going to all have to work to catch her.
Yeah, she is fast, and maybe the shortening up in distance a little bit. You know, going from 6 furlongs or 6/8 of a mile to 5.5, maybe that helps her.
Did you play the late pick 5? Tom?
I did play the late pick 5.
I didn't see a ticket. Are we going to get that up there? What are we doing here? Get started in 5 minutes. Call to post. Exciting turf sprint coming up on the Mellon. $156,000 purse. They have these kind of purses, Richie, when you're riding allowance races, $156K?
I don't want to talk about it, Lafitte.
we'll talk about Playlist. There she is again, favorite 2-1, followed by Bum Diggity. Wesley Ward trained fillies will break side by side.
Yeah, you get Wesley Ward filly first time. Wesley Ward trying the turf for the first time as well.
Bowl of Cherries, sharp mare, head away from 3 straight wins.
Yeah, 3 straight wins, 3 straight times with blinkers on. She's a better horse with the blinkers.
Breeze Easy no matter what happens. Not the boss's fault, Christoph.
No, and last time, not only did she have a tough trip and have to alter course so dramatically, it actually made her bobble and lose her balance at a critical moment.
Lady Milagro, fast filly. Watch her blast out of the gate.
Yeah, she is really quick, along with the one right outside of her, and I think the shortening up in distance helps her.
Glitter Up, she's fast. One to watch early on.
Glitter Up is quick. I don't know if she's as naturally fast as Lady Milagro. It also then comes down to riders. Jamie Torres has shown a great deal of aggression.
Tracy Ann's Legacy, Florida bred, Florida raised, New York debut.
Only horse in this race for the claim. If you want to buy this horse, Tracy Ann's Legacy, you put up $62,500. She's yours after the race.
Late pick 5 starts here. These turf sprinters, fillies and mares. And that lucrative $156,000 purse. You're looking at Breeze Easy. This is what we were talking about last start, mid-June, Belmont. Similar company, Richie. Breeze Easy is favored, but awkward leaving the gate.
Awkward leaving the gate, gets squeezed a little bit. You see Joel have to kind of sit down on her and extricate himself. He sits, and it appeared to me, Joel was determined to stay down on the inside.
I mean, she's in an impossible spot right now. She's not going to win from there. She also is another one that's very light mouth. You saw her throw her head around a little bit there. But even here, Joel is still sitting. I mean, one thing to be patient, it's another thing to feel like, how can you possibly get there? Finally, he lets her loose here, and she just gets beat about a length. There she goes. I'm
There it
talking
goes
about her mouth
again.
right there.
And then she
Yeah.
bobbled again because she
But I
was
think
all
that's
off
really
balance.
about trying to steer her down to the rail and her mouth being light as it is. But now, you know, can he get her in a better position out of the gate? Can he feel some sense of urgency shortening up to the 5.5 furlongs? I think this horse is a major player if ridden a bit differently. Joel rode her last time. He knows her better now. I think you'll see him do just that.
Why won't what happened, Richie, in that last race? Why won't that happen on this occasion?
Because he got yelled at after.
Well,
by the boss.
Yeah, but honestly, I think Joel Rosario probably would love to have that one back.
I agree.
And I'm sure he's carrying the reminder of what it felt like losing like that. He had an opportunity to tip out after saving all the ground in the stretch. In hindsight, that would have been the move. I'm sure that, you know, it's like what my boss used to say. It's okay to make a mistake. Don't make the same mistake twice.
Well, that's the other thing. You know, it's up to the trainer, Christophe Clement. He put him back on the horse.
Yep.
That is a sign of confidence, and obviously Joel's a great rider. And, you know, I think Joel feels the need to make amends.
Yes.
Looking to go back-to-back here, as are the connections. Co-owned Reeve Thoroughbreds. Dean Reeves, we just heard from him, trained by Christophe Clement. That's Breezeezy at 5-2. And we were watching Lady Milagro. And again, the strategy is very simple. Gates pop open, pedal to the metal.
Jamie Torres, you're getting a 5-pound break in the weights because he's an apprentice jockey. He's won on this filly. When she ran at Aqueduct back in April, turf course was glib. They were bouncing along. You did not see sub 44 half miles on that turf course. And she went 43-4 and hung on. She's just very quick, and they're going to allow her to roll.
Yeah, and got to like the shorting up in distance. So basically, we're talking about a distance that's about a football field shorter than what she ran in her last start. That'll help a speed horse perhaps last longer as long as she's not challenged early.
Let's check her with Maggie.
Stay close. Here in the winner's circle, I'm joined by some special guests, Grace and Willow Morley. Good thing there's a gate around the winner's circle. She can't go too far. She told me she likes 6, Willow, and I'm going to agree with her here. But first, Grace, who do you like here?
4.
Okay. All right. Going with the Christophe Clement training, Breezeezy. But Glitter Up, to me, I think was in a tougher race last time in that stakes race at Monmouth. Now, they had it labeled as firm. Maybe it was firm, but it was in the middle of a downpour. The main track looked to be sloppy that day, and she looked loaded on the outside. And then when she kind of came off the bridle, Romero Mirage just really didn't have anything. And when these bigger, heavier fillies and or mares get over a course with giving it makes it tough for them. She is warming up beautifully with Dylan Davis. Now, again, there might be a little give in this turf course, too, but I think it's going to be a little bit firmer than what she had last time, and the competition's going to be a bit softer. I love what I'm seeing from Glitter Up. I think she could be an upsetter here, Lafitte.
Ask Grace if Gold Sweep ran too fast in the Tremont and is going to bounce into Sanford. There's multitasking, and then there's that.
Wow. That's really multitasking. You know, Tom, I don't know how you felt. I used to like to go to work to get rest because when you got to watch the kids, it's just so constant.
No comment. I'm Switzerland in that. You don't actually think I'm going to say what I'm thinking inside, do you? I mean, there are a lot of people out there watching, including maybe my family members, for all I know.
Circling back to the warm-up and what will be the first leg of this late pick 5 at Saratoga. You were touching on Jamie Torres riding number 5, Lady Milagro. Another look at him and her. I can imagine a rookie playing at Yankee Stadium and the pressure that you have felt because you spent as an apprentice a summer here at Saratoga. What is that like for someone that young, that inexperienced, riding against this kind of talent?
Well, first of all, he's just so excited to be here. I mean, this is the mecca for thoroughbred racing. You get to come up here and compete with the best and play to a packed house every day, and you get some form of celebrity walking through the crowd, and the kids are asking for autographs and goggles. That's pretty heady stuff for a young man, and I like this kid. He works hard. He's a good rider. Does not look like an apprentice jockey finishing on horses. He's a very polished individual.
If he's up here and he's winning races, which he is, you know, look, that says a lot for his talent and what his future is. He's got the greatest minds in the room, the greatest riders out on the track to learn from and absorb. If he's one of those types, If you can be a sponge, I mean, look, you yourself said it when you were an apprentice.
Well, it's difficult because you're riding against the best to get good mounts and compete on that level. But it's also such a blessing because you're going to learn. If you have any affinity for riding at all, you're riding with the best. Their habits are going to rub off on you.
Joel Rosario, 2 stalls down. Arad Ortiz, a couple of stalls down. Then Luis Saez, the very best.
Then you got to believe
of
that
the
you're
best.
just as good as them.
Yeah.
You can't be in awe of them. You got to learn from them, but you got to go, I can beat these guys.
There he goes, Jamie Torres. What a moment that would be. A win here at Saratoga. Lady Milagro, she's quick. Playlist, yeah, not 19-1 today. She is the favorite. We're all set for the 7th race. Started a late pick 5. Frank Miramati standing by.
Thanks, Lafitte. Huge pool in the late pick 5. Tracy Ann's Legacy goes in. And they're off. Lady Milagro hopped in the air and is last. Glitter Up breaks out alertly. Here's Bomb Diggity, hustled hard up to take the lead now. Tracy Ann's Legacy up and on the pace in 3rd. Playlist on the rail, a close-up 4th. Lady Milagro tries to rush into contention, moving up while 3 wide. At the back of the field, Bowl of Cherries and Breeze Easy is hard held and 6 lengths off the lead. Bomb Diggity around the far turn, 3/4 of a length to Glitter Up. The opening quarter in 22 seconds flat. Lady Milagro with an aggressive 3 wide attack on the top pair. Playlist is just behind them in 4th, but only 2 lengths off the lead, guided slightly off the rail. Bowl of Cherries is next. Breeze Easy as the field turns for home. It's Glitter Up with a narrow advantage. On the far outside, Bowl of Cherries is starting to storm home, and Playlist has had a good trip. It's Playlist or Bowl of Cherries and a late run from Breeze Easy. Playlist, Bowl of Cherries. Playlist just in front, digging in under Johnny V, and it will be Playlist to score 3/4 of a length. Bowl of Cherries 2nd, Breeze Easy 3rd, and then Glitter Up.
Just kept digging and finding more. Playlist. Johnny Velasquez, more than 1,000 wins at Saratoga, teams up with Wesley Ward. Playlist, the favorite, kick off the late pick 5.
Well, that last race was no fluke, Tom. She ran another big effort today, got a good trip, position so critical on these tight turf courses, and race shape changed dramatically when Lady Milagro got left. I also feel like the 4 Breeze Easy just got left too much to do.
Oh, yeah. Breeze Easy was all over the track. That's her, the 4 on the outside. But Playlist, our winner, what an improved filly from off that small layoff to her race at Ellis Park, and now coming up to the majors here at Saratoga and stepping up to the next condition to win.
She made a mistake. She jumped back to her left lead. It didn't cost her. Lady Milagro made a mistake getting out of the gate. Jamie Torres, as fast as she is, her race was over as soon as the gates opened.
You know, when a horse gets left like that, a pure speed horse, it's an opportunity to learn something about them and maybe even change their style and just, okay, I've dealt a bad hand, I got left. Let me grab her and sit and try to use that speed the last 3/16 of a mile.
From a trainer's perspective, I want my rider to try that different style. I don't need him rushing up in the first 1/4 of a mile to get back into the race where you know the horse is going to flatten out. There's only so much gas in the tank.
Right.
Only so many red blood cells. So, so with that in mind, you have to learn something from the race. Okay, the horse won't rate. We'll know next time. But you don't think I'm going to let that go, do you? I love that.
Was it in the spleen? Is that what it was?
Yeah.
They store up to a third.
Jump in.
What was it again?
They store up to a third of their red blood cells in their spleen, and it's regulated. So when they really need it, when that mountain lion is ready to pounce, or when that little jockey racer is preying on their flight instinct.
All right, there's a winning trainer, Wesley Ward. Our SNY viewers who just joined us, like, what did I just tune into?
Let's change the subject. Wesley Ward he won the Eclipse Award as champion apprentice. And he was a tremendous rider. And you want to talk about an apprentice that could finish on a horse. He could really finish.
He could finish, he could flat out train, and Playlist. She has it going on with 3 straight wins, 1, 3, 4, 6 results. Reaction when we come back. Plus, you see what happened? Opening day, a maiden, a first-time starter, winning the Schuylerville Becky's Joker. Big filly, big upset, 21-1. That's next. You're watching Saratoga Live on the first Saturday of the 155th season of racing at Saratoga.
Spun to Run. In the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, he defeated a loaded field that included multiple Grade 1 winners Omaha Beach and Improbable. His brilliant speed figures were among the fastest of any 3-year-old at a mile or more. And he hails from the legendary Danzig sire line. Multiple graded stakes winner, millionaire, Breeders' Cup champion, spun to run, standing at Gainesway.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
Introducing Venezuelan Hug, the tenacious, towering son of Constitution, now standing in New York. After breaking his maiden at Gulfstreet, he dispatched Cityman and Allowance Company at Saratoga, going on to 6 wins in 10 starts, finishing with 3 straight stakes victories, including the Grade 3 Canadian Turf. Now a versatile sire, complementing any mare with size, looks, and athleticism that's been called the best-kept secret in New York. Venezuelan Hug, standing at Mill Creek Farm. Visit millcreeksaratoga.com to book your mare today.
Just minutes from downtown Saratoga Springs, you'll find GMP Farm, a utopia of healing for equines and humans, offering revolutionary, customized equine care using state-of-the-art imaging and therapeutic technologies for horses of all disciplines. Immerse yourself in tranquility in our sacred spa, offering specialized spa treatments and holistic therapies to refresh and rejuvenate among tranquil mountain views. Start your journey to wellness. Visit gmpfarm.net and sacredspaandwellness.com to schedule a treatment today.
So glad you could join us on Saratoga Live. Exciting Saturday of thoroughbred racing. As always, coverage brought to you in part by Hill and Dale at Alapa. Disappointed we didn't have her at 19-1 in her last start. Running like a wild horse. 3 straight, playlist, all smiles. John Velasquez, and it's thumbs up. Jumped to the wrong lead. It's like a fumble and interception and a mistake, but recovered so quickly, was right back in her right lead in a moment.
Yeah, listen, she got to sit that coveted pocket trip on the turf, saving ground. She was followed by the runner-up Bowl of Cherries, who tipped out a little earlier. Johnny was able to find a little room with the weakening Lady Milagro. And when she hit the front, it almost looked to me like maybe she even idled a step until she felt that pressure.
Right
Jumped
there.
back to her left lead there, jumped back to her right lead immediately. And I think that was more just her getting clear and not having company right on top of her.
She showed that same burst she showed at Ellis.
Yeah.
These horses are just better than what she ran against Ellis, so they can stay with her to a certain extent.
Yeah.
But that burst is what really catches your eye.
Maggie was discussing Bowl at Cherries in the paddock. Solid runner-up effort. 1, 3, 4 Breeze Easy having to settle for third. Not the boss's fault, no matter what anyone says. For John Velasquez, I mentioned, you said that you get a little depressed. So why does it bother you whenever we mention John Velasquez as one more in 1,000 races here?
Well, the feed keeps on dwelling on the fact that Johnny Velasquez won over 1,000 races here, and it just makes me feel woefully inadequate. I won 369 here, Tom. It's like 3 times what I was able to do here.
Well, that's about at least 5 times what I've won here. So you're
yeah, but you're a trainer.
You're in good shape.
4,000 wins for a trainer is an unbelievable number because trainers don't get the same opportunities that jockeys get in most instances. There are notable exceptions. You know, guys have multiple outfits in multiple jurisdictions. That being said, a jockey could ride 9 or 10 in a day for 9 or 10 different people. A trainer doesn't have that luxury.
No, that's true. That's true. And as specifically, most trainers, their stables are in one spot, limited number of horses. You know, the big stables now, it's not the same as when you and I were starting out. No. A big stable back then would have been 60 or 70 horses. Now it's 300. You know, with the second team ready to come in at any time off the farm.
Some trainers can also run, you know, 4
horses
in a Grade 1 races when you have 5 total.
Those guys that are that big, they're there because they have been so successful.
Sure.
We were surprised in the Grade 1. Diana, we were really surprised opening day in the Grade 3 Schuylerville for 2-year-old fillies here. And you had all the major players right where they should be at the top of the stretch. And here comes Becky's Joker, Tom, this massive filly she has never raced in her life. A first-time starter is about to win the Schuylerville.
Splits horses here. That's her one off the rail. Finishes up great, has a terrific stride. The favorites were all in the proper position turning for home, Richie. Nobody fired but her. I know the last 8th of a mile was not that quick compared to an earlier maiden race, but it's what she did in her race, and with the understanding that she's never raced before, did it on debut against experienced horses and all winners, that makes her stand out.
A situation where, to me, the clock doesn't necessarily matter.
I totally agree with that.
No, I agree. And the fact that she broke okay. She broke, maybe a touch slow. Had to be asked to get up into position, but then she got in that position and she idled in that position. Right there, that's showing a maturity beyond a horse that's ever, never run before. And then splitting horses, finishing. And the other thing that was stark to me, turning for home when she was between two horses, look at her shoulder line compared to the fillies around her. She's got a hand on everybody else.
She's a big girl.
Easy to say after he wins the first Derby and the first Belmont Stakes, but how much fun is Javier Castellano having just doing his job right now?
It is so evident he is having a blast out there doing his job. And, he said it's such a different stage of his career, right? All the pressure's off. He's already a Hall of Famer. He's already been there, done that, 6 Travers. Now to get that Derby, to get that Belmont, polish off that already incredible resume, he can basically go, yeah, I'm going to have a good time with this now.
And we're seeing the results. He already 2 stakes wins at the meet thus far. And this is the first step towards, these are the boys and the girls. For the Schuylerville, the Adirondack is the second step for 2-year-old fillies, and then the Spinaway closing weekend. For the boys, you're going to see the Sanford later on today. Saratoga Special, and the most prestigious race for 2-year-olds. For the boys, the hopeful closing weekend. These careers and the superstars that begin their careers here at Saratoga, the reason we're so excited about the Sanford a little bit later on this afternoon, and the idea that Forte, the eventual 2-year-old champ, who would have been the favorite in the Kentucky Derby had he raced, ran in the Sanford last year, finished off the board.
It all begins with the 2-year-olds, right? I'm sure that when you've got a 2-year-old in the barn that could run, it makes it a little more exciting, a little easier to get to the barn, the anticipation.
Yeah, I mean, look, you talked about Javier Castellano being excited to ride again. Riders, trainers, horses, they all are streaky to a certain extent. When the barn is clicking, it makes a trainer excited to go to work. It makes him confident when he puts those horses in the entry box. So we have it too, and when it's not going right, and you're constantly questioning yourself, you tend to turn left when you should turn right. You need ways, to get back on track.
It's like a lineup in baseball. Hitting can be contagious, both good and bad. As for this upcoming 8th race and the start of the late pick 4, a challenging handicapping endeavor. Is wide open New York bred maiden event, 7/8 of a mile, with Ichiban the favorite at 5-2. Speaking of 2-year-olds, Kentucky Derby winner Mage's full brother is on the ground. Danny Gargan, his trainer, says, quote, "This is the best horse I've ever trained," unquote. You can roll your eyes all you want. He's his trainer, that's what he said. We expect to see him enter around July 22nd on a grass race, but as a main track only. And Tom, you can only imagine how many sets of eyeballs will be on this colt when he finally does debut, a full brother to a Kentucky Derby winner in Mage.
I actually appreciate his comment. And I say that because when Hoosier Filly got ready to make her debut for me last year as a 2-year-old, I really felt like she was the best horse I've ever trained. The stuff she was doing in the morning and in competition with other horses in the barn and how she was beating them, older horses, a 2-year-old filly, and of course she went 3 for 3.
Right.
And so that statement got out there, and then she lost her next 2. And sometimes, as a trainer, trying to be transparent with the betting public can bite you on the butt. And for me, I just felt like, maybe I just ought to shut up and let her do the talking. And fortunately, she's come back to run well, and she's going to run next weekend in the coaching club here.
Awesome.
She's going to have to do some very big talking to win that race.
I look forward to seeing her. I look forward to seeing Dornock, Mage's full brother, and his jockey we were just discussing, Javier Castellano, the success he's had here at Saratoga, the 6 Travers victories. Castellano, the Venezuelan Hall of Famer, 3 wins in the first couple of days, the 2 stakes wins, rides a contender in the upcoming 8th race, Foxy Cara. You're watching Saratoga Live on Fox Sports 2. Stay tuned.
Good Magic
Magic's gonna win his first race, and he's gonna do it in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
Here's Mage coming strongly down the outside. Angel of Empire is putting in his run, and there's 1 furlong to run. 2 Bills on the inside, trying to hold on Mage. Mage has taken the lead here as they come into the final 16, and it is going to be Mage to win the Kentucky Derby.
The classic sire.
Untouched by the passage of time, Clare Court is nestled in the southern corner of Saratoga Racecourse. Constructed by August Belmont II around 1901, Clare Court, originally known as the Surcingle, was built as a private training center. Named after former track superintendent Thomas Clare, Clare Court was first recognized by its new name in the Saratogian after his death in 1940. Equipped with its own training track, the area's barns stabled such equine greats as Man o' War, Equipoise, Citation, and Whirlaway. Known for its beauty and privacy, Clare Court is also the final resting place for 4 horses that were near and dear to the Saratoga faithful: 4-Star Dave, Quick Call, A Phenomenon, and Morjane. 4-Star Dave, or the Sultan of Saratoga, won at least 1 race at the Spa for 8 consecutive seasons. In 1996, the Darrell's Joy Stakes, which the gelding won twice, was renamed in his honor. The race is now a Grade 1. Quick Call won 9 of 17 starts at Saratoga, including the Forego twice. Morjane and A Phenomenon were multiple graded stakes winners on the New York racing circuit. Morjane won the 1986 Darrell's Joy and 1985 Kelso Handicap. A Phenomenon won the Jim Dandy Stakes and the Vosburg in 1983. The backstretch is a side of the track many people never see, but a trip to Clare Court provides a unique perspective of America's most historic sports venue.
Around every corner, something different, something you won't find at any other racetrack. Richie, Clare Court, part of what makes Saratoga, Saratoga.
You just go back to Clare Court and the feeling there, the sense of history, the ghosts of racing past wander the area there. Obviously, we have those 4 horses that are buried there. But it's also a place with a lot of history. Man o' War was sold as a yearling up here when August Belmont was dispersing all his yearlings. Sam Riddle bought them. He was brought back to Clare Court, was broken to a saddle, was trained to a saddle and bridle at Clare Court. And the first time he ever galloped on a racetrack was Clare Court. And to me, that's hallowed ground.
Amazing. Clare Court, and during that piece, you heard some of the names, the great horses that are laid to rest at Clare Court, and among them, a Quick Call, and as popular as he was. More than half his wins that took place here at Saratoga. And tomorrow he's going to be honored with the 16th running of the Quick Call. It is a turf sprint for older horses. Quick Call, Richie, who won so many of his races here, including that 1989 Forgo.
He was a good horse the rest of the year. He was an exceptional horse when he got to Saratoga. He was the original four-star Dave, before four-star Dave. He won back in a 24-day meeting, won 3 races here. I mean, how many horses would run 3 times in 24 days, let alone win 3 times in 24 days here?
3 times in a 24-day meeting.
Yeah.
Machine. Quick Call. 16th edition tomorrow. His legacy will be honored and laid to rest at Clare Court and the field for the Quick Call. There it is, and a good one. Big field. And a key race, Tom. A prep, the William Walker at Churchill Downs. 3-year-olds. Let's revisit that one. 2 of a kind. You'll see dueling up front. Gaslight Dancer. He's a favorite. He's going to eventually find room. And Nonay Hudson is closing.
Yeah, pay attention to Nonay Hudson, who's going to swing to the outside here from off the pace, Richie, and he is going to finish with a flourish. For Nonay Hudson, this was a total change of style from him from his other races. He's a horse that's always been close, and his rider, James Graham and Wesley Ward, used different tactics here, and they paid off big, big dividends. The knock against a horse like Nonay Hudson is that he drew a bad post. He's in the 1 hole. He wants to come around everybody. We know how this turf course can play to a horse from off the pace in the sprint. He's got his work cut out for him to navigate the right trip. James Graham coming in to ride him. He's got to figure out a trip for this horse, Nonay Hudson, but he's a lot better than the 6-1 morning line they're putting him at.
Richie, that versatility, knowing a horse can win at that level different ways.
Well, I've always believed all good horses share one thing in common. They have speed. They possess speed. They have that kind of ability. It's how they learn to use that speed. And this horse obviously turned it around last time, where he turned it on the last quarter of a mile as opposed to the first quarter of a mile.
A couple of years ago, the race won by Golden Pal, a turf star eventually that year. A Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint victory, a 2-time Breeders' Cup winner, Golden Pal. That's tomorrow, the Sunday feature. The Quick Call, you'll see it right here on Saratoga Live. Horses in the paddock for the 8th. Looking at Embraceable Gal there. Tough race, wide open. Fillies and mares, 7/8 of a mile. We welcome Acacia Clement to the show. Acacia, a trip to the winner's circle earlier, and now we need a paddock report for this first leg of the late Big Four.
Back to work, right, Luffy? We'll talk about the White Hot Barn of Linda Rice first with her charge, the number 10, Ichiban. And this is actually the first time I'm laying eyes on this filly in the flesh. And she was saddled with the pony, but she hasn't done anything wrong here in the paddock. And Linda often will do that. Well, she'll bring over one of the lead ponies that we do have here, which often just kind of acts as a security blanket, an extra measure for these horses to stay calm, keep collected. Over at Belmont, she'll keep them back behind the saddling stalls away from the field. And I've noticed here that she often will bring a pony over when saddling. And it's just another level to make sure that everything goes a little bit more smoother with the saddling process. So Ichiban has done everything right as of yet. She wasn't the quickest out of the gate last time, but then rushed up and was dueling on the front end. Other speed faded, and she held on to be second in a very strong effort. I like the slight turn back in distance to the 7/8 for her today, as she's really got a little bit more compact in her build and really well muscled in her hindquarters behind the saddle. To her outside, the number 11 Mim will get a little bit more distance. I have always felt that a little bit longer is actually better for her. She is a big leggy type of filly, and while she was fit coming off of the layoff last time, I see progression from her in her second start now as a 3-year-old. She has continued to fill out. She has strengthened from that last start as well, and she just has so much length to her frame and length to her leg as well. And you could see last time that Dylan Davis was kind of working on her throughout to keep her involved, and I think getting a little bit more ground today will suit her well in a good spot. The number 2 Shotgun Patsy is an intriguing runner for Belmont, as she'll make just her second start.
And she does pick up Bill's regular go-to rider, Junior Alvarado. She was off slowly in that debut, kind of got into stride. The field was all strung out and made a little bit of a minor run. I don't really know how much to make of that, but I expect her to break sharper today. She is on her toes. She's gotten very energetic. She was quiet throughout the saddling process, but once they got the saddle onto her, it seems like she knows that it's go time. And Junior kicked his feet out of the irons, trying to keep her a little bit more settled, and I'll watch her in the warm-up. But I think if she breaks better and she does look strong behind, that could see an improved performance from her today. Lafitte?
See how she gets out of the blocks. Shotgun Patsy, riders up, post parade shortly. Circling back to Ichiban, who is the favorite at 5-2. This was her most recent, Tom. 3 weeks ago, Belmont, same level. Ichiban all over the odds-on favorite. And then Foxy Cara trying to get involved from off the pace.
Yeah, I thought Ichiban had a perfect trip. Controlled the pace up front and just got a little weak on the end at the end and ended up second best. But when you look at a horse like the 10 horse, Ichiban, who's our favorite, and you look at a race like that, you tend to say, are there horses that can maybe step up? Because when a horse has everything its way and doesn't get it done, I'm looking elsewhere.
I agree, and I think she had every opportunity. I actually think the third place finisher coming out of the same race is interesting, Foxy Cara. I think she gets a decent setup, and I think the 7 furlongs will actually intensify her closing kick. She wasn't that far away from Ichiban, and she's 6-1 as opposed to 5-2.
Yeah, and Ichiban has had 4 chances now, one of the more experienced horses in the field. When you're handicapping maiden races, sometimes too many starts is a negative as opposed to a positive.
Tough one here. Who will graduate? New York bred maidens, 7/8 of a mile. Back to the main track for this 8th race. Still have the graded stakes coming up with the Sanford for 2-year-olds and the Kelso Race 9 Keep Prep for the Grade 1 4-star Dave. First things first, post-parade Race 8, Embraceable Gal, Windy Lee Farm debuting homebred.
Yeah, one of 2 first-time starters in this race, and a race that I think is mild in competition. The firsters become playable here.
Shotgun Patsy, Junior Alvarado. Let's see her get out of the gate clean.
Yeah, broke a little slow, reacted negatively to kickback. I think she can have a big step forward in her.
Crystal Air, second at 31-1 in her most recent.
Yeah, and that was off the layoff. I think Crystal Air is a player in this spot.
Montauk Mystique, blinkers on for her second start.
Another one, just didn't get with it, adds blinkers, should improve with the effort, and was really wide last time.
Bon Adieu, only 4-year-old filly in the field.
Yeah, I think this horse has to step up. Her 4 efforts aren't good enough to win right yet.
Island Rose, first-time starter, Fable Stable debuting filly.
Yeah, by Gunrunner, who's been incredible at stud. The mare is a producer. She's had 7 winners and 2 debut winners, so there is precocity in the family.
Check the board. She's 3-1, Island Rose.
Live on the board, Sweet Liberty. Jamie Torres hoping for a better start than he had in the race. 7th race, Foxy Cara, the trifecta filly, 3rd in 3 straight.
I think she's interesting. I thought she ran a good race last time, and if she takes a little step forward, she's not that far off the favorite.
Ichiban, Jose Ortiz, Linda Rice, look out.
Yeah, had her opportunities, and I understand why she's favorite, but I'm looking elsewhere as well. I think, Tom, you made a very good point, very valid point about her.
Mim improved in her 3-year-old debut.
She did. Improved in her 3-year-old debut, and a logical horse in this spot from that outside post.
That's the field for this 8th race. Post time 6 minutes and start of the late Pick 4 at Saratoga. As mentioned, a couple of graded stakes races still coming up. The Kelso, the Sanford, and the late Pick 4. When we return, you're watching Saratoga Live.
Eclipse Champion Blade, a proven sire with over 15% lifetime stakes horses. And in the sales ring, Blaine continues to prove his value.
Now 50, 550, 550,000. 485,000. Thank you.
Also an emerging broodmare sire. His stakes-producing daughters include the dam of Eclipse Champion Forte.
Forte to win the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
Blade, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program. When shopping for your next race prospect, consider that New York breds start with an advantage. Our New York breds run for serious green. At Saratoga Race Meet, New York bred maidens run for up to $88,000. New York bred allowance horses run for up to $100,000. And New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race. So get back with the program. Seriously.
Global Campaign by 2, and Global Campaign will win the Grade 1 Woodward. It is Global Campaign holding on to the lead. Global Campaign won the Peter Pan.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
First Saturday of the brand new meet. Welcome back to Saratoga Live. Good crowd, enthusiastic crowd. Had 29,000 plus opening day. Fans here, this is what they've been waiting for at the most prestigious individual race meet in North America. And for the handicappers, ready for the late pick 4, starting out with this tough, challenging New York bred extended sprint fillies and mares. 5-2 favorite towards the outside, Ichiban. Richie, we were discussing post positions earlier and how outside post positions can be tricky and difficult on grass. Naturally, they ran 1-2. Here, why is it in a one-turn dirt race? Why is this post considered a positive for Ichiban and jockey Jose Ortiz?
Well, I like outside posts in elongated one-turn races because, like this, 7/8 here in Saratoga, you've got 3 furlongs, 660 yards to the turn. It gives you an opportunity to allow yours to find their stride. You're not under pressure. You're not getting bounced around. You've got no horses outside of you. And I just think it lends itself to a horse getting in a good rhythm.
No, that makes perfect sense to me. When you have the opportunity to watch what's happening inside of you, watch a race develop, and you have tactical speed, which Ichiban certainly has, you can watch everything unfold from your outside position after breaking from the gate, and you can make a decision with the clock in your head what you want to do. Do you want to take over? Do you want to go to the front? Are they going quick? Are some of these firsters or inexperienced horses going to go out there and gun hard? I think I'll stay away from that. You know, when you're down in between horses, or especially when you're down the rail, those aren't decisions you have the ability to make as on your own.
Especially aboard a first-time starter here for John Velasquez on Embraceable Gal. Debuting filly, never raced in the afternoon, has the one hole going 7/8 of a mile.
And it's really difficult coming out of a chute to have post 1. Not only are you first-time starter, you're in the gate longer than anybody else, right? But also you have a lot of empty space here inside, and especially young, inexperienced horses have a tendency, like water, to flow to empty space. And just having a correct horse for one step, you're going to lose some position.
Acacia with the first-time starters. Embraceable Gal is cold on the board. Number 6, Island Rose, is not.
And I think this is based off of the workouts that we've seen from this filly, Lafitte. If you look at the Clocker report, she's been training and going quick in the mornings with an older horse and a 6-time winner, though a claiming type in Vegas weekend, but a much more experienced companion for training in the morning. And often it does speak to intent when Charlie Baker reaches out for Joel Rosario. But as I'm sure Tom and Richie can attest to as well, debuting at 7 furlongs, no matter what post, is a little bit of a tall order, given how the pace does play out and given the stamina that you do need in the foundation as well. She's incredibly fit. She's really well muscled, and she's been very professional. Joelle took her right away from the pony. She moved well solo. She does debut with the front wraps on, but that said, I liked what I saw from her. I just really do wonder if she's going to be ready to go 7 furlongs at first asking. When you have some that have experience, the number 5, Bonadieu, not one that I'm completely sold on. We'll see if she can get back to some of the better races. But one thing I will say, last time, I thought that her coat and her coloring just didn't look that great. I thought she looked terrific here today. However, she was very naughty in the post parade. She was trying to rear up. She was kind of jig-jogging and sidestepping. And Katie Davis, who came back to riding last year after having her daughter Riley, I found that she does a terrific job with some of the really quirky types of ones and getting them to relax. She has very quiet hands, and as
far as my experience, female riders often are just so quiet and soft in the saddle, and horses often really respond to that. And I think that was the case with Bon Adieu, as Katie just took her away first from the post parade, gave her a few strides to relax, and she has calmed down really nicely and hopefully can stay focused for the race, Lafitte.
Pretty cool subplot. Richie, Katie, Jackie, Dylan Davis, all three siblings riding in this one.
Three of the riding Davis clan in this New York bred maiden race. Robbie Davis was a tremendous rider, a tremendous competitor. So he's a grade 1 winning jockey and now a grade 1 producing sire.
Now, how proud these moments must be. We'll see if one of the Davises can find the winner's circle. 10-1 Bon Adieu. And you two are in on the first-time starter live on the board, Island Rose.
Yeah, I'm in on the first-time starter Island Rose simply because I don't think this is a strong field, and really I think you can make a case for a number of horses in here. If you're playing horizontal tickets down the line, this is a race that I would really consider spreading out in.
Those that have raced, like, you've seen enough. Give me a fresh face.
Yeah, exactly right. Exactly. Is there something in here that can step up? You know, so why not a fresh face?
Work tab is strong. She's by Gunrunner. I thought this was an interesting stat time. Gunrunner gets 18% with his 2-year-old first-time starters winners, and only 9% with 3-year-old and up first-time starter winners. I mean, he does everything well. I just thought that was an interesting stat. But the mare has produced 7 winners and 2 debut winners, and I love this horse's work pattern.
Yeah, very, very good work pattern. You know, when you're handicapping, I'm always looking at the board, the tote board, to see is there any respect being given to a first-time starter. You have it here with the 6 Island Rose, currently 3.5-1, 7-2.
Tom and Richie's top selection, number 6 Island Rose. Embraceable Gal is in. Acacia going with number 11 Mim on the outside with Dylan Davis aboard. Sweet Liberty steps forward, did everything but win her most recent effort. Shotgun Patsy, as Acacia mentioned, watch her at the start. Number 2, Shotgun Patsy, and how she breaks today. That was a struggle in her debut. Ready for the Saturday late pick 4. Frank Mirmati with the call, the 8th of 11 from the Spa.
Thank you very much, Lafitte. Foxy Kara going in. Here's Ichiban. Mim to complete the line. They're in the gate. And they're off. Quick start for Bon Adieu. Sweet Liberty is up and on the pace in the early going. Ichiban broke smoothly in the green silks, one from the outside. And down at the rail, here's Montauk Mystique. So it's Sweet Liberty to set the pace. Leading while in hand by a half length. Montauk Mystique comes through on the inside second. A nice hold for Ichiban through the opening quarter mile in third. Then comes Mim in fourth. Bon Adieu at the rail racing in fifth. Shotgun Patsy 5 lengths off the lead. On the outside comes Foxy Kara. The opening quarter went in 22 4/5 seconds. It's another 4. Back to Crystal Air. Island Rose is at the back of the field, 3 in front of Embraceable Gal. Sweet Liberty has been in front throughout, leading by a length over Ichiban, the half in 46 seconds flat. Outside of them, Mim is in the thick of it as well as Ichiban has taken command. Sweet Liberty dropping right out of it, far outside. Foxy Kara is coming with a late bid too, with a furlong left to go. Ichiban 2-length lead, trying to hold off Foxy Kara, who's coming with every stride. Mim is in third, and then Bon Adieu, a 16th to go. Ichiban on the inside, tough. Foxy Kara could not get by. Jose Ortiz and Linda Rice strike again with Ichiban by 2.5. Foxy Kara second, tight photo for third between Mim and Bon Adieu.
In some kind of groove, these two. Jose Ortiz, Linda Rice, second win together on the afternoon. Ichiban repelling Foxy Kara. Goes on to graduate in her 5th career start.
Tom and I were talking about it, Lafitte, beforehand, how that outside post gives you the luxury of seeing what's going on inside it. Ichiban just was able to stalk today because of the luxury of that post.
No doubt. I mean, Ichiban's best 2 efforts of the 4 starts have been on the lead. Today, not on the lead, stalking, and it was really Jose Ortiz that's able to watch what's unfolding and be comfortable in that spot this is a much better finish, the last portion of the race for Ichiban, than anything she has showed to this point.
Linda Rice entering the winner's circle. She knows it well. The only female trainer to have captured a Saratoga training title. She has won the last 4 incoming calls. The phone lights up whenever you win races, not so much when you lose races. The last 4 New York Racing Association training titles. Linda Rice here and Ichiban, and getting competitive, Richie. Foxy Kara looked like she was going to give her some real competition late. Ichiban, feeling her presence, found another gear.
Yeah, Foxy Kara worked out a really nice trip under Javier Castellano, had dead aim, looked like she might have her measure coming to the 8th pole, and Ichiban reasserted herself, found a bit more. Like Lafitte said, she met that challenge.
Yeah, second and third, respectively, in their last race. They each ran against each other, and it fell that way again with Ichiban beating Foxy Kara.
I love the fact that Katie Davis nosed out Dylan for third there.
Some trash talking amongst the siblings after that one.
There's some real sibling rivalry going on there.
Linda Rice, another win. 2 on the afternoon, both with Jose Ortiz. Ichiban, 10-8, 5-11. Results, reaction when we come back, and then it's time for the graded stakes activity to continue with the Kelso and Sanford for 2-year-olds. You're watching Saratoga Live on Fox Sports 2, and for trainer Todd Pletcher, 14-time champion trainer at the Spa. He has the favorite in the Kelso Grade 1 winner, Annapolis, 8-5 on the morning line. Stay tuned.
The level of racing that he's achieved is extremely rare. Anybody who's witnessed Matoli running sees a level of ability that doesn't come along that often.
Matoli's a monster! Matoli wins the sprint! Oh, what a horse he is! Matoli, he did it again! Wins the mid-mile!
The only thing to be better than one Matoli is a few Matolis.
The mighty Matoli, who won the Fargo by 3.5 lengths, the new stakes record.
$500,000 in the back. Thank you.
Oh, what a Preakness! It's National Treasure who gets the lead late.
$1 million in the back. Thank you.
Flight line, then full flight. Flight line, 20 lengths.
Flight line, and a jaw-dropping, awe-inspiring Breeders' Cup Classic win.
The 102nd Saratoga Sale, August 7th and 8th in Saratoga Springs, New York. Where will you be?
Welcome back to Saratoga Live, brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Jose Ortiz and Linda Rice, a dangerous duo up here at the Spa. As Jose joins me now, Ichiban, the winner. Jose, you rode this filly last time where she was part of a pace stool and still game, and today, resolute once again.
Yeah, today we cut back to 7, so that gave me more confidence because I could have used her a little bit early if I wanted to. But yeah, last time, the favorite was inside of me. I didn't want to give him any inch, and I did, and we got beat, but sometimes that's what you got to do.
Tell me about teaming up with Linda, too. We've seen you guys be successful over at Belmont, and that's carried here to Saratoga.
Yeah, I've been working a lot of horses for her in the morning. I know these horses very well when we come to the races, and I think that's been a huge part of the success we have. And I know the horse is very good. She put the horse usually on the right spot, and she does an amazing job. She's a great horseman.
Coming up a little bit later, though, you're going to be on Gold Sweep for Steve Asmussen. That Tremont victory was stunning. What did it feel like riding such an exciting 2-year-old like that?
Yeah, you know, when you get on a 2-year-old like that, it's very exciting because you're thinking way ahead, you know. Everybody's looking for that horse, and I think it's early, but he looks, for sure, he looked like he can get there. As a 3-year-old also, I think he run a big number. And hopefully today he break clean, and I'm going to take it from there.
The dream's alive, right?
It's alive, yeah.
Good luck.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Jose Ortiz with a big win here, but he's got the big boy still waiting in the wings, Sophie.
Yeah, Keisha, that was interesting because he didn't say it, but you know what he was talking about. Looking for that horse. You know, it's way down the line. A 2-year-old that special, and what could happen next season, the Kentucky Derby.
We all dream. We all want that. And these are it's the reason why we get up early in the morning and go to work and hoping to walk into that next special one.
It's the one race everyone wants to win. You know, the Kentucky Oaks was my signature win, but somebody says, hey, did you ever win the Kentucky Derby? I say, no, I won the girls' version of the Kentucky Oaks. They think a Kentucky Oaks is a type of tree.
And
you know, they don't I mean, what, Derby? What, you know?
The greatest post-race celebration in history of post-race celebrations. What kind of celebration will we see here in the Kelso? Will Todd Pletcher be celebrating with Annapolis, who's the 6-5 current favorite? For trainer Todd Pletcher, you know, it was only a matter of time. If you followed the sport at all, like this millennium, you knew where he was headed. For years, we said he was a future surefire Hall of Fame trainer. In August of 21, we could drop the future part. Of course, for those who have been closest to Todd, for those who have known him longest, they could see this kind of success coming a long, long time ago.
We was at La Mesa Park in New Mexico, and he was 8 years old, and they had a horse sale there, yearling sale. Todd said, Dad, this lady wants to give me a horse. Her husband bought this horse out of the sale for $800, and she's going to give it away. He said, Dad, this is a nice little horse. He's correct. Can I have him? We took him, and we broke him, and the first time we ran him for 25,000 claimant. They claimed the horse. He won, and he had 36,000 in the bank. And I said, that's a good start on your college education right there.
I have never in my life been known except, oh, that's Todd Pletcher's mother. I have no identity. I'm just Todd Pletcher's mother.
Todd Pletcher had the work ethic, he had the energy, he was articulate, and I guess I could say he's pretty handsome too. But the big thing was he was a damn good horseman.
And Lucas must be proud of you people. I don't care how the relationship.
He is. We all saw him here at Belmont, and you can see that he's sort of taking pride in the fact that most of the guys that have worked for him are doing pretty well.
I used to say, I'm going to have a name for you. You know, like all these big people have names, and, you know, Marvelous this, and this, Assessing, and this. I said, you're El Duro. He said, what does that mean? I said, El Duro is the person that is the tough one, the hardest one. The one that, like, if it's a group of people there and you point to them and say, that guy, he's El Duro.
Obviously, he's a very unique guy. He's hands-on on everything. You try to go into the computer, believe me, it's not going to work.
You know, Johnny and I were sort of coming along at the same time, so it just sort of evolved where Johnny was on the rise and our stable was growing.
The Shadow, touchdown! Uncle Mo, English Channel, forward, alley. Stay thirsty. Alice Malice. Quality road. Left bank, cross traffic. Lawyer Ron, wait a while. And it's going to be a filly in the Belmont.
To me, Rags to Riches was always the most exciting and funnest win that we've had. The Derby with Super Saver was almost like a relief. With Always Dreaming, we really felt like we had a huge chance, and it was extra special to win it with Johnny.
After all these races that we had won together, he had won the Derby with somebody else, I had won the Derby with somebody else. It felt right. It felt really, really right.
we've had a lot of starters in the Derby. I think we've had 59. But one thing I'm proud of is I think 29 of those have gone on to win stake races after the Kentucky Derbies.
And it's a vintage performance by
All the grade ones, the champion horses, the number of wins, the money earned, 14 training titles at Saratoga. Now he's won 14 in 25 years.
The Lucas organization instilled early on is it's a team effort. I've been fortunate to have staff that has been with me for a long time and a good portion of the 25 years that's taken to get to this point. Without them, you can't make it work, and I also appreciate that some of them who have worked for me have gone on to do very well on their own. So Wayne Lucas has a pretty impressive family tree. Our branch has done pretty well on its own also.
The one thing I contribute to Todd's success is he's always known what he wanted to be, and Todd was a type that anything he set his mind to, he could do.
The first text I sent to him was to Todd and Tracy, congratulating both of them, because it's an amazing team effort. Tracy's involved in the business. If Todd works 20 hours a day, she probably works 21 hours a day. She deserves as much credit as he does.
It's hard because of a lot of time, a lot of effort, a lot of sacrifices. He always separates one with the other one. You know, his family's family and business is business.
There's some games that I missed, and there's some parties that I missed, and there's some school events that I missed that, you know, I wish I could have back. But on the flip side of that, I think the one thing that we get in this industry is the family can also share in a lot of the stuff that's going on. So, you know, the kids were able to spend summers working at the barn, and they were able to come in for the Derby and go to the big races. You know, it's not too often that your kids can come to your job, come to your office, and then share some of the big moments as well.
Family man, the consummate professional, domination at Saratoga. A hell of a lot funnier than you think, Tom. As a colleague, what's impressed you most observing Todd Pletcher over the years?
Oh, I think obviously his ability as a horseman is unparalleled amongst trainers. I mean, if I was able to vote on who I think the now trainer is that's the best horseman of all of us, I think I would pick Todd Pletcher. But a lot of attention to detail, you know, that is so important for a trainer. And to manage a big stable like that the way he does, I think he's unparalleled in our ranks. I really do.
And he takes time for the media, even before graded stakes races. Todd Pletcher standing by with Acacia.
He's always very accommodating for interviews, and that we very much appreciate, Todd. But Annapolis, we saw him in that opening verse last time, first start of his 4-year-old season. A nice performance, and what were your takeaways from that?
I thought it was a very good performance, and some of the horses that were behind him have come back and run really well. So, he's been a super consistent horse all along, and seems like he's coming up to this in good order.
He was always a big, solid horse and physically mature as a young horse. But have you seen any more development from him?
I would say he trains better than he did as a two-year-old and 3-year-old, especially on the dirt now. You know, he's breezing kind of at that level where it kind of makes you think about at some point trying him on the dirt, but it's been so successful and consistent on the turf. We'll stay with that for now.
He ran so well in the Saratoga Derby last year, going a little bit longer, but it seems like he's kind of found his preferred distance.
Yeah, he's been so effective at a mile, and there's been some good options for him, and we kind of have our eye on the 4-star Dave later in the meet. So kind of decided to stay at a mile, but he did show in the Saratoga Derby that, you know, he can get a little further as well.
Appreciate your time as always. Best of luck.
Thank you.
Todd Pletcher with Annapolis. See if he has been really that excited to come back to his favorite track, Saratoga.
Highly talented Annapolis for Todd Pletcher. Those stars in his stable of the turf variety, seems like he has more of them these days. Richie, key to success this afternoon for Annapolis, who is the current 6-5 favorite in this Grade 3 Kelso.
Working out a trip. I think there's speed in here for him to run at. He's drawn towards the inside. He should get a good pocket kind of trip. And then it's up to Irad to find live cover. Who's going to be his fullback to carry him through that wake, through the line?
You know, you watch his replay, his last replay in particular, where he was in that pocket, swung out, and got the job done under a milder pace scenario than what I think we're going to have today. But he's also a horse that is very responsive to the crop. And, you know, how much he's going to have to be ridden to kind of accelerate to go. And he has a gradual acceleration as opposed to Casa Creed, who seems to kind of explode in going these mile distances. That's what I think is going to be the interesting matchup today. You know, the grinder that's very, very talented versus that quick explosion over a course that obviously Casa Creed loves.
Now, Rad Ortiz going to have to stay after him. Annapolis is some kind of grade 3 with a couple of grade 1 winners going head to head. Annapolis, the current favorite. Casa Creed, last year's 4-star Dave winner. That's what this is all about. Keep prep for the grade 1 4-star Dave as the energy, the enthusiasm builds, getting closer and closer to the Kelso next from Saratoga.
Game winner first got started and ran a very, very impressive maiden race to Del Mar. Came back in the Del Mar Futurity and again won very impressively at 7 furlongs. And then just continued that unbelievable 2-year-old year. Went on to win the American Pharoah Stakes at Santa Anita and then the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. And then was obviously crowned 2-year-old champion. Got the precocity to do that, plus the stamina and everything that his whole family indicates.
Monmouth Park's featured event is the TVG.com Haskell Stakes Saturday, July 22nd. Watch and wager as the country's top 3-year-olds converge on the Jersey Shore, looking to enhance their championship credentials. Play our $400,000 guaranteed late pick 4 and $200,000 late pick 5. First post, 12 noon. It's all TVG.com Haskell Day, Saturday, July 22nd at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
Wish is making a big move on the outside, but it's Cody's Wish, and this beautiful racing story continues with this terrific racehorse. He has now won 6 in a row. Cody's Wish, winner of the Grade 1 Midline.
Curly, the classic sire.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
Casa Creed follows the move of Regal Glory as they head for home now. It is Get Smokin', Mason on the outside, Regal Glory, and they are moving now for the 16th pole. It's Get Smokin', it's Mason, it's Casa Creed on the outside, and then Regal Glory. Here is Casa Creed, who makes the last move, the winning move.
He was a grade 1 winning sprinter, grade 1 winning miler after that stirring performance. Casa Creed in last year's 4-star Dave for Lee Einseidler, Mike Francesa. He's back today and will be set to defend his title in the 4-star Dave in a few weeks.
I think Tom, though, made a really great observation, right? Annapolis, more of a grinding, keep coming at you kind of horse, where Casa Creed possesses acceleration, turn of foot. He can kick it into gear and give you that 3/16 of a mile like gangbusters.
And he showed it on this surface so many times over this racetrack. I think in terms of a home court advantage, and nothing against Annapolis and how much he likes this grass course here or not, home court advantage, I'm going with the 8-horse. Casa Creed is getting a home court advantage here.
Richie, like a prize fighter entering the ring.
Yeah, I mean, listen, he's making a nice impression, too. I mean, he's a horse that is well-traveled, a pro, a veteran, from a top horseman, a youngest trainer ever inducted in the Hall of Fame, Bill Mott. And, you know, last year's schedule was a little different. He had 2 runs, you know, one in Dubai, one in Saudi, and then he came back. This year, 1 run in Saudi Arabia, came back with a nice effort. I like him stretching to the mile.
Casa Creed, co-owned by Lee Einseidler, standing by live with Acacia.
Always love an opportunity to catch up with Lee. As Lee, you were just saying, a dream being here with Casa Creed, who we know can handle the mile, having won the 4-star Dave.
Yeah, he loves it here. He's kind of like me. We both love Saratoga.
He ran a really good race in the Jaipur last time, too, being wide throughout from that tough post.
Yeah, you know, from the outside like that, I thought he ran great. It didn't set up during the race the way we were hoping. The speed never really showed, but he ran a great race.
You were just telling me a great story that you've been coming to Saratoga for many years and used to do the Saratoga Yonkers double.
Right, that was me, running down the thruway at 1,000,000 miles an hour to get the Yonkers to bet the double at Yonkers. Those were the days, but that's 52 years ago. It's hard to imagine.
I love that. And now here with Casa Creed for a graded stake. Best of luck.
Thank you so much.
And Lee has promised he'll be watching Meadowlands Pace tonight, Lafitte.
Could be celebrating a grade 3 win. We're supposed to be objective, right? It is really hard not to root and pull for Leon Seidler.
Oh, no, he's a super guy. He'll not only will he have one with you if you see him downtown, oftentimes he'll buy it for you.
Yeah,
even better.
Yeah, he is about as generous an individual as there possibly is. A couple summers ago, I was going down late to cover Canterbury Downs with you.
Yes.
I stopped at Lee's house and we went swimming in his pool and we had lunch. He said, "Hey, I got a Colt's going to run High Oak. He's pretty good. He won first time out. Put me on the lead there."
That's why you were late.
Well, yeah,
That's why you were late.
But I was working on future shows, gleaning information.
Look at that scene. Something special about being in the paddock before a graded stakes race at Saratoga. We have 2 of them left, the Sanford for 2-year-olds and the Kelso riders up in the post parade next.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
The Cross Country Pick 5 combines the best racing from New York with top races from around the country in one bet. Find it in your track menu and play this weekend. Races and free PPs posted at NYRA.com/crosscountry.
One of the greatest that ever lived. Kelso, 5-time. Richie, a 5-time Horse of the Year. Staggering.
Incredible. And could do it on any surface, pretty much any distance. He could sprint if they wanted him to sprint. He could go 2 miles if they wanted him to go 2 miles. And then when he was done being a racehorse, he was a fox hunter, a show jumper. He's just
Look
an
at that.
all-around athlete. And my Uncle Phil, to this day, him and Dr. Fager are the two greatest horses he ever saw. Now, as old as I am, Tom, I actually don't remember Kelso, but I've seen a lot of YouTube video on him.
Can you lend perspective, Tom, to what that means in this sport? Horse of the Year on 5 separate occasions?
So I was just thinking in my head, and I'm no statistician when it comes to those kind of things, but can you name a horse that's even done it 3 times? Horse of the Year?
Well, Forgo.
Okay, so Forgo's
the only
Horse
other
of the
one.
Year 3 times.
3 times, yes.
And did he win it a 4th? So he's, I mean, in today's modern age, and horses leaving the track, going in the stud, which obviously Kelso didn't do, you know, it's not going to happen again. It's just not.
That's the point. Records meant to be broken, and never say never. Feel pretty safe saying we'll never see another 5-time Horse of the Year. The Kelso, formerly the Forbidden Apple. Keep prep for the Grade 1 4-star Dave. We're looking at the favorite, Annapolis 7-5. Acacia's in the paddock with this Kelso Paddock Report.
And Lafitte, we'll start with Casa Creed, as we just heard from Lee Einseidler. And after we finished that interview, Lee said, he always gets warm. I said, boy, do I know it. And I think we're all feeling a little bit warm today. But Casa Creed was hosed off when he first came into the paddock. And if you see him getting a little bit washy or a little bit sweaty, that is normal. That's how he has always been. But as he's gotten older, he's gotten better. He wasn't that bad last time in the diaper. And again, though he was hosed off, he's really holding himself together pretty well. I imagine as he'll get warmer as they get out onto the track, but I think he's even fitter and stronger than he was last time in the diaper. Now, when he won that 4-star Dave, it did turn in tactically to a little bit more of a sprint race late, but we know he can handle the distance, and physically, I don't mind it. The 2 Annapolis, as I had touched on with Todd, he's a big, heavy, solid type of horse, kind of a typical war front, and he carries his substance, that's for sure. But he's grown a little bit, to my eye, at least coming back as a 4-year-old, and he was really kind of strutting his stuff around the paddock. You can see that he's one that just carries his condition so well from race to race. He's incredibly strong in here, and he will look for there to be a bit of a pace setup. The 7 Anaconda is one that I think we're going to try to find out just how good he is. Won that elusive quality 2 back, and last time, I think he just tactically early on in the race was not run how he would have preferred. He was actually last early and then rushed up inside. And I think you're going to see him break a little bit sharper today and kind of be in that first kind of stalking flight, so to speak. He's dappled from head to toe, and he is on his toes as they head out from the walking ring. Lafitte?
Annapolis Acacia, 7-5 the favorite against the grain, Tom, in that opening verse with everything against him, and still classy enough, gritty enough to scratch and claw his way to a win.
Oh, yeah. Well, as you mentioned, overcame a slow pace that would set up his finish, and moved outside, out of that pocket we talked about, Richie, and was able to run him down in a big, big effort.
Post parade Grade 3 Kelso. There's English B, the Calumet homebred.
Yeah, very aggressive last time English B was. I'd look for the change in riders and the style and being down the inside for this horse to be much more relaxed today. That really cost English B last time.
The favorite Annapolis, Classy Millionaire.
Yeah, by the prolific Claiborne Farm Stallion Warfront. I love that this horse runs in the colors that were worn by Avatar Arthur Seelingson, father of Ramona Bass. He runs in those colors.
Midday Image is out, omits some of the speed. Ice Chocolat, he's been sprinting almost a year since his last route.
Well, stretching out off sprints sometimes lends him to having more speed.
16-1, then Big Everest, fast, gelding, sharp, having won 4 straight.
4 straight, and how's he done it? By using his speed, going to the front early.
5-1, Joel Rosario. Then number 6, Filo de Ariana, the Brazilian, more speed, second in the poker.
I think this horse could have a big say in how this race is run. Seems that he runs his best when he shows speed and should be forward.
Number 7, Anaconda, tight quarters in the poker, solid effort.
Solid effort, but this is a big step up for Anaconda. I've used this line before. Anaconda don't want none.
Here, Marty's got to use that at the wire if he pulls off the upset. Anaconda don't want none. Maybe Casa Creed does. Popular multimillionaire, 3-time Grade 1 winner.
Horse that's easy to root for, good connections, honest, shows up every time, and should be closing and should get speed to help set up that close.
Warm day, typically does get warm. He was seeking a 3rd straight win in the Grade 1 Jaipur, Tom. He's going to be denied, but man, did he run well.
He did run well, and I think I think Lee said it very appropriately. You know, that race looked like there was a lot of speed on paper. It didn't turn out that way. Caravel, the only filly in the race, was very close to the pace setter and was able to take over a long shot to win. It was hard to close on that day, and Casa Creed closed as best he could. But this one-turn distance versus a mile, two-turn distance today, I think Casa Creed, especially as he's gotten older, Richie, I think this is what he wants, this mile distance.
I agree. That's what I see as he's gotten older, you know, those sharp sprints. He's capable, but I think this gives him more of an opportunity to get in a good stride.
Picture of class, isn't he?
Really is. Look at how he frames up, carries himself, bows his head. I love when horses gallop, you know, warm up like that, Tom. They're not really pulling on the rider, but it looks like they are. But you just put your hands down and they tuck up like that for you.
Yeah, you know, there are times where you watch horses warm up that you train. You see them every single day, every morning, and you watch them warm up for all their races. There are times where you can actually go out to the fence and watch them warm up, as I always do, and you can just tell when you got a big race coming from one of them.
Game time approaching, and he knows it. Casa Creed, 3-time Grade 1 winner, so he comes from off the pace. Big Everest, number 5, does not. Joel Rosario in the saddle. He has rattled off 4 straight. This was his most recent, the cliffhanger at Monmouth. He's in front, dictating, Richie. He had everything his own way, every step. Probably not going to be the case today.
Well, what's become like really interesting with Big Everest is how he's learned to settle. He was a horse that used to really pull. Even when he would make the lead, he would kind of run through the bridle, grab the bit. Now he's going to the front, and he flicks his ears up, and he comes back to the rider, and he becomes much more responsive. Now, is that just a question of maturity, or are there other factors? I don't have the opportunity to watch him train, but I can see a clear difference in how well he settles, at least on the lead. Will he be able to do the same thing if somebody actually outruns him, or is he going to pull?
What do you think, Acacia, faced with a different race shape today and against better horses in the Kelso Big Everest?
It's going to be the challenge for him, and I think you can look at his form and say, well, he's been very lucky. I think he's just been very well managed to be put in spots where he's been able to be successful and rattle off those victories. But as you and Richie touched on, when they changed the style with him going to the lead, and that was back in June of 2022, that was also his first start as a gelding, and I think that has helped dramatically. Also in the way that he trains. I know Jarrett, who was hot walking him at the barn the other day. It was her first time holding him, and she was a little nervous as he's a big boy, and she said, I'm going to take him home. He's like a puppy. And you've just seen that mental maturity from him. But he also knows when it's game time. He comes in with cotton in his ears to muffle out the sound, try to keep him relaxed, and he's been staying with the pony out under Joel Rosario. He's done everything right as of yet with Midday Image out. That will help, but we'll see what he does when faced with not being alone on the lead, because I do think the 6, Filo de Ariana, will be aggressively handled early. This is a big, solid horse. He is very strong behind, and he's experimented with sprinting too, and while he ran quite well up at Woodbine on synthetic 2 back, I think that was a little bit more of a prep race as well as his poker. He was hustled right out to the lead, and he had some company, but he really dug in as Emmanuel came closing. So I would expect Jose Ortiz, who will be aboard today too, and he also got a relatively quiet warm-up. But I think that they're going to use the similar tactics once again. But guys, as you mentioned, the warm-up from Casa Creed won me over today, as he will try to get that mile distance once again.
He's looks the part, does Casa Creed. There he is again with Luis Saez, but Filo de Ariana with Jose Ortiz. Acacia touched on the quiet warm-up between him and Big Everest. Who do you think is quicker? This goes back to handicapping jockeys and how hard the jockey and how hard that horse is going to have to work to make the lead.
Yeah, so the word is intent out of the gate. And, you know, I think Big Everest is quicker, and I think the instruction in the paddock had to be go. So, you know, Joel Rosario, probably the fastest of the speed in the race, but it's just not going to come easy, Richie, and there's only so much gas in the tank for each of these horses. How much energy Big Everest used to make the lead is going to have a lot to say about how much energy he has left at the end. And when you look at the other speed in there, they're going to keep him honest. I think the 4, Ice Chocolat, and the 6 are both going to keep Big Everest honest. I'm looking at that middle of the gate at the beginning of the race to see how it unfolds, but I think Big Everest is the quickest.
Well, and I agree with you. And when you have horses that have speed and they're drawn side by side, that's when it tends to kind of create a speed duel or set themselves off a bit, right? Because they're drawn next to each other and maybe they'll feed on that energy. I just wonder what the intent, and that's a great word, is going to be, right? You have Ice Chocolate, same ownership group, same trainer as Philo de Ariana, the 6. So one of them's probably going to go and one of them's going to take back,
That's
right?
a major, major point. I'm glad you brought that up. I totally agree. You know, as Mark Casse talks to both those riders, he certainly isn't going to be hell-bent on them both going out of the gate and causing a problem for both of them.
Yep.
They're going to have different strategies. Those riders are going to be told. So I'm with you. I think the 6 is probably, of the 2 Mark Casse horses, the 4 and the 6, I think the 6 is the horse that Casse is going to try to determine to get to the front with.
How does the draw, Richie, impact the riders' decision-making? Joel Rosario and Big Everest being just inside of Filo de Ariana and Jose Ortiz.
See, I used to use that as a way to simplify things for me. If I'm one of 2 or 3 speeds even, and I'm drawn inside those other speeds, well, you guys adjust around me. I'm going forward. And that's how I would approach it. I wasn't going to overcomplicate it. I think sometimes riders like us read the form and maybe overthink it. And how many times we'll see a race that looks loaded with speed and wind up everybody comes out looking at each other and they go slower than they should.
No, it can be a game of chicken. It really can, out the gate for these riders. They're right next to each other. They can come out the gate. I think all 3 will have an intent to be close. And then it becomes, by the time they get to the first turn, who says, I think it's time for me to back off, versus who says, I'm going on.
And the favorite in those famed silks, Saratoga Ortiz, Annapolis. Remember, he was 5-1 in the Breeders' Cup Mile as a 3-year-old. As a 3-year-old, that's how highly thought of he was, not only facing the best North American turf milers, but the best from overseas as well.
He's really good. Annapolis is really good, and so is the 8 Casa Creed. But I think the race, and the bettors believe it too, boils down to the 2 Annapolis and the 8 Casa Creed, and they're counting on a speed duel up front where these 2 horses conserve energy and then have a lot of gas in the tank down the stretch.
Where do you expect Annapolis? Richie, where do you expect Casa Creed?
I think Annapolis will be laying in behind the pace. I don't think he's going to be that far away. I think Casa Creed will be a little bit further back, and I'm sure with his eyes glued on Annapolis, and you want to shadow him. Again, a rider's job is to compromise his competition as much as possible within the rules. If he's inside him, you can get first run. You want to stuff him if you can.
I think based on these horses' style, Casa Creed is very comfortable having Annapolis in front of him. I don't think the opposite is true. I don't think Annapolis would be comfortable down the backside being behind Casa Creed.
Love the chess match, the chess game, the strategy amongst the jockeys in races like this, Richie.
No, there's so much going on. And as a rider, it's your job, right, to not only handicap on page, but watch film, know every horse's habits, who drifts, who has a tendency to lug in when they tire. You don't want to get trapped behind that one. Who has a tendency to drift out? What riders have tendencies, right? And you know the guys that lose their mind when they turn for home and allow their horses to drift and get loose. You want to follow those guys and find holes.
Well, looking at Big Everest going in the gate right there, you see the white in his ears? He's got cotton in his ears. That's kind of a trick that trainers will use to kind of settle a horse down, put cotton in their ears, they can't hear much.
Very typical for Big Everest. Expected to be up close with Filo de Ariana filing into the gate. We're all set. Post time for the Grade 3. Kelso, Frank Miramati standing by.
Thank you, Lafitte. They're in the gate. And they're off in the Kelso. English B and Big Everest both out very quickly. Big Everest goes on with Filo de Ariana now pressing in second. Just in behind them, Casa Creed 3 wide going into the first turn, passed by Anaconda, who now takes the 3rd spot, racing on the outside of English B. That pair about 4 lengths off the lead. Annapolis is covered up on the inside of Casa Creed, the 2 favorites side by side, and 2 more to Ice Chocolat. Joel Rosario and Big Everest in control early, leading the way by 2 lengths. Filo de Ariana is in second by the same margin. Then it's English B and Anaconda racing together. The opening quarter went in 23 1/5 seconds. Casa Creed is next. Annapolis bottled up along the inside, 4 lengths off the leader, and it's another 2 to Ice Chocolat. They're covered by 5 lengths into the far turn. Big Everest got a reasonable half in, 47 seconds flat, well within himself. leading by a half length to Filo de Ariana in second. Then comes Anaconda. On the outside, Casa Creed is called on. He's coming with a 3-wide bid. Annapolis will go even wider. Whitecap far outside as the field turns for home. It's still Big Everest clinging to a narrow lead. Casa Creed right to him. On the inside, English B. Farther back, Annapolis has a lot of work to do. Casa Creed, a 2-length lead coming to the 16th pole. Annapolis finding his best stride, but it's Casa Creed. Casa Creed, what a classy individual, wins the Kelso. Annapolis was second best. It's a photo for third between Ice Chocolat and English B.
Like a carbon copy of the 4-star Dave, Lee Einseidler with a graded stakes win to celebrate. All smiles, Casa Creed in the Kelso.
You know, we talked about it. We talked about these two horses' styles and how Casa Creed has a quick explosion and Annapolis is one that kind of grinds. And when they're going into the turn and Casa Creed is ahead of Annapolis, it's game, set, and match. Annapolis is not going to have that kick to catch what Casa Creed can do down the stretch. And although Annapolis runs a very, very good race, the advantage goes to Casa Creed.
Just more dynamic, it's more explosive.
Annapolis is coming. He's grinding. He keeps coming at you. I mean, he's a terrific racehorse, but Casa Creed has that quick acceleration. And when he shadowed Annapolis every step of the way from the outside, you knew he was going to get first run. I actually thought he might have went a little early because it allowed Annapolis then to come out and follow him. But obviously, getting that jump on him was the key to victory.
It was indeed.
Winning co-owner Lee Einseidler. Interested in the Meadowlands pace a little bit later on tonight, but first things first, a trip to the winner's circle. You saw Bill Mott, and what kind of a summer is Bill Mott sitting on here at Saratoga with horses like Casa Creed, with horses like
last summer.
Cody's Wish, Elite Power. We talk champions, grade 1 types, absolutely loaded at just the right time of year.
He's unveiling good-looking 2-year-olds. He's got that filly.
Sugar High opening day.
Yeah, Sugar High opening day. That filly of Judmon's that won so impressively with Javier Castellano at Churchill Downs. She's 2 for 2. I'm sorry, I'm not remembering her name. But as good as Bill Mott always does, I think his barn is the deepest it's been since he was training for Alan Paulson back when he had Cigar and those kind of horses.
Yeah, last year Bill Mott had a great meet here. And I think we're watching it unfold again this year. That's what great trainers do, right?
One of the very best, youngest to ever be inducted into the National Museum of Racing and Hall of Fame. And I want to say Casa Creed finished up in the 4-star Dave on his wrong lead, Richie, just like he is here. Wrong lead, right result. In the end, it doesn't matter. Casa Creed takes down the Kelso onto the 4-star Dave. He successfully defended his grade 1 Jaipur win a couple of years ago. Now he'll try and do the same in the 4-star Dave.
I think when he hit the front, he just lost a little focus and went back to his left lead. And then he's so smooth, he actually went back to his right lead, and you didn't even notice how him doing it. A lot of times you'll pick up when a horse changes leads, a little that exaggerated motion. Not with this guy. He did it just like suspended one stride and onto his right lead.
When you're breaking down races in terms of time, if you're getting the last portion of that race, if that horse is getting it in under 12 seconds for an 1/8 of a mile, as Casa Creed just did, you're going to win a lot of races, and there's going to be a lot of horses that can't catch up to you.
We'll hear from the winning connections when we come back. Luis Saez, Casa Creed, and the Kelso. 2 graded stakes races in the books. One left, the historic Sanford. Trainer Steve Asmussen, the 2-year-olds in his stable, and this looks like the best of them. Gold Sweep. Should we believe the hype? Odds-on favorite for the Sanford. Next on Saratoga Live.
Drain the Clock will win and win by as much as he wants. He'll win by 6 in the end.
It is Drain the Clock who will bound home the winner in the Bayshore. Drain the Clock, Jackie's Warrior, a terrific finish in the Woody Stevens that goes to Drain the Clock by a head.
Nominate.
Nominate now.
Nominate now.
Nominate now.
Have you nominated yet?
Nominate now.
Don't miss out. Nominate today.
Nomina hoy para los premios de la industria.
Nominate now.
Nominate your employees today. Who are your unsung heroes?
Have you nominated?
Visit TIEA.org and nominate a deserving candidate today.
What are you waiting for? Why haven't you nominated yet?
Society building a 3-length lead, set down for the drive. She just went past Rafaros, but she's still 5 lengths behind Society, who rolls off the turn, now in front by 6. Society down to the final furlong, now by 7. Drafaros in a good battle for second with Matt Torreya. Nobody catching Society. Streaking through the stretch to score by 9 lengths on the wire.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Exciting Saturday from Saratoga. You're watching Saratoga Live, as always, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. But any track, anywhere, anytime, visit NairaBets.com or download the Naira Bets app to get started. Exciting Grade 3 Kelso with Grade 1 talent, Grade 1 winners going head-to-head. Casa Creed just too explosive for Annapolis, and the rest. Co-owner Lee Einseidler going to enjoy this one. And it's not just the win here. It's JK. Not just the win here, but it represents moving forward for the Grade 1 4-Star Day, the most prestigious middle-distance turf race at Saratoga.
It's a perfect prep, right? Good spacing between the two races, a mile over the course you're going to have to run on, and you got a horse in good form. And I think 2-1 was generous. 650
well, he won't be
for
second
Casa
choice
Creed.
in that race,
No.
I can tell you that.
Hall of Fame trainer Bill Mott with Acacia.
As Casa Creed, the 7-year-old, picks up another graded stakes win. Bill, what a cool horse he is now at 7. He's always been good, but it just seems like he's gotten even more professional and even more tractable out there.
Right. I mean, he's been a great horse. We broke his maiden as a 2-year-old here in a race that came off the turf, actually, and he won on the main track. And he's just run remarkable races every year. I mean, he's been a real warrior and a real joy to have around.
Now winning at a mile yet again. Are we looking for the 4-star Dave repeat?
That would have been the ultimate goal up here, and he was doing very well, and we decided to run in here. Hopefully this race didn't take anything out of him, for the 4-star Dave, but, we've got 4 weeks to try to come back, and we'll do our best and get him freshened up and ready to go.
Like you said, he's always been a good horse, but he's traveled around the world, too. And I thought he looked even fitter, stronger today, like he's flourished coming back now.
Right. He's been a great traveler. I mean, he's been, abroad a couple times and made the trip back, and that kind of defuncts the idea that horses can't travel, make a trip like that to Dubai or Saudi Arabia and come back, because I think if they're the right horse, they're tough and they're durable and they've got the right disposition, I think they can do it.
He's all that. Congratulations, Bill.
Thank you. Thank you.
7-year-old Casa Creed with another big one, Lafitte.
Acacia. You guys remember when we thought Casa Creed would be? He was a sprinter. That's what he was best at, right? Grade 1 winning miler, and out to defend his title in a few weeks in the 4-star Day.
Older, a little more chill. you tend to go more the route style than you do the athletic sprint type of race. But he can do both. We both know that. But this is what he does best. Watching Bill Mott's interview, I like how he admired his athlete, how he admired his horse. That's the beauty of training horses, being proud of your students, the ones that are really good.
And having it started here at Saratoga for Casa Creed. It seems like that long ago, where he's done some of his very best work. As Lee Einseidler was saying, he might actually love it here up at the spot more than he does.
I don't know that anybody loves it more than Lee Einseidler does coming up here, but Casa Creed, I mean, it's just great for us as racing fans to have this horse continue on now, a 7-year-old campaign. I think that's how we create a fan base. Horses that have longevity, they keep coming back. You start looking for them, and you become a fan of them because of that longevity.
So we're looking for the next Casa Creed, right? Or the next Triple Crown prospect with the Sanford that is next with 2-year-old. It is the Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day, brought to you by Spendthrift Farm, home of North America's 4-time reigning champion, General Sire. There's the field for the Grade 3 Sanford. Scratch Factor You and Factor Me In. No surprise, number 9 Gold Sweep, 2-5 early on. Historic Sanford Stakes. 2-year-olds, let's go by the numbers. The first number, 1913, inaugural running, named after New York businessman and owner Stephen Sanford. Who was fastest? That was only the beginning. Fleet Alex, 109.32. Most wins by a jockey, 7. It's wash, rinse, and repeat. Show me a record Johnny Velasquez doesn't own at Saratoga. And naturally, those two go hand in hand. Todd Pletcher with 8, most by a trainer. Many of those with Johnny V in the saddle. Most wins by an owner. That number is 8. Green Tree Stable, the immortal Fuzzbuster in 1978. Biggest upset, one of the biggest upsets in sports. Manowar defeated by upset. Saratoga's trio of marquee races, only 4 have managed to sweep the hair. Champion 1993 and Sanford winners crown. Champion 2-year-old, the number is 8. Big Red Secretariat, that was not the last big race. Secretariat won. The Sanford, 4 2-year-olds, first major 2-year-old stakes race of the meet. Looking ahead to the Grade 1, hopeful. Manowar actually lost in this race. And again, looking ahead, Forte, who would have been the favorite for the Derby last year, ran in this race, didn't win, finished off the board.
Well, they're not machines. They're flesh and blood, and maybe he just didn't have a good day. Man of War, maybe a different story. Read the chart, think you got a dead rail, but that's a story for another day.
Who called the dead rail on that? Was that Andy? Was Andy around for that?
Cost him the pick 6.
What? Gold Sweep, though, the exciting prospect and what he did in the Tremont at Belmont. And if you're looking at analytics and the deep dive of how fast a horse actually raced, you touched on this at the top of the show, Tom, to lend perspective to how fast it is when a 2-year-old puts up a 91 Beyer speed figure in just the second start of his career.
Yeah, no, I don't care what speed figures you use. It was a big number for a 2-year-old in June, early June of this year, at a distance that's legitimate of 5.5 furlongs. Sometimes you get these 4/8 races or 4.5 furlong races and horses just blitz, but they can't really make it last. This horse did it sitting chilly and then being called upon down the stretch and literally left his competition in the wake.
Vaporizing his competition. What will he do today? There he is, Gold Sweep, odds-on favorite, the Sanford, next on Saratoga Live.
Continues with this terrific racehorse. He has now won 6 in a row. Cody's Wish, winner of the Grade 1 Midline.
Hurley, the classic sire.
How do you become the gold standard in racing partnerships? One horse, one partner, one victory at a time. Congratulations to all our partners who have made West Point the gold standard for the last 3 decades.
You know, as he developed, as he went through the sales prep process over the spring and summer months, he just continued to thrive and flourish. There was a great foundation there to build on. Again, going back to how intelligent he was and how much presence he had, we selected one specific person to go up to the yearling consignment with us in Saratoga just to show him he was that special of a horse. At that stage, we had no idea what his athletic potential was. We knew that he was an excellent candidate for the commercial marketplace. He moved like a cat across the walking rings. He stood up so perfectly balanced because he was just that well made. And he made an initial impression on people at that sale that was unforgettable. For him to bring 7 figures on the first night of the sale was pretty special.
Fasig-Tipton, that Fasig-Tipton Saratoga sale, always one of the highlights of the summer, Richie, akin to the NFL draft in terms of acquiring potential future stars of the sport.
They're all on full display. Here they are as yearlings. Fasig-Tipton for over 100 years has been selling champions. It's just down the street from the race course. And we talk about the two-year-old races, Tom, and the unveiling of future champions or stakes horses or potentially Kentucky Derby winners. Well, you got a chance to see him even a year younger just down the street and could say, hey, I was there the night that horse sold. And now he's running first time out in Saratoga or winning the Sanford in Saratoga. I always get a kick out of that.
I mean, look, just like the NFL, as you said, Lafitte, I mean, these are first-round draft picks. And just like college athletes trying to transition to become professional athletes, it doesn't always work. Well, these yearlings, family, they have it. Athletic look, we just saw them talk about that. They have it. But they've never had a saddle on their back. They haven't been broke to ride yet. You haven't seen them go over a racetrack yet. So it's not a automatic if you have family and balance and have the right conformation. And just like the NFL draft. But there are a lot of first-round draft picks in this sale.
The handicappers looking at this race like it might be automatic. Gold sweep, right. 2 to 5. The last Sanford runner, not winner, runner, to win the hopeful Vineyard Haven 2008. The Champagne Firenze Fire, Breeders' Cup Juvenile, and a 2-year-old champion, aforementioned Forte. Last Sanford runner to win the Kentucky Derby, affirmed back in '77, won the Triple Crown the following year. Maggie, so all eyes on Gold Sweep. You've seen him in the paddock. What's the favorite for the Sanford showing you?
Well, he's right over my shoulder, Lafitte, and I was truly enamored with him when he showed up for that Tremont and destroyed that field. Now, I do think he faces a possibly tougher field this time, but the thing with this horse is that he's going to continue to flourish as the distances get longer. I really, truly believe that. He's not built like your typical speedball, precocious type of 2-year-old. He's built like a 3-year-old that wants to run classic distances. He just happens to be very good, and I think that's why we're seeing him win at these shorter distances so far. But he's also just so classy acting, as we do see longtime assistant for Steve Asmussen, Scott Blasi, on his head today. All things good for the heavy favorite, as he should be the heavy favorite in here. Let's check in with some horses coming in from out of town. Number 7, Triple Tree, I thought was quite interesting. Given the field he comes out of, there's a couple horses to come back and run well, including the 2nd place finisher and the 5th place finisher. And the pace in that race actually held together quite well, and he was far off of it. So I thought it was a better effort than it may appear. He comes in here with a solid workout, albeit up at Woodbine on their training track, which is dirt. This guy is fine on this surface. I'm not concerned about the surface whatsoever. The one thing I'm a little concerned about, he seems a little nervous. I don't know him, but this is only a 2nd start, and when horses are making their 2nd start, now they know what's going on, and when they get nervous, I take it as a little bit of a negative. But I really like him as a physical, and I really like that effort he comes out of north of the border. Checking in with number 2, Jive. He was meant to run in the Tremont that day, but he did flip over when they went to saddle him. Looks as though he is thinking about it again, but nonetheless holding himself together as the pony is with him over there. They're over in the grass. it's when they go to saddle him, he gets really nervous because he walked in A-OK today as Phil Serpy takes over training him. The jury's out on how talented he is. He's not a bad-looking customer, but watch and how he behaves out on the racetrack to give an indication of how he'll do today. But another horse that made his first start of winning one down at Gulfstream Park is Dickens, and for more on him, we check in with Acacia.
Yeah, Maggie, a few Florida breds to the inside, and Dickens, in contrast to Jive, has been kind of asleep here in the paddock. He's handled everything very easily, and having spent time down at Gulfstream Park, Juan Alvarado is very, very sharp with getting 2-year-olds ready to roll early and getting them to show speed and win at first asking, and that's exactly what Dickens did. Edgar Zayas, who rode him, is a very strong gate rider. He was quick out. He was dueling with another horse, but then pulled away. Actually, I hope he perks up a little bit, but he's carrying a lot of good weight coming up here from Florida, and his last workout was a maintenance one in company with Jive. Down to the inside, the number 1, Call the Cavalry. He won at first asking coming up the rail, but he had the inside post that day, and he kind of planted his feet a touch at the break, and then a few strides out of the gate, he kind of had a little bit of a stutter step, a little bit of a stumble. Drawn with the inside again today, braking is going to be imperative for him as he faces tougher today. He showed that he has no qualms with coming up inside of horses, which is always something you like to see with a young horse, and he too has been quite professional in the paddock, but hopefully he will be able to get out of the gate a little bit quicker, and Arad Ortiz can get him into the race earlier, as they all, it seems, Lafitte, have to get around your favorite, Gold Sweep.
And for his trouble, Acacia, yeah, draws the rail. Richie does Call the Cavalry after the sluggish start in his debut that he did win, but yeah, he needs to get away cleaner today if he has any shot of competing with the likes of Gold Sweep.
Yeah, and you think about having that inside post, right? If you don't break well, those outside horses are going to fold over. And like I always liken it to, you're at the beach and this big rogue wave comes, folds over you, knocks you down, throws you around in the sand a little bit, rubs your face on the bottom of the ocean. That's what happens when you're on a young horse and the inside don't break well. That big wave folds over.
Everybody outside of you is looking to move over, looking to save as much ground as possible. You have to maintain position. So the fact that Call the Cavalry has a start under his belt, I don't think that's as big an issue as it would be in a debut, which he was on the rail that day.
Yeah, never mind how he stacks up with Gold Sweep, Tom. I like seeing that when young, inexperienced prospects, specifically 2-year-olds, make mistakes when everything doesn't go right and they still run well. In this case, they still win.
And he sat behind the pace. He took dirt in his face. He got through on the rail that day. You know, I mean, he did a lot of things that are very professional. The one, Call the Cavalry.
What do you remember most, Tom, when you were in the paddock before the 09 Sanford, getting ready with back tuck? What are some of your more vivid memories of winning this race in that particular afternoon?
You know, I had that horse for Goldmark Racing, and Todd Quast, who now manages Mandy Pope's Whisper Hill Farm, was managing Goldmark for Paul Bullman, and they were very excited about Back Talk because we knew a lot about him and what his ability was, and we really felt we were underappreciated in that race. And being Valava, you know, at the end of the race was really, really fun, a lot of fun.
Right on cue.
Check it out. That's you see that big white face on the outside with the yellow and black? Yeah, that's Back Talk. He was a big bad boy too. I mean, bad in the sense you didn't want to run against him, but he was kind in the stall. He's going to get up right at the very end here. I know what I was thinking right about now, real well.
We have you mic'd up that day?
No.
Tom Amos, Back Talk.
Oh, I love that. Thanks, you guys.
Sanford.
I appreciate that.
Where's it? Where's Tom? There he is.
There's Paul. Paul holding the horse, and that was about 30 pounds ago, Rich. Maybe 40. I hate to say it.
Well, since I rode him in the Hopeful, I could say I could say with certainty that was 30 pounds ago.
Steve Asmussen trains that colt. Gold Sweep, odds-on favorite. Standing by live with Acacia.
He has this knack, it seems, of having some very promising young horses. And, Steve, it looks like Gold Sweep could be another one. What were your takeaways from that blowout Tremont performance?
Well, obviously extremely excited with the results, but we sent him up there knowing that we had a 2-year-old with some good ability, very mature mentally. You know, he's a wonderful physical, and obviously we're looking for him to replicate that race today.
Maggie just said in her paddock report, and it's true, he looks like an older horse. There's a lot of him.
Yes, he does. I think, you know, accurate assessment of him. I think very confident. He was second first time out, expected him to win. Good horses beat him, but it woke him up. And when he shipped him up for the Belmont week, the Tremont, and he came through for us.
Where do you expect him to be positioned early in the race today?
Hopefully he's away from the gates cleanly, and wherever he's at's where it should be the place to be. You know, if he's got plenty early pace and the 2 races in him. Love the draw for who he is, and hopefully he'll put in another great effort today.
He's exciting. Thanks as always, Steve.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Lafitte.
Acacia, thanks so much. Steve Asmussen, finally that first Travers last summer with Epicenter. Some of the 2-year-olds in recent years. In the Saratoga Special, it was Jackie's Warrior, eventual champion Echo Zulu a couple of years back. We'll see Gold Sweep again in the post parade. We start with Call the Cavalry, that debut winner after the bad start at Belmont.
Bad start from the rail, gets the rail again today. Got a great education and still won that day.
Jive. Let's follow his behavior and see if he can keep a lid on it.
Yeah, always important to see how 2-year-olds are acting. Did win on debut, showing speed.
Really swerved at the start of that race as well. Then Dickens here brings speed to the party as well.
He does. He was really professional in his win down at Gulfstream Park.
Both owned by Brian Cohen, BC Racing, Jive, Dickens, then Yo-Yo Candy, an outsider at 38-1.
Yeah, beaten over 10 lengths by Gold Sweep last time. Adds blinkers. Those blinkers are going to have to add several lengths for him to close that gap.
Number 6, Ramming Speed, perhaps the edge and experience, but both races on synthetic.
Both races on synthetic, although there is some good dirt form in the pedigree on the female side.
Triple Trey, Canadian Invader, debut winner on synthetic.
The most interesting horse outside of our big favorite Gold Sweep. The family is very dirt-oriented and accomplished, and this horse makes a debut in the dirt after winning on the artificial surface.
His rights would be a shock. Castellano looking for a 3rd stakes win already at the meet.
Yeah, got up going 4.5 furlong at Parks. This is much, much tougher, but you're getting Javier Castellano, who's he's winning.
Star of this show, Gold Sweep. Sky's the limit. Very, very promising prospect.
What can you say? The one to beat, but we see now that's gone this week so far.
In Italian, defeated earlier as an odds-on favorite in the Diana, then Market Street, the runaway winner at Ellis Park for D. Wayne Lucas.
I thought he was a little bit interesting. He's coming back on fairly short rest, about 16 days, but Wayne's horses usually get better with a race under their belt. We've seen him in years past come in here with horses that win at big prices.
5-time Sanford winning trainer, D. Wayne Lucas, Market Street. They're all trying to trigger the upset aside from Gold Sweep. There he is, continuing to warm up with Jose Ortiz. Ortiz looking for a 3rd win on the afternoon. So this is what we saw in the Tremont, Tom. And Gold Sweep strikes the front. It's that next move he gives us in the stretch, that instant acceleration, blasting his rivals.
Yeah, you're watching Jose Ortiz asking the question, to coin a phrase, but his hands are communicating to his horse, in this case Gold Sweep, to urge forward. And that peek back over the shoulder, over the right shoulder we just saw, that is the jockey's international sign that you're not going to beat me.
You're not looking back unless you got horse.
That's right.
You know, if you're at a horse, you just ride because you know they're there. Think Pony Express, right? They're coming for me. But if I got horse and I don't want to overuse my horse, I'm going to take a peek around, see where I'm at, and make as little use as possible. Listen, he won by 9 lengths. He got a 91 buyer. He won with something left.
Yeah.
Earlier today, Arad Ortiz in Italian, things didn't work out on an odds-on favorite. He didn't make any mistakes, just got beat. Here, Jose Ortiz on an odds-on favorite in Gold Sweep. How much pressure is Jose feeling right about now, Richie?
Well, you know, I think you've got to be on guard for things to go wrong. I think he's well posted. The horse had to give him a lot of confidence last time, Tom, that he traveled so well from just off the pace. But when you're on a big favorite, you definitely have to be a little defensive.
Yeah, but he's chilly. I mean, come on. He rides a lot of big favorites and a lot of big races.
Well, I'm trying to create some drama here.
Maggie?
No drama out here for your favorite guys. But checking in with the clear-cut second choice, Call the Cavalry, just based upon what I saw first time to second time, he's improved. He's filled out. He's put on weight. But the same thing, the one thing that remains the same, I should say, is his demeanor. He's a cool customer. He's a smart horse, too. And he really has a lovely walk and kind of way of going about him. So I respect him. Obviously, he has to get faster, and I don't think he's necessarily true competition for your heavy 1-5 favorite. But there's another move forward in him for sure. As we'll check in with the coach's horse on the outside as we bookend the field here, Market Street. I admit, Wayne's horses, Wayne Lucas, they're tough to judge because they all look great. They're all so well conditioned. They tend to be big, strapping types and a little more physically mature than a lot of their foes. And Market Street is just that. Watching that race at Ellis, it was over a sloppy track. And sometimes horses win because they know what they're doing. Other times, they're almost just running scared, and they're just doing it because they're fast, naturally. He was the latter. You could tell he was green, he was kind of all over the track, and a lot of times when you have a horse running over a wet track for the first time and it starts hitting their belly and it makes that clapping noise, they'll run scared, rightfully so. So at least he gets a fast track here for his second start. And two, sometimes Wayne's horses get a little over the top, a little too rambunctious. This guy's been a cool customer throughout. I think he is interesting, as Mig pointed him out as well. And then I just want to talk about a bomb here as they head to the gate. Ramming Speed, you can never disregard a Rice relation in a 2-year-old race. This guy makes a great impression. We'll see how he translates things to the dirt, but I would ignore him for a kind of underneath price, Lafitte.
46-1, Ramming Speed. Favorite 1-5, Gold Sweep, one of the most exciting 2-year-olds in training. 4 trainers, Steve Asmussen, Jose Ortiz to ride, moving into line for the third of the graded stakes races and the first step towards the Grade 1 hopeful closing day here at Saratoga. Gold Sweep, odds on. Frank Mirmati with the call, post time for the Sanford.
Thank you so much, Lafitte. Dickens about to take up his position. Gold Sweep, Yo-Yo Candy, and Market Street to the outside. Market Street going in. And they're off. A bobble for Gold Sweep, who is last. Dickens is going to the front. Along the inside, here's Call the Cavalry coming to challenge, and Market Street is up and on the pace as well. Yo-Yo Candy in and among horses, followed by Jive, who's now in 5th, followed on the outside by Ramming Speed, 6th at this stage, and about 6 lengths off the lead. Ramming Speed is passing some horses on the far outside as Jive loses some ground. 22 flat for the opening quarter. Triple Tray is starting to pick it up in the blue silks. Heavily favored Gold Sweep is starting to mount his bid. He's got 9 lengths to make up, 4 lengths clear of his rights. They pass the quarter pole and turn for home, and Market Street on the outside challenging as Yo-Yo Candy is rallying. Dickens along the inside. They're a furlong from the finish. Gold Sweep still has plenty of work to do, but he's starting to make up ground alongside Triple Tray. 16th pole, Yo-Yo Candy with a 2.5 length lead, and Yo-Yo Candy has won the Sanford. Gold Sweep gamely gets up for second. Then it was Dickens third, and Triple Tray finished 4th.
Upset in the Sanford. Yo-Yo Candy lighting up the tote board. The odds-on heavy favorite, Gold Sweep, compromised at the start, spotting the field several lengths. Richie, what did you see?
Yeah, keep an eye on number 9. He's going to break clean the first step, second step. Oh. He bobbled, stumbled, and basically lost all position. The outside horse came over a little bit, which young horses tend to do. They'll flow to that empty space. I think he showed a great deal, Tom, in defeat to be that far back and put in the run he put in. Only a quality horse would continue to put the effort in to be second.
Tyler Gaffney on the 10. As soon as he sees Gold Sweep break poorly to his inside, he immediately takes his position to put him out of position to win the race, to hopefully give himself a better chance. But it's Yo-Yo Candy. Blinkers on today. This horse in his last start was laying in pretty good, Richie. Yep. They made a change of equipment to the blinkers on. He's straight as an arrow and straight to the winner's circle.
What a courageous effort from the defeated favorite, though. Gold Sweep for a young prospect who easily could have packed it in. But while he had trouble Early on, it opened up the door for another, and Team Yo-Yo Candy, happy 10th stable. Dan Velasquez and Angel Castillo at 46-1. Wow.
Beaten 10 lengths last time by your favorite, who wound up second today, Gold Sweep, but they added blinkers. And you know what? He was traveling in behind Gold Sweep last time, just didn't have that.
He couldn't really ride him down the lane. He was laying in so poorly to start after that one. But, you know, it just equipment, trainer knowledge, knowing your horse, getting input from the rider that's on his back can make such a difference. And I don't know about you guys, but I'm starting to sense a trend here at Saratoga with these big, heavy favorites. Don't they have a term for that here? I can't remember what it is, you guys.
Graveyard of. Graveyard. The champion was defeated in a Grade 1 event earlier today in Italian. We started the show by saying this was the only loss of Manowar's career. Manowar. Defeated in the Sanford.
Forte.
And here a 1-5 favorite. Forte finishing 4th last year, who would have been favored in the Derby. Shocker. 46-1. Yo-Yo Candy takes advantage of the poor start and stumble from Gold Sweep. 46-1. Yo-Yo Candy in the Sanford. Results, reaction when we come back. 4-9, 3-7. Gold Sweep, Valiant in defeat, but in the end, Yo-Yo Candy wins the Sanford.
Honor AP. A mesmerizing horse from the very beginning, who captured the imagination of the racing world and proved his potential on the track. A Grade 1 winner, out of a multiple Grade 1 winner, with incomparable looks and an unbeatable pedigree. The speed, the bloodline, the physical. Honor AP. Only at Lane's End.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program. When shopping for your next race prospect, consider that New York breds start with an advantage. Our New York breds run for serious green. At Saratoga Race Meet, New York bred maidens run for up to $88,000. New York bred allowance horses run for up to $100,000. And New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race. So get back with the program. Seriously.
Hello. Yeah, I saw his second first crop leading sire. He's second crop leading sire now. We might have sold him a little early.
Here's Long Range Toddy.
Hello. Yeah, I know he's third crop leading sire. I'm glad we got that clause to buy him back. Yeah, I'm gonna try to see what I can do. Kenny, we've got to Take Charge Indy back.
Summertime in New York. It's easy. Easy to plan. Easy to please everyone. Easy to get excited. Easy to get away. It's easy to love New York. Plan your summer getaway at iloveny.com.
No such thing as a sure thing. Here at Saratoga, welcome back to Saratoga Live. Tom, what would you have said if I told you this morning? Yeah, at the end of the day, White Beam's going to win the Diana. Colt named Yo-Yo Candy is going to win the Sanford.
If you told me that, I would have taken advantage of it at the windows in a very good way.
Tell you what, though, Yo-Yo Candy out of a really good mare. Yolanda B2, multiple graded stakes winner. She's been a producer. And this horse took a step forward. Gold Sweep had excuses, obviously, the stumble at the break. But how about that $94 mutual? Danny Velasquez was a jockey and now doing well as a trainer.
And now with Acacia in the winner's circle. Acacia.
And Lafitte, we've determined that Danny basically jumped from the upper level down here to the winner's circle. Don't remember the steps. Talk about this feeling.
It's a great feeling. I told Castillo going in, we made adjustments after we ran at Belmont, put the blinkers on, took him to the gate a few times, and I don't think there was a trainer in this race that trained more specifically like we did for this race. I just envisioned it, and here we are, and it feels great to win.
it all came together. And like you said, you could see him kind of lugging in last time. He was green, a little bit all over the place.
He never switched his leads, and I was upset at myself because I thought, that's trainer error, but I went and made the adjustments after that. We switched everything, switched the bridle, put the figure 8 on, and it's been a dream after that. And I knew going in 45-1 just didn't do him justice, but we'll take it.
And he's a lot of horse, too.
A lot of horse, yeah. That's why I'm sweating, because he had me running all around the paddock.
But a big finish today, too.
Finish, very happy. Thank you, Acadia. It was great. I always wanted to be interviewed by you.
Well, now we've done it. Congratulations. Go enjoy it.
Thank you.
This is what it's all about, Lafitte.
The Calbred Acacia, Yo-Yo Candy. 2 stakes races for 2-year-olds at the meet in 3 days. We had a first-time starter in the Schuylerville Gold Sweep. It looked like the mortal lock of the century. And no, in the end, it's Yo-Yo Candy at a massive price.
Yeah, I mean, the first-time starter paid $40-something, and this horse paid $94.
More than that.
Made her look like a short price.
Yeah, I like what Daniel had to say, the trainer, about, and it's so true. From one race to the next, particularly with young horses, inexperienced horses, how you learn more about them with their racing, and how you work with the rider and you try to figure out what to do differently. Blinkers on. He talked about a figure 8 and a new bridle. I'm sure he's talking about something that controlled the horse a little bit more, a little bit stronger in his mouth, so the rider had more control of him to make him switch leads, which oftentimes is the difference between winning and losing a race.
And could you argue that you learned more about Gold Sweep today than we knew? If everything went his way and he broke well and he handled this field by 5 lengths, right? Could you argue that we learned more about him today in a loss based on what he did after that awful start?
To me, he gained in stature off of this loss. To even get back in the race and run as well as he did shows that he's a horse that can overcome adversity, has determination. He doesn't need everything his own way. He got everything his own way last time because he was just galloping into position. So that showed his talent. This showed his determination.
Yeah, and no panic from Jose Ortiz. Those things happen. Oftentimes you see riders try to get it all back, the distance loss out of the gate in the first quarter of a mile, and they don't have anything left for the end. He gradually put him back into the race. He was out of position. That's not his fault, and he still ran a great race.
Exciting edition of the Sanford and the big upset here. Yo Candy. Danny Velasquez, the Calbred at 46-1. We're not done yet. We have one left. 11th and final. Maidens here sprinting on grass, chasing the winner's share of $136,000 purse. Beer run, 9-5. Flavian Pratt can't make a beer run just yet. He's got a ride in the 11th and final. Pratt, who earlier today won his first Grade 1 event at Saratoga. White Beam running down the defending champ in Italian. Flavian Pratt, his second full summer riding at Saratoga. That story's next.
Grade 1 winner on both dirt and turf, War of Will became a classic winner with this victory in the Preakness Stakes. He added turf credentials to his resume with a determined victory in the Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile. Now his first weanlings are commanding attention in the sales ring.
Right here, 280,000.
191,000.
165,000.
160,000. Thank you.
A dual-surface classic winning son of Warfront, War of Will, standing at Claiborne Farm.
French jockey Flavien Prat has experienced success everywhere he's gone. He had become one of the most prominent riders in California before moving his tack to the East Coast last spring.
4 straight graded stakes for Chad Brown and Flavien Prat. They're putting on a show.
Well, living in California was definitely not an easy decision. You don't want to be in the comfort zone and kind of, try to challenge yourself and see what could you do somewhere else. So that was my thought process, moving on the East Coast and riding with obviously a great colony of riders and different tracks. At that point, I thought it was the right thing to do.
Stepping out of his comfort zone is not something new for Prat.
I left home when I was 14 to get to the jockey school. I actually tried to leave when I was 13 and the school didn't accept me because I was too young. I think I cried for a whole day. Never been that sad in my life.
In fact, Prat's first introduction to horse racing wasn't with thoroughbreds.
I grew up in the harness business with my dad, who's a trainer. Now my brother was working with him. Obviously, when you see your dad, working from 5:30 to 1 p.m. and going back to the barn from 3 to 6, you learn what's hard work, and I just think it's an amazing way to live. In France, it can happen where there's a racetrack where half of the card will be harness and half would be thoroughbred. I love to go on the weekend with my dad and see the thoroughbred and then went a few times to Longchamp with my mom and some friends. So yeah, it's always been in the back of my mind.
Drugier, and she will deliver here, coming from off the pace under Flavien Prat.
By 2019, Prat had grabbed some of the attention of trainers nationwide, enough to get the call from Hall of Famer Bill Mott in America's most prestigious race, setting up the biggest moment of his riding career.
Obviously, we had seen that he was doing very well in California and was a good rider, and we put him on, and it couldn't have worked out better. What a great trip he worked out for him. He was 3 wide around the last turn, but he was able to avoid the contact that some of the other horses had on the inside of him. We actually did not get bothered. We took a slight little bump coming out of the turn, but really nothing that would have affected us one way or another. Then, of course, 24 minutes later, they hung our number up and made us the winner.
Winning the Derby was a strange experience. A lot of mix of emotion because obviously you win the Derby, so it's great, but it's by disqualification. There's always going to be some controversy, and yeah, I didn't cross the line first. And then you have to wait. We had to wait a long time before they decide to put Country House as a winner, so hopefully one day we'll cross the line first.
Wants to win that Derby outright, and understandably so. Country House a few years back, Battle of Midway at a huge price, finished third for Prat in the Derby. Hot Rod Charlie, a solid effort. Zandon right there, finishing third a couple of years back. Flavien Prat, this is second full season at Saratoga, Tom. It's not easy to march into this place against these riders, this colony, and be that incredibly productive.
Right. I'm not going to steal Richie's quote about him because it's really, really good, so I'm just going to pass it on to you.
No, I just think he's the most complete rider here. As talented as all of these riders are, there's no weakness in his game. There's no hole in his game, Tom. He does everything well.
Right. I agree with that.
And today, his first Grade 1 at Saratoga in an upset in White Beam, able to defeat in Italian. And, of course, having that type of support from Chad Brown, naturally that does help and was a big part of the decision in him coming out east. Flavien Prat finished second in the standings, tied with Luis Saez, that Grade 1 win today. And you heard about the harness background. We're going to have a chance to see it on display before long. This is the Night of the Alabama. Beckwith v. Prat. Who you got? Brett Beckwith, Flavien Prat, the charity match race, August 19th. Beckwith representing the Franklin Community Center. Prat, the BCCA Faith House, the child center here in the backstretch at Saratoga. That's going to be great. That's going to raise a lot of money for two great causes.
I'm going to be there. I can't wait to see this. I mean, listen, Flavien's got that background. I mean, and he's been over there. I think he's already preparing, Tom.
Flavien going to be watching this tonight.
That would be natural for him.
He'll be watching this tonight, perhaps. Meadowlands Pace on Fox Sports 1. Big night at the Big M on-site coverage
We'll have Acacia Clement here, Paul Vidarosa as well. Long day of thoroughbred racing and standardbred racing. Meadowlands Pace tonight in East Rutherford, live coverage on Fox Sports 1. And Flavien Prat going to try and take down this 11th and final. Horses have just reached the paddock about 14 minutes out. Prat on Monet Never, currently 7-1. Beer Run favored at 7-5. There we are. One left, the 11th, when we come back as our coverage continues day 3 from Saratoga.
The momentum continues for War Dancer as Ms. Big Bucks goes wire to wire to win the New York Stallion Stakes.
Ms. Big Bucks, who got the job done today.
Ruse also wire to wire.
Ruse, rough draft, one last try. Ruse holds on.
And Long Shot War Museum delivers at Monmouth.
War Museum is now in front. War Museum at 41-1.
Shouldn't you have a War Dancer? War Dancer, proud to stand in New York.
On a perfect day, there is no finer place in all of sports.
Nerves, excitement, and anticipation.
Than beautiful, truly stunning. To the Breeders' Cup World Championships.
The Run Happies are running, the Run Happies are selling, the Run Happies are winning. Eclipse champion Run Happy is showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also showing winners at all distances, burning up the tracks. A sire whose runners can carry his speed over all distances and all surfaces. Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
'63 Club, exciting first Saturday of the meet. Welcome back to Saratoga Live, as always, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit AmericasBestRacing.net today. 11th and final field updated odds. These maidens, 5.5 furlong sprint, $136,000 purse. And while Beer Run number 2 is the current 7-5 favorite, Acacia in the paddock, starting with a first-time starter, Nickel at 11-1. Acacia, what are you seeing?
Well, Lafitte, I'll touch on both of the first-time starters here, starting with Nickel, who last year as a 2-year-old sold for quite a bit of money at the Fasig-Tipton Gulfstream sale, where horses do work on a conventional dirt surface. And he sold after going 10-2 for $250,000. And I thought in that workout, took a few strides to get going, but finished pretty well. Now, he does come back here, and he debuts on the turf as a 3-year-old. The dam's only win was dirt sprint. That was her only start as well, and her only other foal to race was 0-4 and to never try the grass. This guy does have a bit of a turf hoof, though, that kind of flatter pancake-like hoof that we do talk about. He puffed up nicely with the tack. He debuts wearing short cut blinkers. I do think he'll be better for a race to tuck up a little bit, but he's one that I'm going to watch with interest. The dam is actually the sister to Kobe's back as well, so there's a strong dirt pedigree. Again, I don't mind him on the surface. I'm just wondering if maybe it's a little bit of a litmus test for him in here today. The number 8, City Fever, draws a Rat Ortiz for his debut for Mike Trombetta. The dam did finish second once on the grass, and the second dam was multiple Grade 1 winner Raging Fever, who won the Frazette, the Ogden Phipps, a lot of very good long dirt races. But I am convinced that City of Lights are turf horses. I just think they look like turf horses from the ones that I've seen and been around, the way that they move, that kind of floating stride. And I like this guy on the turf. That said, he was very studdish coming in here to the paddock and just lacking some mental focus. So while a very very good-looking individual. I think that mentally he's going to need one to settle and not be so chatty and distracted with everything else that's going on in the paddock. The number 4, Flat Top Box, is making his 3rd start, though only his 2nd on turf. And last time out, he flipped back to his left lead. He was a little bit green. And previously, he had worn a Houghton bit, which is that bit with an extra bar underneath the chin. And it applies pressure when a rider pulls on the rein to the outside cheek for horses that in particular have the tendency to lug in or drift out. It's like, as Richie would often say, power steering. They've changed the bit on him today. He's wearing a rubber ring bit now. And while it still does basically the same thing in providing the rider a little bit more control, it's a bit of a softer bit too, and I wonder if that means that Flat Top Box has a little bit of a softer mouth too. It's a very comfortable bit for riders as well. So I'm curious how that equipment change will help him and some of that greenness that he's still shown on the racetrack. But he'll be ridden by Jose Ortiz, who was aboard your favorite Gold Sweep in the Sanford in the last race, and I got a chance to speak to Jose after the riders weighed out and asked him what happened at the beginning, and he said he just stumbled and just really put himself behind the 8 ball early on. He said he really was running for me late, though, all things considered, and overcoming what he did as still an inexperienced 2-year-old. So hopefully we'll see big things down the line from Gold Sweep, as you could feel the disappointment from Jose.
Understandably so, with expectation and an odds-on favorite in a race like the Sanford. But moving forward, they now know if everything doesn't go perfect, tailor-made for Gold Sweep, some horses, young prospects, will throw in the towel. Now we know Gold Sweep won't.
And nobody wants to give a head start like that to a quality field. And certainly that's the difference between running a competitive race and kind of picking up the pieces at the end and still running well. But, yeah, he's versatile, right? So the trainer can take that back to the barn and use that when the next time the horse runs, assuming it's one of those races where you have quite a bit of speed or maybe an inside post or any number of things that might occur.
So many variables, Richie, with the freshmen, with the 2-year-olds. I think we've gone 9 years in the Schuylerville without a favorite winning. What took place today in the Sanford, the unpredictability of the 2-year-olds.
Well, yeah, they're young horses. They're learning as we're watching them. They're changing and developing. But what you got to take from Gold Sweep's effort is that he learned more today and probably got more out of today's losing effort than he did winning easily the Tremont.
It's still not a good consolation. You're a big favorite. The trainer wants to win. The connections want to win. You feel very confident going in. He ran a race that certainly would be considered a race that would have made him competitive for the win. It's just disappointing that
if there is a moral victory, that would be it, though.
There you go. I think that's right.
Meantime, this 11th and final and post parade shortly. Beer Run, who is a 3-2.
How many minutes we have to post? How many minutes we have to post here, guys? 6?
You got 6.
Yeah, so I'm about 7 minutes away from that beer run.
Went on that beer run about 15
and I know where
minutes
it's located,
ago.
too.
About 15 minutes
right
ago.
in
Who
that
you lying
double-wide
to?
trailer across the street. I know where to go.
He saw Gold Sweep stumble and he went right for it. Tom, you like an 11-1 shot here, yes? The 10?
Yeah, look, first-time starter. I earlier in the day I said I thought a race was a weak maiden race and the favorite won, and that's not really what I meant. I thought it was wide open when I said that. I think this one's wide open as well. The 10, Metallurgic by Cairo Prince. Cairo Prince throws a lot of turf winners. I'm just looking for something to, as we like to call it back home, the get-out race.
The get-out race.
I think we call it everywhere. We call it that.
Everybody trying to get out a winner with the 11th and final on this first Saturday of the meet. Right back at it tomorrow for the first Sunday of the meet. Quick call, featured event, live coverage right here on Saratoga Live. But first things first, this post parade and Monet Never with Flavian Pratt, that harness background 7-1. If you like him here, trainer Phil Antonacci looking for a second win of the meet.
Yeah, you watch the board with some of these horses. This is a horse with speed. He's very familiar with the other contenders in the race. Monet Never. Beer Run's gotten the best of him in the past.
Quick, Wesley Ward, John Velasquez, all adds up to 3-2.
Yeah, speed from the inside, strong connections. Wesley Ward, Johnny Velasquez, they're going to have to catch him.
Number 3, Cigarette Boat, 5-race maiden, and the money in 3 of those.
But debuting on the turf for the first time and has a very dangerous trainer in Mike Maker. He's a great grass trainer.
Number 4, Flat Top Box, just finished behind Beer Run in his latest.
Yeah, put the pressure on Beer Run early. I'm treating this as this is his second start. I don't think he got anything out of his first start ringing up the turf. I think he'll improve off of last time's effort.
Nickel Nickel debuting Colt. Cold on the board.
Cold on the board. Danny Gargan knows how to get a horse ready.
12-1 with Luis Saez. Saez a stakes win earlier. Casa Creed in the Kelso. There's Paxational and Dylan Davis.
This horse is way too big a price. His turf sprint at Monmouth was really good, ridiculously wide. Last time he was chasing a horse named Northern Invader, who might be one of the better turf 3-year-olds this year at the end of the day.
City Fever and Irad Ortiz.
Yeah, first-time starter for Mike Trombetta. Good work tab out of Fair Hill.
Party with Smarty out there somewhere. There's 2 minutes apart. 4th career start, has managed a second.
Yeah, interesting. A horse that's shortening up from 2 turns to 1 turn. Will it make a difference?
Tom Stock selection, Metallurgic.
Why not?
Yeah, good connections. Mike Maker knows how to get it done, and I like Tom's thought process, trying to find an alternative.
Hashtag analysis. Why not? America know-how. Javier Castellano, 19-1.
Yeah, they're searching. Blinkers on last time. Not that much improvement. We'll see if we get somewhere today.
The 12 horse whose name Richie's going to pronounce.
Bay Lounge, I'm going to put. But Bay Long,
had to do it.
Me, come
had
on.
to do it.
Man, I'm so glad
Frankel.
you did that. No one butchers names more than me, so it's nice to have, you know.
You know, he comes to the guy with an 8th grade education, like this very difficult.
I got a good wingman
name here.
Yeah.
And by the way, my top selection, the 12 horse.
Naturally.
Trained by Bill Mott. I'm not saying his name again.
You know, let's talk about the 12 for a second.
Yeah.
This horse hasn't run since last September. You know, I've seen this movie before starring Bill Mott and one of his pupils. Gets the time off, debuting at a different distance, shorter, gelded for the first time. I think there's some interesting things here, but I'm waiting for Lafitte to tell me what happens out of the 12 hole in these turf sprints.
Turf sprints.
I mean, what are they? 1 for 1,000 and
So I
10,
tried. I got a stat that's going to blow these guys' hair back. Last year at Saratoga, 2-turn races, inner turf, mile or farther, 9 and out. Post 9, 3 for 103.
Right.
3 for 100. Post positions, what, 10 and 11? Run 1-2. That worked out well.
Yeah. Yes, that's why I want to know what about the 12 hole sprinting.
You're done with that, huh?
Next time. Got nothing for you.
I like this horse. I like the turn back for him. I thought his 2-year-old races were good. And he gets the complete makeover. I hate the post, and I'm saying that candidly, but I think this horse is very live.
I promise you Acacia knows how to say the name of the 12 horse.
Lafitte, I'm your captain of useless information. Bay Long, I believe that's how you say it, is a beach in St. Martin. So now you know. But this horse, I'm with Richie. I like cutting back in distance as well. I do wish off the layoff he was a little bit stronger behind. He's a very angular type of horse in his build. And I'd like, especially for a sprint race, for him to bulk up a little bit in those hindquarters, because that's what horses push off of. And especially the fact that he had shown some speed, at least going longer, and he has to navigate a trip from the outside post. I do wish that he would strengthen a bit, and he could probably do that with a race. But given his size, I like the cutback as well. And especially he has been gelded. He could get a little bit keen early on in his races, too. The number 10, Metallurgic. I'm with Tom. I think the firsters could make a little noise in here. He was a little bit green in the post parade, but he's a big, leggy son of Cairo Prince. And sometimes the progeny of Cairo Prince, who I love on the turf, they don't carry a lot of substance. They don't have a lot of meat on their bones, so to speak. They're a little bit more of the leaner type of framed horses. That's not the case with this guy. He was really strong, and he had a lot of good substance for him, particularly for a Cairo Prince and for a Mike Maker first-time starter. I have no problem with your favorite Beer Run. He's a beautiful-looking horse, but I thought that there were some intriguing prospects in this nightcap, Lafitte.
There was no way she wasn't going to know how to say it and exactly what it was. There was no shot she didn't know that.
There was no shot I was going to know it. And but that being said, if he wins the 12, Bay Long, I might have to look that beach up in St. Martin.
Is there a bad beach in St. Martin? I've never been.
I've been.
But I've seen pictures.
It's beautiful.
Yeah, that it is.
There's your exacta to Beer Run, yes. Bay Long to Beer Run with Wesley or John Velasquez for Wesley Ward. who makes the lead on paper in terms of race shape, who's in front when they make the
I think there are a couple that have faced each other before in Beer Run, the 4-horse flat top box, and even the 1-horse who's breaking outside of them because it's part of an entry, Monet Never. So 2, 4, 1, I think, are going to try to cook on the front end and see if they can get the best of each other.
Graduation day for one of these as they move into line. 5.5 furlong turf sprint, 11th and final on the first Saturday of the meet. Frank Miramati, one final time, standing by.
Thanks, Lafitte. Gentlemen, I was tuned in specifically in that post-parade for that pronunciation, and at least you guys gave me a good laugh. I had to go straight to the internet because I didn't realize we would be saved late on the pronunciation of number 12, Belong. Here's Paxational coming up. Monet Never in the black. Belong to the outside. They're in the gate. And they're off. Cigarette Boat flies out of the gate. Leading by a length already. Beer Run comes through on the inside, and Flat Top Box now moves up to take second. They're followed by Belong in fourth. About 3 lengths off the pace heading into the far turn. It's another length and a half back to American Know-How, who's about 4 wide, but only 2.5 or 3 lengths off the lead as they round the far turn. Monet Never is next, racing on the inside in the opening quarter that went in 22 1/5 seconds. Metallurgic is trying to make some headway on the outside, racing 3 lengths clear of City Fever. Party with Smarty is next. They are followed by Nickel Nickel, Paxational, and 2 minutes apart. A wild scramble at the top of the stretch. Cigarette Boat still leading the way. On the outside, American Know-How moves to challenge. Center of the course, here comes City Fever with good-looking strides for the final 1/8 of a mile. City Fever trying to get to the leaders on the front end. Cigarette Boat, American Know-How in between Monet Never. Here is the line. Monet Never got them all. City Fever was second. Behind them, American Know-How and Cigarette Boat.
Wild finish, driving finish, Monet Never, Cigarette Boat hitting the wire in the 11th and final.
What a sensational ride on the 1-horse Monet Never, Fabian Pratt. I mean, he just hit every gap as it presented himself, like with perfect, impeccable timing. They took the blinkers off of this horse, Tom. He settled more. He came from further up the pace.
He definitely came from further back. They changed his style today, and he responded so well, Richie, the 1-horse.
Saved all that ground, but then found every spot he needed when he needed it. And talk about how strong Flavien Prat finishes. Looked like he got there, right?
Look at him threading the needle here. Cigarette Boat trying to hold on in between horses. Monet Never surges late. City Fever right there. The 11, American Know-How, and by about a head, Monet Never, and what looks like a second win in the first few days for trainer Phil Antonacci.
Yeah, they've been here for quite a while. They shipped up here a few months ago, so his horses have been training here and settled in here. So basically, Tom, you talk about home court advantage. Being here and being settled, certainly a big deal.
Oh, yeah, no question. I think Saratoga, both dirt and turf, you know, being on the grounds, being able to work over the course, I think it helps no matter what surface you're riding on.
This driving finish, Richie, and why for racing fans, turf racing, so exciting. Finishes just like this.
Well, they're bunched up. There's any one number of 7, 8, 9 horses could have won at the 8th pole. And here comes the horse with the last run, threading the needle along the inside with Flavien Prat. Nice run from the first-time starter, City Fever. Acacia talked about City of Light being a good
More of a turf sire.
Yeah, here at 13-1. Look at these prices. Beer Run got outrun from the break. Didn't break as sharp as some of his outside rivals. Was sitting in the pocket and just had nothing after the first 3/8 of a mile.
I got my eye on Cigarette Boat that ran fourth. He did the dirty work up front. Everybody else backed off. He's never been on the grass before, the 3-horse. He showed immediately his love for it. He broke, and he broke super sharp. And although he faltered a little bit at the end there, he really ran a good race.
Heavy lifting and still fighting to the wire. 1, 8, 11, 3. Monet Never in the nightcap. Over to Acacia.
And I'm very happy to be joined by Frank Antonacci of Lindy Farms. Frank the Elder, as many might know him for. Monet Never, what a thrill. And Phil with two wins already.
Yeah, great for Phil, great for the team, great for everybody involved. You know, the Coolmore guys here, they helped breed the horse, and, you know, they sent them to us here in America, and really appreciate them. Really appreciate Charlie O'Connor and the whole team over there. And Shanagan and Charles, wherever he is.
He's got to be somewhere around here, but so exciting. And Frank, I wanted to ask you, as we saw you were recently inducted into the Harness Racing Hall of Fame, and we're showing the Meadowlands tonight, and we've gotten to see some of your horses run there. Congratulations, and what does that mean to you?
Well, you know, it was very emotional for me. I really didn't think I would feel it that much, but once I got it and once I started doing my speech, it was really, really deep, you know, because I loved both these games such a long time. You know, and tonight at the Meadowlands, we got our 3-year-old Hamiltonian horse in the last race, so good luck for him.
We can't wait to see it. Congratulations. Congratulations to the whole team.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Lafitte?
Keisha, thanks so much. Perfect segue to our nightside coverage from Meadowlands, the Meadowlands Pace. Here, Monet Never, Flavien Prat, 2 wins on the afternoon, 13:40 over City Fever, American Know-How, 1-8-11. For the 11th and final, guys, so much to unpack. What an incredible day of thoroughbred racing. Your lasting impression, what did we learn today, aside from the fact that when it comes to the Sanford, whether it's Man of War or this colt today, Golden Sweep, no such thing as a sure thing.
I think we learned that Saratoga means quality racing, quality entries in races, and as Dorothy once said, there's no such thing as a sure winner.
No,
there's
not.
Put your feet together. There's no such thing as a sure winner.
And I think it accentuates just what you're saying, though, that you can't make mistakes up here. There's the competition's too tough.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I know we're joking around about the Graveyard Champions, but my goodness, these are some good races.
Man of War, Secretariat, it's happened on a few occasions, and we saw it early on in the Diana with All Eyes on In Italian, looking to go back-to-back. She was denied by her stablemate here. White Beam, Flavien Prat, first grade 1 at Saratoga. 2 wins on the afternoon. Casa Creed winding up for the 4-star Dave, where he'll defend his title. Sensational in the Kelso. And after a poor start, Gold Sweep, odds on, could not catch that colt. Yo-Yo Candy and Angel Castillo in the Sanford. Have a great night. We have Meadowlands Pace coming up.